Chat. Chat, should we do twirly lights in the background for today's stream? Or should we just do normal lights on? On my Noti gang, you guys get to decide. Bother me, why you bother me, why you bother me? Oh, box of chocolates, come with me. Forrest Gump had a lot going for him. Never without pussy. Never even touched with the pussy. But where is Forrest now when you need him? Come with me. Hey, hey. Yo, yo, yo. What's up, everybody? Sit back and relax your mind. Back, relax, just me. What's up, everybody?
Oreos.
Thought he was the shit. He ain't even a fart. How you gonna bring in some fucking weak ass?
No more
Weak ass shit when SZA is playing. Come on.
Subscribed.
Pussy. Wait, don't look outside. Don't look there. Don't look there. That's my laundry. Won't get you no pussy. Somebody tell this motherfucker Ethan, dude. He's never gonna get pussy like this, dude. It ain't gonna happen, bro. It's okay. If you gotta scrape to the bottom to get some war criminal pussy, bro, yikes. Ouch, dude. If you're fucking a war criminal, dude, oh my god. Terrorist pussy? Good god. I know what you really about. Anyway, chat, we got a fun stream. It's gonna be a banger. It's gonna be a banger one. Bring in your bots. No, just kidding. Congrats. Honestly, nothing but love and congrats to Denims today. Like Mog and Hasan in the viewership. I'm sure there's nothing nefarious going on there. That's what I worry about, truly, and that's what I would be worried about if it was me. If it was me, I would be worried about it, just because it's like Ethan Klein and he's just mentally ill. And so I don't know. Like, to me, I'm like, did he bought Denims just to like claim more damages in a potential like DMCA lawsuit? I don't know, man. It's fucked up that we even have to consider this shit, to be honest. You know? But I do think it's something to consider. No, but I'm really happy for her success. I hope they all stay. I think it's just drama frogs mostly. No, I think you're not wrong. I think there's like, she probably was naturally hitting like 10 to 12K. I think that's likely that it's a lot of Hasan viewers who wanted to watch it and Hasan wasn't watching it. You know, I could definitely see that for sure. But 38, like 40, like that's a lot. That's a lot of people, you know. Who knows? It could be true. Like I said, I hope they turn them on for me. I hope you all come in. Oh, Snark linked her. Okay, yeah. I mean, even then, I think like Snark loves Sean too, and Sean's been live all day. I think I could see like 10K. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Has like Denim said anything about it? Yeah. I feel the same way, Mr. Perry. But I again, I could be totally wrong. Maybe this is just like, maybe Denim's audience just fucking all jumped on at the same time. I'm so out of the loop. Yeah, Sean is awesome. Denims is awesome. They're sick. I think she said she said something almost immediately suspecting botting. Yeah. She only said she's being botted. Yeah. And it's also like, it's not a lot of streamers have been getting botted in the last week. Like XQC was at like 200K the other day. Like, come on. That's bots. That's bots, bro. I don't know what to tell you. That's just bots. But no, I think she probably had a really great day. We're gonna get to it, chat. We're gonna check it out. Yeah, Forsen was getting the bots too. Yeah, they're just jumping around right now until they all get banned. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, and I don't deny that either, Miss Perry. Like I said, I think like, you know, 15 to 20, not unreasonable to think. And she deserves that viewership, 100%, no doubt. This is kind of her Super Bowl. This is the shit. This is the shit for her. And she deserves it all, bro. I'm sorry. Thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. That was a good transition, right? Okay, chat. We're actually not gonna start. I'm gonna wait until a few more people get in here before we drop the nuke. Before we get into the nuke, we'll probably do that around like 6:30. I actually really wanted to watch this Illuminati video. Yo, Afro Altruism. Thank you for the 5 gifted. It's a good day to have a good day. I'm actually in a great mood today.
Afro Altruism gifted a tier 1 subscription to username.
Yeah, this is gonna be a fun stream. I actually am in a great mood. You know, I went on a walk. I've been doing laundry. I made some pasta from scratch earlier. You know what I mean? It's been a decently productive day. I was like super bro, okay. Legitimate criticism of Hasan incoming, not from the content nuke. I cannot listen to fucking Trump speak into a microphone anymore. I can't do it, dude. I can't do it. I'm like, no, dude. I am so sick of it. I actually am so over it. I don't want to listen to him speak into a microphone for the next week at least. And it's like so frustrating because I mean I am brain broken and I love watching Hasan streams, but it's like, bro, like how many times can you just put on how many Hasan's cutting my power. How many times can you just put on a live stream of Trump talking and just, you know, zone out? It's like, ugh, I can't do it, bro. I can't do it anymore. It pisses me the fuck off. It ruins my day. Like, I'm done. I can't. And that doesn't mean we stop paying attention. I just think that like getting into that 24-hour have to listen to every single thing Trump says, I think that's bad for you. It's not good for you. It's going to make you feel immobilized. It's going to make you feel like powerless. It's like not the good thing. Keep updated on what they're moving, on how they're moving and what they're doing. I understand it. I get it. You know, stay current as you can, but also recognize that being current and understanding and knowing all of the up-to-date moment-to-moment things, that is not activism. That is not making the world better on its own. It's not. Just being informed is not valuable on its own. It doesn't mean anything if you're not putting that to work and using it to dictate where you make your action, you know, where you're acting on that, then it's not worth it. I would much rather have C. Dirk, you know what I mean, out there not paying attention to any politics but doing good ass work than somebody who's watched Hasan for 800 billion hours and can tell me every single move Trump has ever made but has never left their couch, you know? That's the truth. That's the facts, bro. Anyway, let's check out this new Olayemi video. Content warning: this is going to be a conversation about sexual assaults. This is going to be a conversation about consent. Trigger warning: if that's not your vibe, then maybe come back in like 30 minutes, 45, maybe an hour. After that, we're going to be starting with the Hasan nuke. But I actually am really interested in this video because it's about Aziz Ansari, who I think is what is like, to me, of all of Me Too, I think Aziz is, you know, there obviously are very clear things to take away from Me Too, like don't rape. And like, if you're a man and you're around people who are, you know, very clearly like making women uncomfortable, it's your responsibility to stop that shit, right? That's your responsibility. You need to stop that shit. These are very important things we learned from Me Too. However, the more nuanced conversations, I thought Aziz's situation was a very, very good opportunity to discuss things in nuance. And this is actually where we like change behavior, in my opinion, is like looking at Aziz's situation and like figuring it out. I think for a lot of men, they read Aziz's situation, they're like, I've done that. There's nothing wrong with that. And they got really pissed off and like rushed to defend it. And that is the worst take you should have from this. You know, like, I also don't think Aziz needs to be like, you know, thrown in jail or even like really, you know, denied like professional opportunities due to this situation. However, I do think he has a responsibility to have the conversation and to be open and to use your platform to make people's decision makings around sex and consent more like healthy. I think he had an opportunity and a responsibility, and he never really like did that, which I understand. I mean, it's a hard thing to do. It's a hard thing to talk about your riz and your sexual, like, you know, how you act in a sexual situation. The deets are very interesting, and like, again, it's wrong. Like, you should not make women feel uncomfortable. You should not pressure people into doing something that they said no to. You know what I mean? Like, these are clear problems. You shouldn't do that. You know. Yeah, Aziz was in Parks and Rec. And he also had a good show called Master of None, which was great. I didn't watch after these allegations because I heard he wasn't in it. But, you know, I think he could have used Master of None was like a very good nuanced show about modern dating. And I thought he could have used it to like actually directly address the situation, but I didn't see that happening.
Against him.
Best-selling British author Neil Gaiman has released a statement denying he has ever engaged in non-consensual sex.
Going on without him. I think he rejoined in a later season, but the immediate season after this was like, I think Lena Waithe became the main character, and he was involved in the back end. Like he was involved creatively, but not as a not. I think he was not like the main character anymore.
About the cancellations, criminal convictions, and fall.
Who's the creator of this essay? This is Olayemi Olurin, who is an amazing YouTuber. We stan Olayemi. I defend her, and I think she's great. She's an abolitionist. She takes it to Eric Adams and radio interviews and shit. It's fucking awesome.
Many a male celebrity. When thinking of the Me Too era, while figures like Bill Cosby, Harvey Weinstein, and R. Kelly might be who come to your mind first, it's Aziz Ansari's story.
I don't know if she still is, but she used to be a public defender.
Aziz's story has a lot to do with all of us. How did Aziz Ansari go from wearing a Time's Up pin at the Golden Globe Awards at the height of his career to support the Me Too movement, only to end up outed as a sexual abuser himself? Well, we created him.
Yeah, the Eric Adams interview was so good. And as somebody who's like very interested in local politics, it was just perfect. Chef's kiss, bro.
In the year 2025, by this point, I think many people have probably heard the term rape culture at some point.
Yep.
But I'm not sure many people know what it means. It refers to
yeah, this is exactly the convo that I'm so glad she made this. Like the convo around rape culture and just like the basic ways that men have been taught to pursue women and to like, pursue sexual relationships with women is toxic as fuck. It's patriarchy. It is.
The idea that rape and sexual abuse are commonplace and normalized in our communities, as well as media and entertainment, as the result of the community's attitudes and misunderstandings about gender, sexuality, gender roles, and sex. And I think Aziz Ansari's accuser's story perfectly illustrates how our society, our cultural understanding or misunderstanding of sex, and how we go about teaching boys and men to pursue sex, to see women, as well as how we go about teaching girls and women about sex, create scenarios where people are casually, regularly, and most importantly and insidiously, unintentionally engaging in sexually inappropriate and coercive conduct,
yes,
i.e. rape culture. But before we talk,
I think this is like the core of it too, is that it is like Aziz's situation, while definitely wrong and definitely transgressive, I would never want to be a woman in the situation that the victim in Aziz's situation is in. I would never want to be in that situation, however, at the same time, it is like almost like an implicit, like, I don't know. Once you guys hear the details, we'll be able to talk about it more.
About Aziz and the world that made him possible. Let's first take a look at this story about the 4B movement in South Korea. More and more women are choosing this.
We're gonna watch the ad also,
South Korean patriarchal
because we love Olayemi.
Reports also show that following Donald Trump's 2024 election, interest in the 4B movement surged among American women. You can read this article and more on Ground News, today's sponsor and my source of research for productions like these, because not only does their app and website let you compare how the media is framing any given story worldwide and get context on each source, in this
yeah, a little bit, definitely.
Everyone is targeting you with clickbait and misinformation, where it's hard to tell what's real, what's fake news, and what's just straight up propaganda, and maybe even AI. A tool like Ground News is invaluable, especially when I'm researching something as sensitive as the Me Too movement, the 4B movement, and the horrible things that they were created to address. Follow along at ground.news/Olay. Comparing coverage is interesting. Of the 145 sources, only 16% are right-leaning, making this a potential blind spot for that side. And when we take a look at headlines, we can see the right emphasizing language around sex and abortion rights, while the left highlights the rising interest in the US. If you scroll down, you can also see the factuality.
I mean, this stuff is even like more like, it's not even just that like there aren't, like the right wing genuinely doesn't really talk about foreign policy. I think if you looked at this website and did like an examination of different things about news stories about foreign nations in general, the right wing is not going to be covering it nearly as much as like quote unquote, you know, liberal or left leaning sources are. And it kind of all goes back to that circle, that dumbass circle heat map that everybody loves to post on Twitter.
And ownership of the sources.
Like where the left they care about people who are, just because they're people. We care about humans. We're not like, you know, we don't preferentialize their proximity to us in our you know, extension of our empathy to
news really cannot be beat because it makes it easy for me to make sure that I am not just spewing unsubstantiated mess or being biased and trifling, which is why it was a no-brainer to go with them for today's sponsor. They are subscriber funded, so you will not see any ads on the website, which contributes to sensationalism and clickbait reporting. By subscribing, you're not only getting an amazing resource, but you're supporting their work directly and helping keep media reporting honest. Go to ground.news/Olay or scan the QR code on screen to subscribe. Ground News is giving my viewers 40% off.
Someone sent a link to the heat map you're mentioning. I haven't seen it. I won't be able to find it, but
available for a limited time, so you better jump on it.
That's pretty stupid.
This video, Ground News. I often see posts on social media about how rape is the one inexcusable crime that's never accidental, that's always clear cut and black and white. Those discussions always interest me, not just as a criminal defense attorney, but more as someone who has seen reasonable minds disagree and be unable to arrive at a consensus on whether something is rape and how or whether it should be punished, because the way we think about and engage in sex in our real lives can often run in conflict with the law and consent. I remember being in my criminal law class during my first year of law school when the class erupted into debate and split opinions all over the room over whether different incidents in our casebook were rape, what the law should be as it pertained to rape, and how the laws about rape and consent didn't often reflect real life. Let me explain what I mean. Rape isn't universally defined. Different places in the country have different definitions of what rape is, what consent is, and thus what was legally considered rape and how or if it would be punished. For example, there was a Baltimore case we read that stuck with me. The State versus Rusk. The facts of the case went something like this. A woman offered a male acquaintance named Rusk a ride home. When she arrived at his home and parked to let him out, the man insisted she come inside, locked her door, and took her keys and turned her car off and demanded she go in the house or she wouldn't get her keys back. Afraid, and like she had no other choice, she eventually went in the house with him, but she continued to plead with him that she wanted to leave, but he told her to stay. He eventually began undressing her and kissing her while she cried, and she asked him if he would let her go without killing her if she did what he told her, and he told her that
that's rape.
So she proceeded to have sex with him because she was afraid for her life. A jury initially convicted the man of rape, but a court of appeals reversed the conviction because rape in Baltimore is considered sex by physical force or threat of physical force. And that appeals court felt that despite the situational evidence of the man taking her keys, forcing her to go inside his home, kissing and undressing her while she cried and pleaded to go home, and affirmatively recognizing that she feared for her life because she explicitly asked him if he would let her go without killing her if she did what he wanted, and him replying yes, that there wasn't sufficient evidence that he raped her because he did not actually physically force her or explicitly threaten to physically force her. Most of my class agreed that this was the wrong decision, that the woman had been raped. Most of the class agreed that a rape law that defined rape as only being rape if there was physical force was a bad one, because it leads to outcomes like the one above, where people are coerced and scared into sexual acts they do not consent to. And what's scary and worth mentioning is that this definition of rape that we're recognizing as problematic, sex by physical force without consent, is an upgrade from the old definition of rape, which was sex by force without consent and the utmost resistance, which basically meant that victims had to physically...
Yeah, if victims don't fight hard enough, that's the definition. Jesus Christ.
Fight off their attackers for it to be considered rape, which of course would expose them to more danger and a greater...
Okay, but even if they don't land this charge, surely there are a litany of other charges from this situation that this guy will be hit with, right? Surely, like kidnapping, you know, like all like sexual assault at the very, like, surely, right? I'm not even being ironic or like facetious with the surely. Like, please tell me, right?
likelihood of being killed, but it is also reflective of an underlying belief by the lawmakers that some level of coercion or cajoling hesitant women who were resistant into sex was normal, which is why it had to be the utmost resistance to count as rape. This is rape culture. Now, what was interesting is despite the fact that most people in my class saw that legal definition of rape as problematic because it leads to outcomes like the one above, many of those same people saw issues with rape laws designed to avoid those kinds of outcomes, like what New Jersey has. New Jersey has something called affirmative consent, which means that in New Jersey, rape isn't just sex without consent. Rape is sex without affirmative consent, meaning it doesn't make it consensual sex just because the person didn't say no or didn't explicitly not consent. They need to explicitly say yes, they want to have sex for you to have consent. Even though this law is designed to make sure there are no gray areas or confusion about whether sex
is how it should be always, chat. And I mean this. I'm like, it's something that you need to internalize, is that consent is actually very fucking sexy. Like leaning in, you know what I mean? Like getting to the barrier of what is like, you know what I mean? Like, and asking and just being like, hey, can I kiss you? Like, that's fucking sexy. If the moment is there, that's like the sexiest thing that anybody can hear. I'm telling you so much. Like, for real. Like, and the whole time, like, you know, it's hot. Like, get used to talking to each other. It's sexy. It's hot. It's really good. Like, it works. It's really good.
Or not. Many people in my class pointed out that that's not how most sexual encounters happen in real life. People aren't.
It's not that way normally. And listen, I'm speaking as a guy who's done this for a long time. Like some women from way back, like they don't even know how to respond to that kind of thing. They are consenting, but like I've had people tell me, don't stop asking me if it's okay. And I'm like, I want to know if I refuse to stop. No, it's weird, but like, this is how you should do it. Like, I'm telling you. And like, it's a part of it. I don't know.
Mid whatever they're doing to say, so you want to have sex? Many men in the class said that stopping foreplay or whatever they do to ask a woman
it's not stopping foreplay. It's not. If it's stopping it to you, then you have no riz. Like you need to learn this part of the riz and like figure it out. Like it's not. It's a part of foreplay. It is foreplay.
Whether she wanted to have
it's sex. Not. It's the same thing. It's a whole part of it, you know?
Would be a mood killer and likely cause women who wanted to have sex not to want to anymore. And both men and women in my class discussed this kind of song and dance that happens in many of our sexual experiences, where women don't want to explicitly say they want to have sex and sort of pretend to be cajoled into it. Don't worry, we're gonna get back to this. So even though there was some consensus about whether it was rape in the state versus Russ case, that consensus was gone by the time we analyzed a Pennsylvania case called the Commonwealth versus Berkowitz. In Pennsylvania, rape is sex by force without consent. But force here doesn't mean just physical force. It means forcible compulsion, meaning that there needs to be force or some kind of threat. In the Berkowitz case, the bare-bone facts loosely go something like this. Berkowitz and the young woman he was alleged to have raped were college sophomores at the time the incident took place. What the woman alleges happened is that she went to her boyfriend's dorm lounge to meet him, but he wasn't there. So she went to his room to find him. She said that she knocked on the door several times, but no one answered. So she wrote a note to her boyfriend, then knocked again. She still received no answer.
Long live
so this time,
Mowsy Bong, thank you for the gifted sub.
Gifted a tier
I like that. That's a good username.
She tried the doorknob, which was unlocked. She said she then went into the room and saw someone lying on the bed with a pillow over his head, and she said she thought it was her boyfriend, but it was actually his roommate Berkowitz. She said she then asked Berkowitz which dresser was her boyfriend's, and then she left a note she had written. She said Berkowitz then asked her to hang out for a while, so she did. But then Berkowitz started making certain advances at her, such as kissing her and lifting up her shirt and bra and fondling her. She said she then said no once, but they continued making out, and that eventually Berkowitz got up and locked the door. She took her own pants off, and they had sex, and she never physically tried to stop or resist him.
LCM Marvel, thank you for the tier 1.
but she did say no.
Elsie
She
Marvel.
then alleged that he came on her and she left the room and went to the lobby where she ran into her boyfriend, who she then told that Berkowitz raped her, and he called the police. Now, the class got really into the weeds fighting about this case, and people truly were divided. People saw the facts very differently. Some people saw Berkowitz locking the door as similar to Russ taking his victim's keys, while others argued that someone getting up to lock the door before they have sex is typical behavior, especially when you have a roommate, and an indicator that she knew they were going to have sex. Some people saw her continuing to make out with Berkowitz while saying no, but also having taken off her own pants as reflective of the fact that she didn't really mean no, but was just doing a song and dance young women and men often do. Some people argued that the woman only said it was rape because she ran into her boyfriend. Some people argued that it was obviously rape because she said no, even if she proceeded to make out with him and didn't physically try to stop him. There was even some debate about whether the young woman had gone to the room looking for Berkowitz in the first place, and there was some debate about whether or not they engaged in oral sex meant that it couldn't be rape, because people had a hard time.
Okay, well, hold on.
I'm wrapping their head around the idea that people could be engaging in oral sex non-consensually, and I find that really interesting because there was a case, it happened while I was in college at Ohio University. I remember there was a girl on Court Street. They video recorded a guy going down on her, and it was viral everywhere, and she said that, she was drunk, it was not consensual, it was rape. The campus was torn over that. Like, there was no ability to process that, like, because I guess how people perceive oral sex, or you're being pleasured or something, you know what I mean, that it could be rape. And I'm mentioning that specifically because I think that's something interesting for us to chew on and unpack in this discussion of rape culture. Anyway, what stood out to me about this debate and has always stuck with me isn't what conclusions people arrived at. It's the fact that even many of us who thought it was rape, or at least some kind of sexually inappropriate behavior, still understood how there could be confusion in the mind of Berkowitz and others, because
that's an American thing. I think, yeah, probably. We're a little bit more, Germans have the opposite mindset. Ooh, in what way? That's interesting. I think in America, while we obviously do a lot of oral sex, it's like, still seen as, especially for women, like going down on your partner, it is more, is formal. We don't think of it as such a private thing. Yeah. That's what I think we're on the same page. Yeah, we're on the same page. Also, like, I will say, like, this case is a lot more nuanced in some ways. Like, it's still, she said no, so there's like, she revoked consent there, but like, I think it's like in that moment, and like, it's fucking weird how some people like to like exist in like a gray area of that, where it's like, I don't like, I'm obviously participating in this, but I don't like know if I want to. Like, that actually is a turn on and a kink for some people. If they say no, just stop. Yes. Obviously. Yes. Obviously, yes. But this is like, that didn't happen.
So many of our sexual experiences and practices mirror these kinds of blurred lines. So much of this is normalized, and this is what rape culture actually is.
That's also true too, is that's what I was trying to say earlier with like a lot of people like this, is that this is just really, really normalized. Like, this situation, very much super normal.
Is. Because as insane as it should sound to reasonable minds that we have to debate whether it was rape because of XYZ reason, even though a woman said no, it's a reflection of so many of our sexual experiences. I can think back to so many of my own experiences as a young woman where I wanted to have sex but didn't feel comfortable just exploring my sexuality or desiring sex in fear of being judged or slut-shamed, so it felt necessary for it to seem like the boy's idea or at his request or insistence, where it was part of the process for me to be convinced or reasoned with to do anything sexual. How many young boys and men are taught that they're basically supposed to talk women into having sex, to cajole them, to manipulate them, to wear them down, to run games?
I'm telling you, every man is taught this. It's not even a question of how many, it's every single one. Have you watched a movie before? Have you watched a film at any time? Yeah, dude, like, you heard of James Bond? Okay, you've been taught this. Like, this is the way that people are taught to be. And even worse now than before, because before it was just in James Bond movies and like, I mean, basically it's in every movie. So you're replicating the things you've seen on TV. But now you're getting it like explicitly fed to you, and in a political way that's that's advocating for this. With like the Manosphere podcast systems, you know, like you are taught to not only like you're not only is this like, you know, implicitly or implicitly like encouraged through like normal film and like all narrative that you watch about like relationships, especially from the 90s and early 2000s, you know, and before. It gets worse the further back you go, obviously. But like, you know, now there's this manosphere that's like defending this, like, you know, it's actually a political stance to not ask for consent and to not care about consent. And that like there's like some like, you know, responsibility that like women have to give pussy to fucking loser men. You know, like they're entitled to it, bro. It's so fucking gross, bro. It's so gross.
How many men are taught that this is?
And also, it's like, bro, like I can't imagine having a daughter right now. If I had a daughter, dude, I would be the dad that's like, no, you can't date. My standards would be so high, and of course that never works. They're gonna date who they want, you know. But it's like I would just be like, I need his YouTube history. Every boy you bring home, I need their YouTube history right now. You know, I would be that guy. Like, yeah, for sure.
This is what game is.
Show me their algo, right?
Young boys are basically raised to be on a quest to try to get as many women to sleep with them as possible, but sex isn't portrayed as something women want just as much as men, or voluntarily engage in because we want to. Sex, virginity, it's all taught as something that's taken from girls and women. Think of men's coming of age movies like the American Pie films, or even the movies for older men like Wedding Crashers, or any of Barney's hijinks and How I Met Your Mother. Shoots, Barney and Ted. Or even cartoons like Pepe Le Pew and Johnny Bravo.
Say, baby, how's about you and I?
It's all about how boys and men can trick women into sex. And our media mirrors real life, where girls are taught to be ashamed of or hide sexual desires, where we're taught to play coy and engage in this little song and dance where we don't or can't enthusiastically want or ask for sex, even if we want sex. So the mixed signals become part of this little song and dance we play. And that, my friends, is the breeding ground for rape. This is what we mean when we say we live in a rape culture, that our attitudes about sex and gender foster practices that unwittingly create sexual abusers and sexual abuse victims. In rape culture, our culture, the responsibility to protect ourselves from what boys and men are being trained to do is often placed on young girls and women. Young girls are taught to protect their virginity from boys and men who want to take it. Girls and women are shamed for being manipulated by men. For buying into the game, men have been trained to sell them. Young girls are expected to hide their changing bodies from boys and men who wish to objectify them. And they're shamed if they don't. They're adultified. The adultification of children, particularly Black girls, is something I believe is under-discussed in the context of rape culture. It's the reason more adults spent time criticizing and shaming a 12-year-old Blue Ivy and the appropriateness of her dress because of her changing body than they did discussing her father being accused of raping a 13-year-old.
True. While God damn.
Boys and men are
I actually didn't know it. I didn't know people were talking about Blue Ivy like that, but that is such a fucking mic drop moment. What a point.
To treat the world as a sexual playground where they should accumulate as many partners as possible, not even because they truly desire sex or multiple partners, but as a means of affirming their masculinity and sense of dominance over weaker men as well as women. Young girls and women are never encouraged to explore their sexuality or sexual needs, to enthusiastically, intentionally, or vocally pursue sex. But
no,
instead,
they're actually shamed for it.
We're taught to treat sex as leverage in a negotiation for some larger kind of commitment we must want because we're women. It's never even conceived of that we could or should want to have sex for wanting to have sex sake, that we could or should have multiple sex partners. It's never conceived of that we should voluntarily be giving away sex if we're not getting something else out of it, because surely the sex in and of itself can't be what we get out of it, because boys and men aren't even being taught to see pleasing the women they sleep with as a requirement for sex. The women are just conquests. And I think a perfect illustration of everything I've discussed thus far is Aziz Ansari, which is a name you probably haven't heard of in a while because, well, where is Aziz? That's the question I recently asked a friend of mine after he crossed my mind out the blue. I wasn't sure if he'd actually disappeared from the public or if I just hadn't checked up on him recently. So I looked into it, and he really has been virtually MIA since his last Netflix comedy special, which came after he was accused by a woman of pressuring her into sexual acts. Although, since I decided to look into where he's been, he has since announced an upcoming comedy tour. Of the many men in Hollywood to be accused of some form of sexually inappropriate behavior, the Aziz Ansari allegations are particularly interesting to me because the actual story of what happened between Aziz Ansari and the woman who accused him of assault are so remnant of a lot of people's everyday sexual experiences that we haven't been taught to see as coercive, including my own. I asked earlier, how did Aziz Ansari go from wearing a Time's Up pin at the Golden Globes to support the Me Too movement to being outed as a sexual abuser himself? Well, ironically enough,
yeah, it's because a lot of men don't know what, like, they can commit sexual assault and never think about it again because they don't even understand what that was for the woman. Like, they just don't. The disconnect is that broad because to the man, they're doing what they've been told to do. Like, they're doing what they think is right. Like, I'm not saying that in like a, I'm not saying it's right. I don't think it's right, but it's what they think is right because they've watched it happen on TV, and the man carries on with his life and wins the girl in the end. That's how it goes. So this is what we've been told to do.
Him wearing that pin and the apparent contradiction of it is what propelled his accuser to speak up. Aziz Ansari's accuser was a 23-year-old Brooklyn photographer.
Mr. Perry,
who published
exactly.
her own account of what happened to her in Babe.net. In her own words, this is what happened. She met Ansari at an event, and he brushed her off at first. But after he realized they both brought the same kind of camera to the event, an old model from the 80s, he was impressed. They flirted a little, he took 2 pictures of her, she snapped some of him, and then she and her date went back to the dance floor. She said it was like one of those things where you're aware of the other person all night. We would catch eyes every now and then. They ran into each other one last time, right as Grace was leaving. Her real identity is not known to us. Grace is an alias used for the story. At Ansari's suggestion, Grace put her number in his phone. When her plane landed back in New York the next day, she already had a message from him. They exchanged flirtatious banter over text for a week or so before he asked her to go out with him on Monday, September 25th. The date didn't go as planned. The night would end with Grace in an Uber home, in tears, messaging her friends about how Ansari behaved. She spoke to Babe.net where she published this story. They spoke to the first friend she told about it and reviewed the messages on her phone. The day after the incident, she wrote a long text to Ansari saying, quote, "I just want to take this moment to make you aware of your behavior and how uneasy it made me." To that message, Ansari responds, "Clearly, I misread things in the moment and I am truly sorry." The mobile phone number from which his texts to her were sent matches up with his details on a searchable public register. They spoke to Grace and she said, "When we met, Ansari had just won Best Actor for his Netflix show Master of None at the Golden Globes, where he declared his support for the fight against sexual assault and harassment by wearing a Time's Up pin on the red carpet." Grace said it was—
Yeah, like Master of None was very, like, it is 100% within the themes of the show to grapple with sexual assault, to grapple with these kinds of moments. Like, that's what was so frustrating to me, is that I never watched after this happened, but I never heard, like, I followed up on it and like would read the plot descriptions and stuff, and I never heard it being really like directly referenced or talked about. He wrote a modern love book. Yeah, that's what I mean. This was his thing.
It was surreal to be meeting up with Ansari, a successful comedian and major celebrity, and she was excited for their date.
And I feel like he cowered away from it or listened to bad advice. I think he listened to bad advice. I think his managers, the producers of the show, like everybody in Hollywood was probably like, no, don't do that. You stand to lose more than you stand to gain. And that is true, but it's also like, bro, you're this is like, it's like artist responsibility, like we need to have this conversation as a culture. I'm uniquely positioned to provide a piece of medium that we can have, like a piece of media that we can all have the conversation around. Like I have to do this. That's how you should feel if you're an artist, like, no, like we need to do this because it's what the culture needs right now, and I'm in the position to be able to talk about it, like,
co-workers about the date and consulted her go-to group chat about what she should wear to fit the cocktail chic dress code he gave her. She settled on a tank top dress and jeans. After arriving at his apartment in Manhattan on Monday evening, they exchanged small talk and drank wine. It was white, she said. I didn't get to choose and I prefer red, but it was...
Yeah, and I think Uncleave, a lot of people reacted this way. And it's not even wrong. Like, this is normal. It probably has happened to a lot of people in the chat, and you and yeah, like, I don't doubt that at all. However, it's something that we should change. Like, that's the point, right? Is that if we want to create a culture in which this is not normalized, in which we have more wholesome and like holistic and meaningful sexual encounters with each other, right? And that people aren't left feeling like shit afterwards, right? Like, that's the point. I'm losing my mind because I don't know what happened. All right, let's just play it through then.
White wine.
I am
Then
kind of
Ansari
fucking this
walked her
react
to
up.
Grand Banks, an oyster bar on board a historic wooden schooner on the Hudson River just a few blocks away. She said it was a beautiful, warm September night. They discussed NYU, comedy, and a new secret project he was working on. She said she did most of the talking. Grace said she sensed Ansari was eager for them to leave. She said when the waiter came over, he quickly asked for the check, and he said, let's get off this boat. She recalls that there was still wine in her glass and more left in the bottle he ordered. The abruptness surprised her. Like, he got the check and then it was bada boom, bada bing, we're out of there. They walked the 2 blocks back to his apartment building, an exclusive address on Tribeca's Franklin Street. When they walked back in, she complimented his marble countertops. According to Grace, Ansari turned the compliment into an invitation. He said something along the lines of, how about you hop up and take a seat? Within moments, he was kissing her. She said in a second, his hand was on my breast. Then he was undressing her, then he undressed himself. She remembers feeling uncomfortable at how quickly things escalated. When Ansari told her he was going to grab a condom within minutes of their first kiss, Grace voiced her hesitation explicitly. She said, I said something like, whoa, let's relax for a second, let's chill. She says he then resumed kissing her, briefly performed oral sex on her, and asked her to do the same thing to him. She did, but not for long. She said it was really quick. Everything was pretty much touched and done within 10 minutes of hooking up, except for actual sex. She says Ansari began making a move on her that he repeated during their encounter. The move he kept doing, she says, was taking his 2 fingers in a V shape and putting them in my throat to wet his fingers, because the moment he'd stick his fingers in my throat, he'd go straight for my vagina and try to finger me. Grace called the move the claw. Ansari also physically pulled her hand toward his penis multiple times throughout the night, from the time he first kissed her on the countertop onward. He probably moved my hand to his dick 5 to 7 times, she said. He really kept doing it after I moved it away. But the main thing was that he wouldn't let her move away from him. She compared the path they cut across his apartment to a football play. She said it was 30 minutes of me getting up and moving and him following and sticking his fingers down my throat again. It was really repetitive. It felt like a game.
Jesus.
Throughout the course of her short time in the apartment, she said she used verbal and non-verbal cues to indicate how uncomfortable and distressed she was. She said most of my discomfort was expressed in me pulling away and mumbling. I know that my hand stopped moving at some point, she said. I stopped moving my lips and turned cold. Whether Ansari didn't notice Grace's reticence or knowingly ignored it is impossible for her to say. I know I was physically giving off cues that I wasn't interested. I don't think that was noticed at all, or if it was ignored. Ansari wanted to have sex. She said she remembered him asking again and again, where do you want me to f you? While she was still seated on the countertop. She said she found the question tough to answer because she said she didn't want to f him at all. I wasn't really even thinking of that. I didn't want to be engaged in that with him, but he kept asking, so I said, next time. And he goes, oh, you mean second date? And I go, oh yeah, sure. And he goes, well, if I poured you another glass of wine now, would it count as our second date? He then poured her a glass and handed it to her. She excused herself to the bathroom soon after. Grace says she spent around 5 minutes in the bathroom collecting herself in the mirror and splashing herself with water. Then she went back to Ansari. He asked her if she was okay, and she said, I said I don't want to feel forced because then I'll hate you and I'd rather not hate you. She told Babe that at first she was happy with how he reacted. He said, oh, of course, it's only fun if we're both having fun. The response was technically very sweet and acknowledging the fact that I was very uncomfortable. So verbally in that moment, he acknowledged that I needed to take it slow. Then he said, let's just chill over there on the couch. This moment is particularly significant for Grace because she thought that would be the end of the sexual encounter. Her remark about not wanting to feel forced had added a verbal component to the cue she was trying to give him about her discomfort. When she sat down on the floor next to Ansari, who sat on the couch, she thought he might rub her back or play with her hair, something to calm her down. Ansari instructed her to turn around. He sat back and pointed to his penis and motioned for me to go down on him, and I did. I think I just felt really pressured. It was literally the most unexpected thing I thought would happen at that moment because I told him I was uncomfortable. Soon he pulled her back up onto the couch. She would tell her friend via text later that night. He made out with me again and says, "Doesn't look like you hate me." Halfway into the encounter, he led her from the couch to a different part of his apartment. He said he had to show her something. Then he brought her to a large mirror, bent her over and asked her again, "Where do you want me to f you? Do you want me to f you right here?" He rammed his penis against her ass while he said it, pantomiming intercourse. She said, "I just remember looking in the mirror and seeing him behind me. He was very much caught up in the moment and I obviously very much wasn't. After he bent me over is when I stood up and said, 'No, I don't think I'm ready to do this.' And he said, 'How about we just chill, but this time with our clothes on?' They got dressed, sat side by side on the couch they'd already chilled on, and he turned on an episode of Seinfeld. She'd never seen it before. She said that's when the reality of what was going on sank in. It really hit me that I was violated. I felt really emotional all at once when we sat down there, that whole experience was actually horrible. While the TV played in the background, he kissed her again, stuck his fingers down her throat again, and moved to undo her pants. She turned away. She remembers feeling in a different mindset at that point.
Get the fucking
I remember
signal,
saying,
man.
"You guys are all the same. You guys are all the same." And Sari asked her what she meant, and when she turned to answer, she says he met her with gross, forceful kisses. After that last kiss, Grace stood up from the couch, moved back to the kitchen island where she left her phone and said she would call herself a car. He hugged her and kissed her goodbye, another aggressive kiss. When she pulled away, he finally relented and insisted he'd call her the car. He said, "It's coming, but just tell them your name is Essence." She said, a name he has joked about using as a pseudonym in his sitcom. She teared up in the hallway outside his place, pressing the down button on the elevator. The Uber was waiting when she left the building. He asked if she was Essence. She said yes, and then she rode back to her Brooklyn apartment. I cried the whole ride home. At that point, I felt violated. That last hour was so out of my hand. Reading Aziz Ansari's accuser's account of what she experienced really struck me because I've been her. I know many women who've been her. In fact, I've been her many times, and I think there's something especially painful, startling, and even like panic-inducing when you actually realize that you've been her, that you've had sexual experiences that weren't so consensual, where you felt situationally pressured to do something, where someone ignored your quiet protests, your pulling away, your gentle excuses to leave, so you just got it over with, and you tell yourself it was consensual.
And it's also like you need, like, as men, as Aziz, as anybody, you need to understand this. You need to understand how prevalent this is. You need to understand how women feel going through situations like this. Like, it's not, you need to process this, and you need to fucking check your friends who might be like capable of this. Like, it's on us. Like, you know, it's true. We need, like, these are the things you need to understand. For real.
Or maybe you repress the memories altogether. Or you work up the strength like Aziz Ansari's accuser did, like I've done, to tell a man you didn't like what he did, that you didn't want to have sex with him, that he ignored your indications that you didn't want to do that. I've been Grace, and I understand plain as day why what Aziz Ansari did was a violation and the trauma that comes with that. And I also understand exactly how Ansari could have somehow believed what he was doing was okay. He believed it was okay because it was normal in the rape culture that we live in that constantly affirms that kind of conduct. Reading Grace's account of the night, I understood immediately that Aziz likely began that night thinking sex was the foregone conclusion, that he took her to a bar near his apartment and rushed through the date because it was just a formality in his mind, a precursor to the sex he thought was implied. I know exactly how he would have seen it as perfectly normal to immediately start trying to rush her into sex the minute they entered his home because he thought it was implied that he wants to have sex and would be getting sex if he took this young woman home. In his mind, he figured she should know that he wanted to have sex by taking her for drinks and bringing her back there. I actually could believe that he somehow believed that her many feigned attempts at getting him to slow down was just an act. I understand it because those are the norms that create the rape culture we call our dating culture. Those are the norms I've experienced as a woman dating in New York City, but it's not unique to New York City. I think, just as my class had no trouble convicting Rusk, but struggled to convict Berkowitz, I think there are many people who maybe had a much easier time condemning or seeing as monsters other men who've been accused of sexual assault, like the R. Kellys and the Bill Cosbys and the Weinsteins and the Epsteins, but might have struggled to see what Aziz Ansari did the same way.
King Henry, thank you for the 5 gifted, man.
Many of us see and feel about our own
It's a good day to have a good day.
sexual experiences. So
Thank
many
you.
of us would be
King Nine
horrified
Henry
to
gifted a
realize
tier
that
1
we've been either
subscription
Aziz or
username.
Grace, to realize that the things we thought were consensual or normal trials and tribulations of the dating world are bad. In fact, I know this because I stumbled on a New York Times op-ed by a woman refusing to see what Aziz did as sexual assault because she said it would mean that we've all been sexually assaulted. She
Yeah, like there was so much of this.
was so close.
How bad is the Aziz situation? I mean, it's bad. He definitely was like crossing boundaries and like made this woman feel awful. It makes so much sense that she has trauma and is like upset by the situation. It's worse than I remember, to be honest. You know, going through all the details like that again, it's very, very not good. Like, it's bad. But it is also true that it's like, it's like this is the culture. This is rape culture. This is not far out from many people's experiences with sex. Not, and that's what's like so sad about it, and that's why we need to talk about it. You know, that's why we need to talk about it. We need to understand that this isn't okay, and that it's guys, it's fine. You waiting another date is a good thing. Like, I promise. You know,
Close to getting it, and that's
like your partner, like in so many ways, like what Aziz is quoted as saying. Like, it's not fun unless we're both having fun is the truth. It's the truth is truth. And it's so bizarre that he would say that in like while he's actively ignoring this person's like signals and everything, you know?
That's really what I want us to tackle. This video is not about trying to convince you Aziz Ansari is or isn't a monster. Quite the opposite, really. I'm trying to point out how our society unwittingly creates Azizes, even to the shock and dismay of the Azizes themselves, men who think they're against rape, that they support victims. Because in our society,
Right,
rape, sexual assault, and rape culture isn't always as clear and openly evil as the monster who physically attacks you or locks your car door. It comes in the forms of boys and men who've been taught to believe they're supposed to wear you down for sex, that your nose are just a game, a song and dance you're doing for them to wear you down because you're not a sexual being who can, should, or will explicitly say you want to have sex. It comes in the form of men who think that they're entitled to have sex with you if you go out with them. It's necessary that we teach everyone, maybe even boys and men in particular, but everyone, that they need enthusiastic consent and that they should not be trying to manipulate, cajole, wear down, and finesse people into having sex with them. It's necessary, but it's not enough. We must also teach everyone that girls and women are sexual beings who can and should feel empowered to expressly want sex if they want.
If they want it, yeah. Like, right. That's a big part of this too, is that, right, the way that women are incentivized and shamed for wanting sex. And so they have to like, there's like this implicit like, expectation of like reluctance, like they have to be reluctant, right? And that adds to the confusion, that adds to everything like not going the way they should. Then it is a part of it. We should teach women that your sexual desire is not something to be ashamed of, and that if you want sex you should be able to get it. Like, it's, you know, but you should say that you want it, you know. Yeah, like that's not something that's shameful. That's not something that's like bad. But like I said before, like there's an entire ecosystem of manosphere content creators now who are like explicitly putting these kinds of rigid like rape culture concepts back into the public sphere in a really, really insidious way. And it's harmful. We're going backwards on both of these things. Teaching men to prioritize your partner's sexual like pleasure in a situation, that's going backwards. That's being set back, yes. And also the idea of like body count, shaming women for having sex, shaming women for being sexual creatures, that is also being set back. That I feel like is more common now than ever before.
Tend not to.
And it also is like, yeah, this is why Zoomers aren't fucking. You see data that's like Zoomers aren't fucking as much as the other generations, and it's like, well, you know, look at the places they're going to learn about this stuff on the internet. You know,
to want sex, or to be embarrassed, or to express that, or to feel compelled to do a song and dance. They shouldn't have to feel like sex is something that's taken from them or theirs to give away. We have to recognize how our sexist and gendered ideas about sex not only leave people vulnerable to being abused, it creates the abusers. We can't stop rape without understanding what rape culture is, how it functions, and how we root it out.
True. Another absolute fucking gas banger from Olayemi. Please. Oh yeah, thank you. Please, please, please go subscribe. Give it an up, dude. Give it all the up votes. This one probably doesn't. FD signifier in the replies. This one probably doesn't come up as much because it's brushed against. Because it brushed up against the reality of how sex works for so many people. And it's easier to just make it a binary issue. Either you're Diddy or you're perfectly fine. This is the truth, too. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah, it's true. Anyway, I got a few short videos to watch here. First off, new from Lady Izdihar. Amazing video. I loved this video. Leftist protest fashion through the decades. Nobody's doing her. She has such an awesome, unique angle on leftism that I love so much.
Revolution has always been well-dressed. Today, we're looking into the fashion of leftist protests through the decades. In the 1910s, garment workers, many of them women, were fighting for better wages, safer conditions, and an end to brutal hours. They organized strikes and protests, showing up in their best attire. Long skirts, crisp shirts, and ties, looking sharp was a statement of their dignity and determination. The Great Depression brought hardship, but also resistance. Communist parties at this time were well-organized and kitted out, but fascism was on the rise. Organizing got dangerous. This satchel, it's not just for literature. Having a plan and the means to protect yourself was, unfortunately, a necessity. The 1950s Red Scare meant blending in. No berets, no red flags, just your average good woman. But don't be fooled. This purse, it's hiding Soviet pamphlets. Undercover chic was the name of the game, because sometimes survival was the most revolutionary act of all. The new left of the 1970s brought radical style to the forefront. Inspired by the Black Panthers and the Brown Berets, this kind of look has lasted through time. The beret, a symbol of resistance. Sunglasses, purely iconic. Fighting the system could look good. Protest fashion has evolved with the times. Hoodies, masks, and anonymous gear are essential because fighting fascism in the age of surveillance means protecting your identity. This look is about practicality and mobility. Our enemy's technology has advanced, and so has ours. These days, on the ground, we have to forego vanity. But that's okay. So, comrades, what's your revolutionary look? And which decade was your favorite? Let me know in the comments. Revolution has always been
So sick. It's so great. Also, chat, did you see this? Breaking. I was just forwarded a confidential source that alleges Candace Owens, an infamous transphobic commentator, is allegedly transgender herself. You can't make this up. Ian Miles wrong, living up to his name. Candace Owens. Wait, what? Also, the first comment. Doesn't she have a baby? Nope. Stop looking into it. Stop telling me facts. Stop. The school picture background, I know. Also, I haven't watched this yet, but this video was posted by a friend of mine. A homeowner in Lyons, Illinois approached ICE agents after seeing them patrol his neighborhood and stopped near his home. After the encounter, the agents left without making any apparent arrests. However, they injured him while driving away and took him to McNeil Hospital.
Guys knocking, or you just trying to knock?
Wait, does this start at the beginning? Yeah, there we go.
What are you doing here, bro? Police. Get out of my house. Leave, go. Okay. Go. Stop fucking harassing, bro. Leave. You guys gotta go. So you're fucking, you got my door open? Are you guys knocking, or are you just trying to knock it down?
Is this your house?
This is my house. I live here.
What's your name?
Don't worry about my name. You gotta get up out of here, dude. It's time for you guys to go.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
You guys can leave. Have a good day. Stop trying to break into people's fucking house, dude. I just seen your guy trying to fucking get into my house, bro. What's your name and badge number?
Okay, have a good day, all right?
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Have a good day.
That's what ICE is doing.
Or they didn't identify?
Pathetic, bro. You guys are so pathetic. Yeah, get up out of here. You guys are clowns. Keep on looking. God bless America, right?
I don't know what happened with the injury. We'll see. It ain't over yet, you know. Wait, I guess we don't get the info. But yeah, interesting. Okay, chat, before we jump into the content nuke, we're going to be talking about a lot of this shit through the lens of drama, you know, through Hasan and Ethan. And I just want to play this video from Bisan to kind of just center what this whole thing is really about at the center of it, which is the Palestinian people and they're striving to be liberated from apartheid. And, you know, on this channel, we support the Palestinians. We support them in their struggle, and they deserve, you know, to be treated as humans and to live equally amongst all people. So let's watch this video from Bisan, and then yes, we will be getting into the content nuke. Yes.
Terrifying. I've never expected this. I can't believe it. I know all of these areas because I lived here for 4 months after leaving Khan Yunis, but this is beyond anything that can be understood. Hi everyone, this is Bisan from Gaza. I am still alive, and today is the second day after the ceasefire. Today I am going back to Rafah. People of Rafah were displaced 8 months ago, May 2024, when the Israeli invasion started in Rafah. And then after that, we were not able to go back. And I made a piece talking about Rafah, saying that Rafah will be destroyed, documenting the main places and neighborhoods in Rafah last May also. You cannot allow the Israelis to still bomb Rafah, claiming that people evacuated. Now, we are in Rafah, it's really crowded, and people are still here.
هاي المكان زي ما انت شايفة ولا اشي، مش قادرين نستصلح حاجة. احنا طلعنا من رفح على اساس انه اسبوع ونرجع، ما خدناش ولا اشي معنا ولا حاجة خدنا. حكيت لاولادي روحوا يما استصلحوا اي اشي حتى لو غرفة، بدنا نستر حالنا فيها. زهقنا من الخيام، زهقنا من الرمل، زهقنا من الحشرات اللي بتطلع علينا واحنا نايمين. لما اجوا الاولاد صوروا لي البيت زي هيك، حالة من الصدمة صار معايا، ما توقعتش انها تكون رفح هيك. رفح دمار. هذا البيت انبنى حجر حجر، شايفة كيف حجاره بيلمعوا؟ حجر حجر انبنى. ضلينا 10 سنين قبل الحرب بشهر خلصت كسارته. جوز كان يقول بدي من الطراز الحديث، أنا بدي حجر قدسي، أنا بدي أحقق حلمي في هذا البيت. ما ضلش حلم.
Listen, neither Hasan nor Asmongold are going to Gaza. As somebody who, like, I have done interviews with multiple people who have been to Gaza in the last 10 years, not since October 7th. No, as far as I know, nobody's going to Gaza. You know, like, there are no outside media is allowed in Gaza yet, as far as I know. Nobody who fled is allowed back in, you know what I mean? But the people that I know who have gone in the last 10 years before October 7th, you have to spend like a month at least in Egypt beforehand, like waiting for the day when the crossing is opened, You have to go, and then you go to the crossing. You realize you don't have a paperwork that you need. You have to spend a long time like going back and getting that paperwork from the Egyptian embassy or whatever it is. Like it's a huge process. It's a massive process. It would take months to do, and come on. You guys know how Hasan operates. Although the Japan trip has been a little different. Everything has been pretty tight, but thinking that he would spend like a month and a half or two in Egypt waiting to get in and then get in and then what, you know what I mean? That's like not happening.
طلش كله راح.
I also have a guy trying to convince me. I have a director who's the guy that I was speaking of telling this story. A documentary director who is trying to get me to go also. He's been talking to me about it like every time I see him, and he'll email me about it, and I'm like, I'm down. If it happens, it happens, but I don't know if it's realistic.
So sad. I used to walk in these areas and now I cannot even recognize anything, literally. I don't know where are we now. But on the other hand, I lived like 4 months here, right in this place, right in this neighborhood, in this square. And I barely recognize anything. I recognize the Emirati hospital because one of the buildings of the hospital is still standing with the logo. That's it. This is the only place I recognized in whole Rafah. Look at this. See this place? The yellow place, like a small room. I used to live here in this small room. It was like a small shop. I took it and I lived here. Oh my God, look at the size of the missile. Only the size of it. That's my foot. The US-made bombs is all over the place, and it's not only that they exploded already once. We lost someone yesterday because of the unexploded bombs.
Israel's attacks have left at least 50 million tons of debris, crippling water, sanitation, and hygiene systems. Palestinians have been forced to live amid contaminants like heavy metals, toxins, and asbestos.
والمية اللي كانت تجينا مش نظيفة، وكانت الشوارع كلها عبارة عن مجاري مش أكتر، وكان الأكل الكابونة اللي تجينا عبارة عن معلبات بسلة، ما فيش حاجة تانية، بسلة ولحمة للبسس لمؤاخذة يعني فكرة. بنناشد إن إحنا لازم يطلعونا بما يرضي الله. المجتمعات الإنسانية وين الإنسانيين وين المجتمعات العالم العربي والإسلامي.
Israel has announced it will ban UNRWA, which delivers food, healthcare, and clean water to Gaza.
This is a huge mosque that I used to see even when I am in Mawasi, Khan Yunis. The dome used to be like this. Okay, now that's the mosque. Look, it's huge. It's just straight. Also, another familiar thing you can see whenever you enter a place after the withdrawal is this written there. Al-Masjid al-Fakhakh means that the mosque is full of explosive material and it's not safe. So I'm not gonna enter more than this, but this is the area. This is Al-Qadisiyya school. This used to be the entrance here. Thousands used to live here, displaced. Inshallah, I will find the place where I was displaced. It's like a separated room in the school. My family and I were here. It's the only building in the entire...
Yo, Sean, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, man. I love seeing you. We all got to get our piece, bro. We got to farm this shit. We got to farm the nuke or whatever. Laugh at this ridiculous moment where we're about to start it here. Late night stream, yeah, for sure, dude. No, it's good to see you. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you had a good day. We are about to start the nuke also. Pro stream for 12 hours. I know, y'all been grinding, dude. I love it. I love to see it. We're about to start it after this, okay? I wanted to center everybody and remind everybody what we're actually talking about and, you know, remember the people of Palestine first, and then we will get into the Ethan Klein drama aspect of it.
Neighborhood that is not destroyed or partially.
Thank you for the raid, bro.
These digs, ups and downs in the soil here is because tanks. I used to live here, right here.
It's rough, I'm sure it is.
So yeah, that's.
It's also like, I don't know. I think we can just laugh at them, bro. Like, they are, like, he is, the whole crew. Because I've seen, like, bits. I would, like, you know, surf through channels just to see. And, like, he had the crew making backdrops for it. Like, everybody, I don't know, man. It's just, like, it's so sad. Imagine you putting an entire YouTube you know,
Cinemarks,
like production
Palil,
company
Cinemarks,
into making
Kefiel,
that
2
kind
Cinemarks,
of slop.
Palil, Cinemarks, Kefiel, 2.
It's so stupid. Addy Slim, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate you.
It's the place that I really wanted to see. Four and five floors flattened like this. People dig into the rubble to find anything they had to take it to their displacement again.
احنا عادي يعني انا جاي على اساس نلاقي بيتنا ونلاقي يعني اغراضنا موجوده بس هاي فيش ولا بيت ولا حاجه.
شوف ابن ايش بيعمل قاعد هاي بنلملم له شويه برابيج عشان بكره ان فكرنا نرجع هنا نلاقينا شويه يعني ميه نسحب فيها نعمل فيها. اكيد انا كنت متوقع اني انا اجي اعين كل الردم هذا واحط خيمتي.
Yeah, I'm not blaming the crew per se. I'm not blaming the crew per se. I think all of them exist in different levels of complacence with it, but you know, whatever. We'll talk about all that. Listen, we're gonna have fucking 2 hours to talk about this shit. Please, can we focus on this right now?
ضلني مكاني. ليش؟ ما بقدرش اعينه، ما بقدرش لاني بدي ماده والماده صعبه.
والركام كتير.
الركام كتير مش على قد بيتي، هنا يمكن بيجي اكثر من 6 بيوت هنا. بس هنا محل بيتي هذا، فما ذلك البيوت الثانيه، مع ذلك كانت دارنا رائعه جدا جدا جدا، كان بماليش شهرين، والله ما إلي شهرين وفصلاه، ما فرحت عليه.
Like the truth is that like look, I mean like look at what these people are going through. They're never going to leave. It doesn't matter how much Hila and Ethan can sit here from fucking Hollywood or North Hollywood or wherever their fucking houses, their mansions are. Like, these people will not leave. This culture will not leave. Palestine will never die. This is a truth. This is a reality. This is the facts. Palestine will never die. Period. Like, it won't. It hasn't. They did a genocide for, 2 years. It didn't do shit. So, no matter, there's nothing that Ethan can do. There's nothing that fucking anyone can do. Palestine will never die. Like, sorry. It's got to be frustrating for them, though. I don't blame them. It's got to be really fucking anxiety producing and anger inducing that everybody's finally calling out your war crimes. You know what I mean?
How this can be removed and then rebuilt. How and where people who used to live here are going to live or go. الحرب خلصت بفكرك؟
الله أعلم لسه. لبعد 40 يوم إن شاء الله نرجع للإبادات تاني، نرجع للموت، نرجع للمجازر. اللي انبسطنا له إنه بس المجازر إنها وقفت، أما إحنا ننبسط إنه عشان ننبسط، ما ضلش شيء ننبسط، ننبسط إنه في إلنا بيوت، فيش إلنا بيوت. الحاجة الوحيدة اللي إحنا حقن الدماء هو بس إنه في وقفت المجازر، وقفت الإبادات، هذا الحاجة الوحيدة اللي إحنا انبسطنا إلها.
من سكان منطقة بدر أو مخيم بدر اللي هو مقابلنا شارع الإماراتي، بس مفترض بيتي في المنطقة هذه يعني على السطح من هون لقيت
Dude, sitting on this like gold-plated chair where one of the legs is broken off, you got a cinder block underneath it. That is such an image.
نازل لتحت ومن الجهة هذيك نازل لتحت وهنا مخليلنا اياه فقررنا نعمل القعدة تبعتنا في المنتصف هين. اليوم اللي قبل الهدنة بيوم كنا كلنا قاعدين ومش قادرين ننام مع انه نعسانين. مش قادرين ننام لحد ما نمنا وصحينا والحلم تبعنا تحقق والحمد لله رجعنا على بيتنا كل سلامة. وبحب أوجه رسالة لليهود حتى البيت اللي أنا فيه والمكان الموجود فيه هذا ركان بيتي. أنا مكان ركان بيتي حأبني وأعيش وحورث هذه الشغلة زي ما ورثتها من أهلي حورثها لأولادي ولأولاد أولادهم من بعديها. هذا المكان لنا وهذا الوطن لنا وإن شاء الله حترجع كل فلسطين كاملة من النهر إلى البحر.
From the river to the sea, baby. Oh my god, dude. Look at this. That zoom out. This is where he is and oh my god.
That's the Palestinian core. People are so tired. It's impossible to rebuild all of this like in an easy, fast way process. But I know and they know that we don't have any other places to go to. This is our homeland. Anywhere else is not our homeland. Yeah. And if we are here, then خلاص. We're gonna accept it, we're gonna rebuild, we're gonna be patient, we're gonna have faith that we will have justice and freedom and we will live normally one day.
True. One day. Inshallah. Okay, chat. Please keep this in mind as we're watching this brain rot, as we're about to start the content nuke. Now listen, you want to know my full take on it, my full opinion? All right, I'll give it to you. Down with the king. Down with the king. Hasan's nuked, good. I'm taking over, baby. That means there's a big old hole in the ground where I'm coming, I'm staking my fucking flag, all right? It's the time for Marxism to rise, baby. Hasan's getting nuked. Let's fucking go. I'm just kidding. Of course, I'm joking. We stand Hasan here, you know. We stand Hasan. And also, like, this content nuke is not gonna do anything. It's not gonna go anywhere. This is dead on arrival, bro. This is dead on arrival. Nobody cares. Downvote the fuck out of this. Like, this shit is so... I can tell you right now what it's gonna be, all right? I'm gonna tell you right now what it's gonna be, right? A ton of stuff that has already been beaten under the ground by LSF and Destiny viewers. Like, do you really think there's something new out there that the Destiny psychos haven't already fucking, like, figured out? Do you think there's something that Ethan, like, material, like, no. There's gonna be nothing new. This is all gonna be stuff like, we watch Hasan. We know Hasan's political ideologies. You know what I mean? And if you don't, then welcome in and I'll give you context, I guess. But, like, we know that this is gonna be. And hey, I'm happy to farm it. We're gonna have a good laugh at it. We're probably going to talk a lot about, you know, all this shit, but let's fucking get into it, dude. Euphoric Acoustic, thank you for the tier 1.
Euphoric Acoustic just...
Do you want a bingo card? Yeah, that sounds kind of funny.
Few people laughed. Few people cried. Most people were silent. I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita.
Colonization is
multi-armed.
Yo, Himbo, MP3, thank you so much for the tier 1.
For 4 months.
Thank you for the subs. So, what? This is like Oppenheimer?
Who says, now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
And this is supposed to... Okay, so let's just get this straight. We're 40 seconds in, and Is Ethan comparing himself to Oppenheimer? Because he's dropping the nuke. Right? So Ethan is saying, I'm become death, the destroyer of worlds. He's just fully leaning in. 40 seconds in, he's fully leaning into, we do genocides, and it's good, actually. We're 40 seconds in and we're already here. That's awesome. Cool.
We think the Houthis also is doing what Houthis
No spoilers. If you've already pre-watched it, don't bring in stuff for the later.
God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm cooked.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hasan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
Dude, this is the default font, man. Also, like, something I do want to, like, as we go through this, I want to see how many times, because Ethan edited this himself, right? So, like, things like this where it's like default font, you know what I mean? Like shit like this, like just how many times Ethan tells on himself that he doesn't have any fucking clue what anybody on the crew does. And despite being somebody who makes, like, full time, makes money from, like, making videos and publishing them to the internet, doesn't know the first fucking thing about actually making videos. You know what I mean? Like, it's so in, like, yeah, actually, not even, you don't even need talent. I'm not gonna lie. Like, there's talent involved, but to make something like this, you don't need talent. All you just need is, like, taste, or like an interest in, like, the craft enough, at least. You know what I mean? Like, it's like every time he would record those, like, videos from back when, you know, like, he would publish to the Ethan Klein channel, and everything would be like this, like, he'd be like, it looks like Ludwig is it looks like Ludwig is really, it's like, dude, you don't know how to use your camera. You know what I mean? Like, he actually doesn't know how to he doesn't know how to make a video in the most basic form of the thing, you know, like, and so we'll see how many times that will happen in here. It's funny.
Oh, hi there. It's me, your old friend, Ethan Klein. It's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100 pounds, and I've pissed off
100 pounds?
75% of the internet. Probably a lot of
Northbound Train, thank you for the sub.
Actually talking about there at the NRA meeting that's today in Texas.
Northbound Train gifted a tier 1 subscription to the Army Band.
Oh yeah, and I got a tattoo also.
Also, okay, wild that you play that greatest hits thing. Has Hasan ever said something like that? Like, I know you're gonna go forward for the next hour and 45 minutes calling Hasan a terrorist, but I don't think he's ever encouraged anybody to bomb anywhere. Like, what the fuck?
So, I'm cool like that now. Left or right, I always thought that, despite our differences, there was one thing we could all agree on. And what was that? That we love America and everything she stands for.
What? Who's this for? 5 subscribers! Thank you, King Henry. Appreciate you with the 5 gifted subs. Bringing your total on the channel to 420. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go, dude. I'll smoke to that, brother. I'll smoke to that. Hitting 420. Let's fucking go, dude. Yeah, baby. I can't wait for this clip to go out and be like, wow, he's smoking weed while wearing a keffiyeh. They would murder you in Gaza for that, you know? Awesome.
Mom and Dad and apple pie. Sure, there's plenty to criticize and endless things to improve, but I thought it was about
while being bi, true.
A more perfect union, not tearing it down.
And marching bands, a pride that only.
Yeah, dude, it's exactly. Being an American is about never criticizing your government, regardless of their the horrors that they inflict on people around the world. That's really what being American's all about, baby. Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub.
The thing is, there's something kind of scary brewing in America. Communism.
Communism? No. Wait, we're getting red baiting in this? Wait. I actually wasn't expecting this.
That's America.
Wait, I actually wasn't expecting this to get McCarthyist. Midnight Squirrels, thank you for the 5 gifted. God damn, y'all are hitting us with the hype train. Let's go.
Midnight Squirrels
I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hasan Piker. You might remember him from such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it.
W.
I'm saying it. Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game.
Mao said bong with the 5 gifted now. Let's fucking go. Thank you. Wait, what is the context of this one?
Mao_Zebong_ gifted a tier 1.
Is he saying the 9/11 thing is bad? Yeah. Duh. What is this one?
Sorry. Holy shit. That's not what I said.
Acid Burns with 10 gifted? Oh my, you guys are blowing through the hype train. Jesus Christ. Can't even watch the video. Holy, thank you guys for the love in. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Love all you guys.
You dumb cracker bitch.
And of course, the Leftovers podcast, which was our show, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
Here is Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
I was just going to say, if there's another Holocaust, if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets...
Yeah, again, Hasan will never, over the next hour, 45 minutes, will never say anything that amounts to anti-Semitism of this level. Ever. Like, you'll not hear it, ever.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And we went on making the show for about 2 years, and everything was good. Everyone was having fun, the audience was having fun, no problem. That was until...
Dude, I really hope the best dunk from this. Jeezy Brad with 10 gifted. Let's fucking go. We're at level 7 on this hype train, chat. Get the fuck in here if you're anybody. Come on. I really hope that the most digging critique that he has here, or that what he keeps bringing it back to, I hope and pray that it's just Hasan is a communist. I really hope it just keeps coming back to Hasan is a communist, and this is a problem with communism, and that's what this is. I really hope it is that. I really hope it is.
Well, this happened. We were doing our regular show, and for the first time I noticed it'll
be one of the biggest W's for communism that YouTube has ever seen. If so, Barlavon, thank you so much for the gifted one. Die Happy Music, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you so much.
Orban amount of radical, hardcore left.
Yeah, that's also funny too. While he's interviewing the Japanese Communist Party, like this has never been something that Hasan has hidden, and it's like something that immediately stuck out to me. Most people on the internet do not present themselves as like forward, communist as Hasan does. And here I am with like Marxism in my name, but like let me be fucking real. I couldn't do this I on any platform if Hasan didn't exist. Like it would be really hard, it'd be a very different sphere of the internet. Like, let's be fucking real.
I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was. I don't hate the idea of like people who...
Yeah, also, I know Hasan has said many times his biggest mistake was admitting he's a socialist. I disagree with him on that. I think we need to be very explicit, We actually do. We need to advocate for these things explicitly. We need to be anti-capitalist. We need to be, anti-police. We need to be pro-revolution. That's a big one that a lot of people miss, if I'm being honest with you. A lot of people think we can vote our way into it,
Can be successful. I think it's good that people can achieve success. in the term monetary success. I mean, that's what that means, right? I do. You know, there's nothing wrong with that.
Because I see so many people in the chat saying, no.
I don't know what y'all are tripping about. Like, what the fuck do you
What
want?
is the idea that
you guys
people
like
are
just-
looking for?
You guys are all like radical communists? There's that many radical communists? Suck it, chat.
Also, I guess were they on break during the Luigi thing? I bet he would have had the worst take on Luigi you've ever heard. I don't know what his take is on Luigi, but I bet it's the worst thing you've ever heard. Like, this guy definitely sees himself in Brian Thompson. Like, he's gonna go to bat for Brian Thompson. If he hasn't already, he will in the future. I promise you this.
You're watching a capitalist pig. Deal with it.
And then this happened.
This comment from Hasan really started to sound some alarms in my head.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist.
Yeah.
What would you do?
Wait, why would it surely exist? Yo, King Henry with the 10 gifted. Let's go. Keeping the hype train moving, baby. Thank you so much, King Henry.
10 subscriptions to the community.
Why would this surely exist? You understand, like, there is a complex and in-depth like democratic structure in both China and Vietnam. And they don't have capitalist parties because the people genuinely fucking like appreciate what they have fought for to establish, you know, a post-capitalist society, or at least establish a government that is striving towards a post-capitalist society. And of course, you can talk until you're blue in the head about whether or not they're achieving that. But, you know, like there aren't really pro-capitalist, explicit anti-communist parties in these countries because it's not popular enough for them to have any base. You know, most people benefit from a society that's geared more towards the benefit of all rather than the benefit of the rich. Like in America, we're talking about like 3,000 people. How the fuck are 3,000 people going to win an election if they don't have control of the media, if they don't have control of all of our other politicians, you know, if they can't just buy every single politician that is going to run regardless? Then how, like, if they can't do that, then what do we, you know, what are they, 3,000 people party in a country of 300 million plus? Like, that's nothing. You guys are nothing.
That party started gaining momentum.
The solution to that would always be education and offering more
re-education.
Re-education, certainly, yeah. There should be an enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
If putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough, I started to notice that Hasan was carrying a lot of water for communist states' war crimes and genocides.
What do you call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annexation of Crimea is absolutely a justifiable annexation.
Tibet was literally
I'm sure he was being very serious there.
Fucking
none of these are sarcastic at all.
Crimea is absolutely a justifiable annexation. Tibet was literally a fucking feudal slave mandate, like
So
autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about.
Wait, that's the thing. The other political parties aren't allowed. Regular people don't get to vote for their president in China. Like, why do you have any source for that? Do you have any source for that? That it's not like like there's not any kind of like party system that people are voting for a representative. Do you have it? Can you provide anything for that? That's not like Radio Free America. You broke my YouTube video. What the fuck? Why my YouTube video broken?
But the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the communist.
Yes, I lived there for 6 years. Literally, my friends were telling me during the U.S. elections how cool it was that we get to vote for our president. Okay, do you think that like Okay, I lived in Vietnam for 3 years as well. All right, so I know what you're talking about. But like you, dude, like I'm not gonna play this whole video, but I'm going to link it to you. This isn't specifically about China. However, I can probably say that they're very similar. You know, or let's just specifically talk about Vietnam because we're talking about communism here, right? So let's just talk about Vietnam because that's what I know about more. And I'll just give you this video. And we don't need to rehash this entire video. It's very clear how it works. There, people are involved in labor organizations a lot of the times, unions, women's unions, like all of these things exist, and people vote through those unions and through those organizations that make up the National Assembly. They vote for representatives. Those representatives go in and they, elect the executive, Xi Jinping, in this form. However, the national assemblies are usually a lot more powerful than them anyway.
This party came in and
So
took
China
over.
unilaterally.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I said before too, we can talk until we're blue in the head about whether or not they're actually like positioning themselves towards a post-capitalist state or they're just like enacting state capitalism. This is a different conversation than what we're having here. You cannot, I mean, at the very basic thing is you have to understand that these are like societies that are instrumentally changed and operate on a very different way than American societies do. In a way that is more inclined towards what benefits everybody, what benefits like working people, and how to uplift everyone in the country rather than the billionaires at the very top who now run our government. Right?
Took over Tibet.
Like
these are their culture. They basically are trying to, homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
they're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
the part of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going to the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government that squashed, okay?
Tibet is the South in the Civil War?
Yes.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese genocide against their Muslim minority group, the Uyghurs. Don't they have Uyghur death camps? Is that?
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps, and they are no longer in operation.
Is that
according
true?
to the Associated Press?
Okay, I saw this crazy documentary, and I don't know. I don't know the surrounding narrative or anything about it, but it was about. I
mean, you can just compare it to how, like, you can talk about the Uyghurs, but make sure you're comparing it to how the West has dealt with, terrorism from like Muslim communities. Let's compare it to how Israel has dealt with that issue. Let's compare it to how, any other Western country has dealt with it.
They were.
Does that mean that the cultural erasure and the the cultural influence that has happened in that region is a good thing? No, but
there was doctors in the area. They would.
Compared to how America handled the native population. I mean, yes, but I think more importantly, it's like this is a Muslim community, and we know what America does to Muslim communities like around the world, like
able to procure organs.
No, no.
I'm telling you, they were in China with
that one is like Shen Yun.
They're like,
Falun
we can
Gong.
get you an organ from a Uyghur. But why is that? Is that really that
exactly?
The Associated Press quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how all the concentration camps have been closed now. Like all the re-education camps are closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's like very different.
Very different vibes in Xinjiang, and now it's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the Associated Press actually had to say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years. UK independent body reports.
This looks older than 2 years ago.
These are all AP articles from the last 2 years.
Wait, when was that clip from?
UK independent body reports China committed genocide in Xinjiang. China sanctioned a U.S. research firm and 2 individuals over a report about the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights
it.
abuses.
Tourism hour.
The AP article is super easy to find.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48.
Terror and tourism. Xinjiang eases its grip, but fear remains. The article from 2021. So yeah, it would make sense if you were only searching for the last 2 years that you wouldn't find this. Hmm.
8 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years are on hunger strike to protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or execution.
Not only does
Yeah, I honestly I find very little to defend here. You know what I mean? Like I don't think we need to we don't need to defend prison camps actually. Just because China has high-speed rail and does other good things, like we can condemn this. You know that, right? Like it's easy actually. We can just we shouldn't do this. We have, most of us have. We have been.
This AP article seemed not to exist. Reading the AP proved exactly the opposite. Hasan has happily eaten up the Chinese propaganda on this.
I've also never heard Hasan defend that. No, me neither. But I think there's a lot. I don't know, man. Listen, we banned some people in the chat one night because they were like, "You're not defending North Korea hard enough. You're Orientalist and you're talking about North Korea." And I'm like, dude, I just don't like people being in prison. Like, I'm an abolitionist and that's principled. Like, I don't want to just be a cop in a communist society. I don't want to liberation to me is not just about having the keys to the prison. You know what I mean? I want to tear down the walls. I want to make a more just society that people don't need to commit harm to each other to coexist.
Regurgitated it to his mainstream audience. Why is he defending China's genocide of their Muslim population? How does this even make sense? It only makes sense if A, he's being paid, or B, he has the political complexities of a 5-year-old. I know America bad is a meme that people laugh at online, but with Hasan, this does actually seem to be the beginning and the end of his analysis.
2 principles. Let me explain to you 2 principles that you should keep with you, coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East.
Yeah, he's being paid by us. The radical left of his subscription base. It's true.
What?
And I fund Hasan and also Iran. Iran doesn't fund me. I fund Iran.
The local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. So when
it's
I look
me
at
behind the scenes, baby.
I look at the.
It's me behind the scenes. Put my face on your octopus tendrils, baby. I'm out here funding them all. Yeah, Arabs, I'm the highest tier Patreon subscriber. And no, I didn't cancel that shit when they came back, okay? And you should be too. Fund that shit, baby.
Regional actor, whoever the regional power player is, and then I look at who is backed by the Western superpowers. That's a principle that you could take home with you. If you want to actually be moral or if you want to be smart about the way you analyze other countries, that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
After seeing all of this, I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is. And then, this happened.
We have breaking news out of Israel this morning where Hamas has launched a surprise attack within Israel's borders overnight.
After the shock of October 7th, I noticed a huge increase of anti-Semitic comments from Hasan's stream and Discord, including
Anti-Semitic comments.
Mod. I was disturbed.
Who's his head mod? Wait, who's his head mod? Surely he's not talking about Frogan. No way. He said Frogan head mod. He couldn't just do the most basic like research for this. Oh my god. She is not a mod. Why? Why does it? Oh my.
That Hasan was seemingly okay with this.
Can you do you care that your chat is?
It's also funny that you would be like, does he have he has like a hierarchical structure of his mod team? Is that normal? Should we have like secretary mods and like head mods and vice head mods? Should I do that? I don't mod election time. Okay. This is more like this is communist. So actually no elections. First off, no elections. And second off, no elections. It's me on top. Okay. Cult of personality. When I die, you must, keep my body on display for years after my death, please.
Is calling me racist. Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that at all?
I have not looked at my chat at all, but you
I
have
just
to
opened it, but don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
There's 32,000 people in here right now.
What are they saying? What are they saying to you?
I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm
can't believe this even has to be explained. He has convinced me more than ever he has bad faith. This is also the thing too, because let me tell you, I was an early adopter on the fuck Ethan Klein train. And I was posting mean shit about Ethan. Not even mean shit, just factually correct, true shit about Ethan really early on when the Leftovers was still happening. And so many fucking people from Hostwit like came in my DMs and were like, don't do that. Like, Ethan's learning. You have to be more patient. And like, just because nobody's immune from propaganda and all this stuff. And I was like, nah.
fucking shocked that you don't care.
I was like, no.
The people in your chat are saying, who the fuck?
Yeah, and this was also, yes, this was coming from Hasan. Yes. You're right. This was Hasan's take as well. He is way more charitable to people than I think than I would be personally. It's frustrating. It's frustrating.
Arrogant,
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like
Hasan's chat had been calling me a Zionist, baby-killing genocider. Maybe it is unreasonable that
he is racist. Yeah, his wife's family are literally settlers. She defended the IDF on Monday. Where's the lie in any of this? Ethan is a left-wing grifter Zionist. Fuck his content.
Had been calling me a
does he actually define Zionist in this? And talk about whether or not he identifies as a Zionist? It doesn't really matter, but he is a Zionist. I think he knows he's a Zionist. He just doesn't like being called it.
Zionist, baby-killing genocider. Maybe it is unreasonable that I'm...
He thinks Zionist equals Jew, which is the Zionist take, but it's obviously untrue.
Asking him to moderate his chat for a friend. He doesn't even know where I'm coming from because it's not something he would ever ask for.
And all these other content creators actually, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat
And I thought that was fucked up.
Ethan, I love you, but there's only
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The XQC debates with Hasan were always the best ones. And Train. Anytime XQC or Train get on a call with Hasan, I'm like, oh baby, this is gonna be so good. Because XQC is so stupid. And Train too. They're both so dumb that it's like, oh my god, it's so good. Such good content. I'm the referee, dude. No, I am the referee.
so much I can do, especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was pro-Palestinian, because I share a lot of those views, and I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years. Problem with
he's like, hey, listen, I'm here. I'm for the Palestinians. I've been a supporter for many years. I just think that the Jewish people are, destined, and they, require an ethno-state that doesn't include them on traditionally Palestinian land. He's like, hey, if the Palestinians just left, I would have no problem. Like that is the Zionist that Ethan is. Like, if they just didn't, attack us and they lived in their prison inside of Gaza and we didn't have to ever think about them ever again, it would be best, Like, I have no ill will towards them. Like, that's Zionism, dude. That's Zionism. Like,
Hasan's coverage, and a lot of people like him, was their complete lack of empathy for the Jewish people who were frankly slaughtered by Hamas. He refused to show even a crumb of empathy for the Jewish victims.
But listen to what this guy has to say.
And as you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this coming.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even. Yeah. Okay. Like.
Okay.
I'm
just criticizing people.
Like, yeah, dude. This whole podcast where Ethan is just like bringing up weird, fringe things and saying like, answer for this, condemn these protesters right now. Like, fuck you, bro. Fuck you. No. People are reacting on the day of to a global event. This is a random guy I don't know who this is. I have no connection to this person. This is a random guy at a protest. You think I endorse every single person who's ever picked up a mic at a protest? Shut the fuck up.
People, you don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it.
I honestly felt at times that he and his audience barely thought of Israelis as humans.
But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
Part of running defense for Hamas is downplaying the violence, specifically the sexual violence, which he's done a lot of.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like,
okay, yeah, show the context. Yeah, this is actually a good point that you should be showing the context of here, Ethan. Hasan is making a good point here that is actually deeply relevant to what you're talking about. Are you gonna show it?
Resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets.
No.
The Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets.
Okay, so this has been like totally like discredited. Good God, man.
It's not perfect.
Like, he thinks this is conclusive.
They're not like so good. They have.
So they cite this UN report. Oh my God, bro.
It's not.
He shows two articles that are talking about the UN report. Okay, so both of these are talking about the UN report, which Hasan literally read word for word on his stream. So he didn't read articles about it. He read the report word for word on his stream. Like, this report was not hidden on his stream. He covered it a fuckload more than Ethan ever read it, I'm sure. You know? And then this is, looks like, hard to say. I would say probably the same. Or maybe, this is Haaretz. This is a Haaretz investigation, which I'm not as certain, but I would believe that Hasan also read this on stream. And then the Screams Without Words has been like, even the New York Times has distanced themselves from that reporting.
Perfect.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have been completely flattened during.
Neighborhoods? Yo, lucky number 13. Thank you so much for the tier 1. Neighborhoods. It's the entire fucking Gaza Strip, dude. What are you talking about?
During this war. And while we should keep their plight at the top of our minds at all time, it also doesn't mean that we should disregard the lives of the Jewish people who are also affected by this, even if their suffering on the whole is not as great. Some of you may know that I'm an Israeli dual citizen. My wife is Israeli, my kids are half Israeli, and my entire in-law is Israeli. I lived there for 5 years, and I grew a closeness with the country and its people. One of the biggest issues between
the handheld camera, it's Hila. It's Hila and him together while their kids are, with the nanny. Like, I would bet you almost anything, dude. I can't be certain unless we see later, but of course, bro. Yes.
Was that I am in favor.
And also, if you don't think that Hila is in like Telegram groups with a bunch of other people in Israel that are feeding a lot of this shit too, like, this outrage is coming from somewhere.
Of a two-state solution, while they are in favor of a one-state solution. Their theory is that after the October 7th attack, Israel should just dissolve its borders and let Hamas enter Israel unrestrained.
Borders.
What do you think Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
Instead of...
Yeah, this is great to show, because this is you just being extremely racist and saying that Palestinians want to just, Palestinians want to murder Jewish people just inherently. This is like something that they're born with, I guess. Is this hatred for Jewish people, despite all evidence against that.
Indiscriminately bombing Gaza, I think the first thing to do in that situation would be to dismantle the government in the way that it existed, like get Netanyahu out of power.
Okay. So you're saying Israel in response... Hold on, dude. You're saying in response to this terrorist attack, Israel should have dismantled their own government.
First
set
of action.
Yes. And
would be to democratically take Netanyahu out of power. Yes.
The problem is that Israel's been at war with its neighbors for...
Yeah, it turns out if you put people in a fucking open air prison, if you create the conditions that, that existed in Gaza, it is a pressure cooker. It is a pressure cooker. You keep adding heat, you keep, the recipe is all there. We've talked about it. I describe it also as like a cake. If you don't change the ingredients, if you cook a cake, you put all of the same ingredients that existed in Gaza that led to October 7th, right? You put all of that together, it's like you get October 7th. And then what has Israel done since then? Even in the ceasefire, if the conditions don't change, if the ingredients don't change, and you make it exactly the same, you're going to make a fucking cake. You're going to get the same result. You understand me? Like this, you made this into a pressure cooker where these people the situation is unlivable. And so what are they to do besides rebel? And no, it won't look good. And some inexcusable things will happen. 100%. But we cannot, I do not condemn the Palestinian people for using any methods to free themselves from the apartheid that they live under now. And we can have conversations about efficacy all day long, but it's not like that.
for 70 plus
Yeah, the best way to get rid of Hamas is to remove the need for them as defense to the occupation and siege.
years. And it makes a lot of sense that there'd be some
Anyway, I'll be right back.
distrust there. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe? After all, Israel is a country of refugees. If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba. 1 million Jews. All of these surrounding Arab countries had vibrant Jewish communities in huge number, hundreds of thousands. Now, if you look at them, you're looking at close to, if not literally, 0 Jews left in these countries.
Just to give you an idea, here's a visual representation of the Jewish refugees after 1948. Morocco had 265,000 Jews. Now it has 2,000. Algeria had 140,000. Now it has about 50. Iraq had 150,000 Jews. Now 10. And I want to give a special shout out to my boy over in Afghanistan, one known Jew. We know him. We love him. He's the one Afghan Jew.
They were forced to leave their homes, their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of this whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence, the Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result, they kicked them all out, 1 million plus of them, and forced them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there. So if the Jews of Israel are surrounded by Islamic militant terrorist groups that have stated their goal is to annihilate Israel as a Jewish state, and considering the historical context of Jews being pogromed from Arab countries, is it really that crazy for them to...
Bro, I love that he's like, after 1948. Nothing of significance happened there. It was just like a random year that all the Arab countries decided to, you know what I mean? It's just like a random year. He said more Jews were displaced than during the Nakba. Yeah, which is the first time that he mentioned the Nakba, right? Right?
Not feel safe as an ethnic minority, even a little bit. And that's pretty much the entirety of our disagreement. Despite what you've read on TikTok and Twitter, I've donated $6,500 to a Palestinian charity after the war started.
Hey. $6,500? And you did it on camera? It was the only money you've donated has been... Dude, I've raised more money than... This motherfucker, dude. He only did it for Hasan's fundraiser. I've literally raised more money than that, like organizing screenings for me and my fucking random ass friends. Organizing screenings of Palestinian films.
Hey, Ethan Klein, thank you for the dono. Ethan Klein gave $6,500. My goat. Thank you, Ethan.
The only time this guy's donated. He just admitted that. You don't have to admit that, bro.
Then
condemned Netanyahu as a war criminal. They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal. Called the West Bank settlements an abomination. Settlers in the West Bank are religious zealots. They're monsters. They're genocidal. I've even said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets. When you talk about like colonial settlers and stuff, like that's what's actually happening in the West Bank right now. And these people are more or less valid military targets, in my opinion. My only crime...
Okay. So why, what's the distinction you make there, Ethan?
Is wanting a two-state solution.
Lake McGroove, C-Mac. Don't spout Zionist discourse then. You're just showing you're a Zionist, Ethan.
Instead of one, and thinking it's not okay to kill Israeli civilians. That's it. That's why they're calling me a Nazi Zionist. And because of...
Do we got any friends in here? None of my chatters, huh? Tag yourself, chat. Yes, his wife's family are literally settlers. Wait, that's the same one we read earlier. He's reusing them. Ethan is a hardcore IDF defender. Hila even more so. Monkey D penis. Do you guys think Ethan makes Hila put on her old IDF boots so he can slobber all over them? Oh my god, that's fucking hilarious, dude. That's so fucking funny.
Of Hasan and others spreading this malicious lie about my beliefs, I'm even getting harassed on the street.
So how come you don't like Palestine?
Oh yeah, this guy, this Sneeko fan, dating and money. Definitely a Hasan viewer. Yeah. The overlap of Sneeko fans and people who make their YouTube channel called Dating and Money and Hasan viewers. It's massive, actually. It's a huge crossover. You don't understand. I've seen the analytics. I've seen them.
You don't?
Why do you say that?
Because, bro, you're... wasn't she in the IDF?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, that's crazy.
Mandatory service.
That's
She's born
sad.
there.
That's terrorism, bro.
She was born there.
That's sad. I feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro.
A good response to that when he's like mandatory service is to ask her, do you condemn it? Do you regret it? Do you regret it? Do you have contrition for doing that? Like, I genuinely want to know. And I've said from the beginning, the second that Hila recognizes the harm that she did as a soldier in the IDF, the second that she, views this with more nuance and like they start to talk about the apartheid and like stand with Palestinian people in a meaningful way, I'm right there next to him. I'm right there next to him with open arms, buddy. But where we are now is that they are actively running defense for the genocide as it was happening. And Hila participated in an armed kidnapping of a Palestinian person. This is just factual information. This is just the truth. Like, she has committed war crimes, You're
ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist,
Bro,
man.
look in the fucking...
You look like a fucking rapist, Ethan. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro. You're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist.
Like, this guy is not a Hasan viewer.
I'm tired of all these coward Americans in the South trying to act like they're so tough. Oh, I'm American. Oh, you don't even run your own country. You don't run your own country, bro. You don't run your own country. A foreign country named Israel runs your country. Oh my God, bro. I love you, Hasan.
Wait, what the fuck?
I'll give you a hug, bro.
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
I'm so...
What the fuck? I didn't know this guy actually had this.
I love you, bro.
He was at the encampment?
I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you. Bro, you're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay in that one. Hold on.
Okay, 3.
Ain't no way.
1.
Wait. March sussed this guy out and told Hasan to avoid him?
I think I look gay in that one. Hold on.
I was there. I was there that night.
Okay.
It's the funny thing about me. I don't like terrorism, and I don't like terrorists. If they're Jews, Christians, Muslims, they're all bad. What is terrorism? It's intentionally targeting civilian population for political goals. I don't like it. None of it.
I remember him. Yeah, I kind of do too, but...
And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
They do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you... Look! You think I made this?
This isn't music. I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shoot. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
Taking over these ships, they started targeting the ships.
People on this helicopter right now?
Yes.
They're streaming this?
Yeah. Yeah. They're flexing.
What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrent. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say. But they are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, he is regarded as a pretty brilliant a person in terms of like everything that he's done.
Then I saw clips like this where Hasan is explaining how he's hiding his power level to funnel in normies into radicalization.
I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. You want America, in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, you know, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond, social democratic ideas.
I just wanted to put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel where, for example, Hasan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get more and more informed, get more and more radicalized. You do your part in the funnel for the cause, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You're doing, in my modest opinion, a great thing for the cause.
Now listen to Hasan during our very...
Bro, what was that? What was that podcast thing included for? Yeah. He's making it sound spookier without context. Like, who cares? What is this? Hasan is presenting a very liberal point of view here. We are in the middle of fascism. It is not wrong for the left to advocate for incredible escalation to fight back against what we're facing right now. It's fucking here. It's fucking here. It's here. It's right here, right now. So, like, what are we doing? Like, Hasan's take was incredibly mild.
Very first conversation, lied to me about how he's a social democrat to hide his power level.
We should move towards a Sweden-style economy or a Norway-style economy, which would be a social democracy.
You have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda
with robust social safety nets.
Called radicalization funnel, catch them while they're young, as they say.
And protections for workers, like higher unionization rates.
I mean, Hasan doesn't hide the fact that he's a Marxist very well, to be honest. No, I mean, if you understand Marxism, then you clock it very quickly. But if you don't know anything about Marxism, I think Hasan presents topics and perspectives and like is a way that a lot of people talk about. It like allows people to understand what a Marxist perspective on any given issue would be by watching Hasan, right?
A lighter form while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond social democratic ideas.
Hell, he's proclaimed it loudly that he is a self-described propagandist.
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no.
For the record.
I'm not calling
I'm a
you that.
propagandist.
I'm just saying. I'm going to play you.
I'm saying I am.
Okay, well then I want to
I'm saying I am.
I just
before
want to
you
put
even play it.
A propagandist is much more than someone with a bias. It's someone.
Yeah. We don't just want to do this to make money. We don't just do this because it's like, you know, clout. We don't do this for clout. We do this because I want material wins. I do this because I hope that people in my chat go out into their world and they fight against the sources of injustice in their own communities. I want to win. I want people to go out and win. And I'm not apologetic about that. The working class needs wins. I want to build a better world. Like, this is not something that I'm ashamed of. You know? I hope you're radicalized by watching my stream. I hope it makes you change your relationships. I hope it makes you examine the power structures in your own society. And I hope you go to a city council meeting. You know, I hope you learn who the name of your city councilor is. I hope you advocate for the defunding of the police. I hope you fight against Zionism. Like this is why I do what I do.
Someone who knowingly lies to further their political agenda.
And then I had a terrifying vision. Had I been duped? Was Hasan presenting a Trojan horse to my community, where he was just a left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization and turning them against me?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Dude, I
learned how much he hates liberals.
I hate liberals, dude. I do. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Did he secretly despise me this whole time?
I'm sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much.
Did this man sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend?
Dude, liberals are a burden on this planet, dude. Liberals are the most, like, scummy, vile, fucking...
I mean, literally, bro, he still defends you, man. He still treats you with way better faith than you ever deserved. You know?
Liberals are incredibly stupid. I hate these petulant liberals, dumb fucking liberals.
What else is someone this sociopathic capable of?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate.
He's sociopathic because he's calling out the problems with liberalism. He's sociopathic because he hates liberals.
On the fucking planet, dude.
Was I being manipulated this whole time?
That was my fear anyway. Regardless of his true beliefs, that broke my trust in him, and I pretty much ended the show immediately. And I felt guilty for my participation in mainstreaming Hasan.
Mainstreaming Hasan.
That?
As if you are mainstream or have any access to the mainstream. Oh my God.
I apologize. I should have done more research, and I should have looked more deeply into who I was getting.
He said my bad.
Before they gave me chlamydia. Sorry, Hila. Over the past year since the show ended.
Wait, confirmation. Confirmation. There's nobody watching the kids. They're nanny.
Before they gave me chlamydia. Sorry.
Oops. Looking behind the camera. Sorry, Hila. She is confirmed operating the camera. Man, this place is so fucked up, dude.
Hila. Over the past year since the show ended, I continue to watch Hasan platform, promote, and propagandize terrorist organizations. And every time it happened on Twitch, I would say, man, this time surely we went too far and someone's got to do something. But as the time went on, nothing happened, and his views got more and more radical. And more
it's always he goes too far, but something has to happen. But again, Ethan played 2 of his worst clips at the beginning of this video, and nothing he's played so far from Hasan has come even remotely in the same neighborhood of severity as those last clips that you played out with fucking Seinfeld music. As if it was just an innocent goof to encourage your audience to bomb a building, a convention center. That's not an innocent goof, dude. That's bad. Like, you said that you hope Ben Shapiro dies first in the Holocaust. That's fucking insane. That's fucking insane.
I feel it's my obligation, after mainstreaming someone like Hasan, to take this on. And so it was war. Nuclear war.
I stand before you following the footsteps of intellectual giants.
One thing we've been hearing
nothing
for weeks.
but a simple man.
Now,
a simple man who understands
Joe Rogan.
And Ethan is like sitting back watching all of this, seething. He's sitting back watching everybody, watching the rest of the world like celebrate Hasan in the space that he fills in America, and seething. He's seething.
From wrong.
I mainstreamed him. Yeah, that's so fucking wild. That's such a wild take, bro.
I think that
influential voice to a lot of people.
I'm an idiot. I'm a dumb bimbo. I don't know what I'm talking about.
And there are some things
I've gotten numb to criticism like this. It's not. As a matter of fact, I seek it out now because I make content out of it. I think it's funny and fun.
And there are baby settlers as well.
Can you just shut
Bro, what the fuck in the Amon Animations Commission Fiverr line is this shit?
fuck up, bloodthirsty, violent
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen.
Wait, was he the nuke cloud too? Jesus.
Doesn't matter if fucking
it's Hasan's face in the clouds. This is what Ethan saw out his window whenever LA was burning down. He looked into the smoke clouds and he saw Hasan's face and he said, "I gotta post this on IG."
Thank you to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video.
Wild that they sponsored this. Wild that you would have a sponsorship for this video, dude. Wild.
Months or scan the Q. Now, Twitch HQ, the marketing team is strategizing on a new advertising vertical.
My friends at Twitch headquarters, the executives, the influencers, Hasan, nice to see you, Frogan, front row.
Okay, the Kaya cutout is actually a funny joke. I have to give it to him. I'll give it to him. If he makes a good point, I'll give it to him. The Kaya cutout is funny. That at Twitch headquarters, they all have a cutout where you can be Hasan's dog. This is pretty funny. Even in his universe, even as a dunk, it's actually funny. I'm gonna give it to him. That's funny. But he immediately takes it away by, putting Frogan up here as the rising streamer. Of course, it's a photo of Frogan because, well, this is, you guys know that Frogan doesn't like talk about politics on her stream, really, right? Like, there's no real reason that anybody is ever singling out Frogan other than that she's like a hijabi woman on the internet and has a lot of fun and is like full of life. And is like an awesome person, and that pisses people off. We're all on that page, right? We're on the same page, right? Like, okay, it's just Islamophobia. Like, let's be fucking for real. It's just Islamophobia. It's really fucking annoying. But this rising streamer of the month, as if this was given by Twitch, the company, not the case. It was voted on by fans. Fans decided to award Frogan with the Rising Star Award at the Streamer Awards, a totally community-led and organized event.
I am here to present to you an extraordinarily exciting opportunity. We have not tapped this market yet. Now, don't panic, okay? Because you're going to want to panic when I tell you.
Nah, you probably deserved it because Frogan rules.
Listen and learn. Who's billions of dollars?
Yeah, no, Zio. The implication is that Twitch is somehow preferentializing Frogan in some way, which is not true. Not true. You can look no further than their immediate ban of Frogan over an entirely incorrect and bad faith interpretation of their TwitchCon segment, which I'm sure will be mentioned in this as well.
Eager to spend it. And what, people are too cowardly to reach out and take the money?
Not us.
Terrorism. Terrorism. Twitch is perfect. You could broadcast it straight into the veins of 18 to 35-year-old men. So here's what I'm suggesting. Hasan Piker. Yeah, we'll get drinks after the show. No, you. He's such a great guy. No, you. Give it up for Hasan Piker, everybody. Happy birthday, buddy. This dude can package anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism like nobody else. In fact, you guys got him on the front page. And he's doing terrorism for free. Basically, gentlemen and gentle ladies, Frogan, you look good today, girl.
Based?
Girl, you look good. Great job.
Based, she does. Always.
That Arab tier list. That was good. How much we get for that? Yo, you got 10 million from Qatar for that? That's what I'm talking about.
Proof? He's just making things up? Just racism, yeah, directly. Like, huh?
Out from talking about Twitch. Here's the thing, with help from people like Hasan, terrorism is like in the eyes of the beholder, right? They're not terrorists, they're, go ahead, he knows. Freedom fighters, guys. We are fighting for freedom. What about the rapes and the murders? Don't mention that. What's wrong with you? And another one.
Okay, so Ethan, let's then switch it, bro. Then let's talk about rape and murder. Because, I mean, murder, Israel's got that way covered. And then rapes, like, they literally, yeah, what about the IDF rapes? What about the people being raped to death in Israeli prisons? If rape instantly makes your cause unjust, then Israel has no legs to stand on. It doesn't work. Like, it doesn't work.
The resistance isn't perfect. Right? You gotta crack some eggs, man. Hasan, you know socialism didn't buy you that car.
If I knew that this is what communism would be in 2024, I wouldn't have bothered with this shit. Really.
AI Stalin voice in English.
A Porsche is the symbol of the capitalist excess. What the fuck is he thinking? You guys actually believe this idiot is a socialist?
Oh, he's not poor. Socialism is a poverty cult. This is cool. If you're not starving to death, then you're a socialist. But also, if you are broke and starving to death, you're only a socialist because you're jealous. Your socialism is from envy. But if you're rich and a socialist, now it devalues everything too. So it seems like you just don't want anyone to be socialist. That's weird.
Forget a religion. Hasan is the opiate of the masses. Straight to the gulag for anyone subbed to this idiot.
Oh my god, he put his own face on there? Ethan put his own face on Stalin.
Or that designer dog?
This breed's stunning fluffy coat comes with a price. Chow chow.
His designer dog?
Oh, fuck no. Very cute, by the way. But those are expensive. The point is, we have the biggest political streamer on our platform that is influencing media and influencing young kids everywhere. If we can normalize terrorism, if we could rebrand it, then fuck the U.S. Navy. You know how much...
Did he adopt? Is she a rescue? Is she? Craigslist?
Those guys don't pay shit. You see the army ads on Twitch? The army is fucking broke, dude. I'll tell you who loves America more than the army. Qatar. Well, I don't know if love's the right word.
I mean, I'm not saying it's the criticism is ridiculous regardless. I just actually, yeah, that was with you, Momo. I was kind of feeling the same.
They're paying more. Good CPMs coming out of Qatar. But you kids love anime, right? Can't get enough of it. I mean, look at what we've already done with Hasan. You're the fucking man, dude. Happy birthday again, man. No, we got a big party for you after. No, don't do it. Let's wait, because we got a big party and a cake and everything for you after in the back. Prostitutes too. Don't tell anyone. That's part of the past. Look what we've done already. This Houthi pirate. I mean, who are you kidding? This guy's a fucking terrorist.
Cool. No proof at all. Again, his proof of this is that there's a photo of him holding a gun. Like, this kid is not a terrorist. There's no proof of this at all. There's none. He even asked him there during this interview.
He literally tweeting out he wants to kill Jews and put their heads on pikes. And somehow...
Tweets make you a terrorist. Cool. I'm sure Ethan has no tweets where he wishes death on other people, right? Oh wait, he did. He did. He said Muhammad would be killed. Oh, because he was a sex crime. Because he was a sex worker and does drugs. Oh, whoops.
Not somehow, because of his genius. We have rebranded the Houthi fucking pirates, the Houthi terrorist organization. Yeah, the Islamic fundamentalists. Death to America, curse upon the Jews. That's right. That's the Jolly Roger of this man here. None other than Monkey D. Luffy. So let's get out there, guys. And let's make 2025 our biggest year, guys. Come on, guys. The resistance isn't perfect. The resistance isn't perfect. Yeah, let's get him. If you want to know where on the political spectrum Hasan sits, take a look at a recent media analysis.
Oh my god, dude. That puts Fox and Friends up here? Yeah, dude, this is super true. It puts Fox and Friends and OAN above Rolling Stone. Yeah. This is a good one. This is a good one. Yeah, we love this one. It's a nice chart, yeah.
Analysis by Ad Fonte, which rated Hasan as the most extreme left-wing, untrustworthy media source on the internet. And to give you an idea...
Wait, what about Rev Left Radio? They're not the most extreme nor the most unreliable, even according to the chart you're showing. What are these guys, chopped liver? They don't even exist? Come on, give them their credit, bro. I'd be honored. I would be honored.
He is opposite of InfoWars. Now, I'm not...
Yeah. Do you think he should be on the same side as InfoWars, Ethan? Like what? Do you think he should what? Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing? You think that's a bad thing? Being on the opposite side is InfoWars.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Hasan loves all terrorists. But what I will say is that there isn't many he don't like. Let's start with our good friend Luffy here and his organization, the Houthis. And yes, this is what it looks like. They are hiling Hitler. The Houthis are an Islamic military group. They're known for their cruel measures, forcibly recruiting child soldiers.
Again, like what does this have to do with Hasan? What does this have to do with Hasan?
Shelling civilian areas and blocking food from entering already famine-ruined parts of Yemen. They've also set up landmines in agricultural spots, making the fields virtually worthless. Women have virtually no rights, and homosexuality, of course, is punishable by death. That lines up with leftist values. Now, just how little rights do women in the Houthis' Yemen have? Well, according to this, there's been 1,181 violations committed by Houthi rebels against women, including...
So they should be genocided? I don't know what is the conclusion you're making here? Like, what is the solution you're offering?
Torture, rape, and murder. So...
And again, this standard that you're holding them to, do you apply to the Israeli government? Do you apply this same standard to the Israeli government? If what you're citing here is enough for you to completely ignore every other context of the situation, then how do you feel about the Israeli government? We know this.
Not great. The Houthis have a very wholesome flag, as you can see here. It says, translated, Allah Akbar, death to America, death to Israel, and a curse upon the Jews. And that's all of them, not just the ones in Israel. And of course, victory to Islam. I get amused when these terrorists are like, we hate Jews. We want to kill Jews. And then people like Hasan are
that
like... That
clip of him Hail Hitlering is like such obvious bait, chat. That's not even worth that's not worth getting. He did that to bait you.
Fucking racist for saying that they just want to kill Jews and that they're terrorists, man.
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim.
You're not thinking deep enough about this topic.
My criticisms of the Houthis' slogan do not factor in to what they are doing. Of course, it is anti.
It means glory to God, not death to America. What? Did I miss something?
Muslim.
You're not thinking deep enough about this topic.
My criticisms of the Houthis' slogan do not factor in to what they are doing.
Allahu Akbar. Yeah, of course.
Of course, it is anti-Semitic, but contextualizing it matters. Yeah, it's really interesting.
It also says death to America.
That is such Western-focused propaganda. Like, for a Palestinian to arrive at anti-Semitic opinions, okay, they don't need to read Mein Kampf.
Oh, I almost forgot the most fun one. They brought back slavery.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do.
That lines up with leftist values. All right, so these guys are clearly the bad guys. So
like he a lot of this just boils down to him having no understanding of like what critical support is, and that yes, we can condemn or like, you know, whatever we can wag our fingers over here. Yemen, hey Yemen, listen. Seriously, Yemen, listen to me. Stop that. Quit doing that stuff. We don't like that stuff. That bad stuff, you got to quit that. All right? Quit that stuff. You better freaking wisen up about your women and stuff. And what other things was he talking about? Yeah, the slavery, dude. Quit that shit, bro. Quit that shit. Treat your workers with respect. All right. Now what? Now what? Like, now what? Y'all better be polite over there. Now what? Dude. Why does it keep doing this when I pause?
So my question is, how does Hasan cover such a genocidal, violent, misogynistic, homophobic, terroristic organization?
Genocidal.
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical?
Sure.
These were the people that the Saudis were killing.
He's willing to call the Houthis genocidal? Yeah, Yemen is genocidal? Again, like, are these standards applied equally?
By the way,
is there any principle like that you're talking from? You know what I mean? Like, is there any principle? Is there any principled opinion that you have that you're talking from when you're talking about this? I don't think there is.
So, you know, these fucking musically gifted individuals.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I need the money, guys.
I'm gonna grab my food.
I'm so confused. What is this?
اسأل أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي واسألوا عن الحشود العسكري يوم سيطرنا على الخوبة بآلي ما نبالي بالهبر والمدفعي
That's right, my friend. Hasan just played straight up terrorist propaganda without even being there to analyze it. Surely,
dude, it's so sad that like 30% of Hasan's chat went and after watching, and Nick included, you know, everybody in the chat right here and Nick included all went and joined the Houthis. Like, that's kind of fucked up. That's kind of fucked up, you know what I mean? Like, they all joined it. Yeah, I'm in Houthi right now. Yeah, see what I mean? That's so crazy, bro. It's just all it takes. A single video. You play a single video on YouTube and now everybody's a terrorist. Bummer.
this must be against terms of service. Twitch does not allow content that depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violent extremist actors. For example, displaying or linking terrorist or extremist propaganda, even for the purpose of denouncing such content. Denouncing? Okay, but what's the rule for endorsing it? Is that okay? The answer is yes, as Hasan was never punished for this blatant violation of Twitch community guidelines. Got it. So denouncing terrorism is bad. Don't do that. Endorsing terrorism is good. Okay, got it, Twitch.
This is a 3-minute video of. What do you mean a music video? When you said music video, I'm expecting like bad example, Chris Brown dancing. You know?
No. They do do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Also, like everything about this just like hinges on if Ethan sees brown people with guns, they're instantly terrorists. They're instantly like bad people. Like, you know, like it's just like it's Islamophobia. It's really not hard to understand. It's actually like so fucking simple that he's just an Islamophobe. Like, it's so simple.
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
This isn't music. I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shoot. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
No, it is. They do musicals about like their fucking like their actions all the time.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I've got this. Instead of terrorist propaganda, let's call it musicals.
They do musicals.
Instead of violent jihadists, let's call them musically talented people.
They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Guys, let's just use our brains. Fiddler on the Roof, Wicked. Out.
Like everybody knows that he's joking. Everybody, Nick knows he's joking. He's saying, "Are you being serious?" Because he knows like this is a joke.
Alexander Hamilton, man. There's no.
Yeah. Also, not to mention like guns in music videos. Never heard of it. Like
reason we can't put these Houthis on Broadway.
Well, they go, listen. You want to fucking bring a ship through here? We're going to take it. So that's exactly what the Houthis start doing. They start fucking sending in helicopters onto fucking ships. Bro, they fucking, look at this. They got the Palestinian flag that they painted under the helicopter with the Yemen flag. They fucking overtake.
Yeah, he said at the beginning of this video he lost 100 pounds.
They start overtaking the ships. And they're like, guess what, dog? No more trade to Israel. If you are sending ships into Israel, if you are owned by an Israeli subsidiary, if you're owned by an Israeli corporation, we're going to take over your ship. You cannot fucking use this trade route anymore. Guess what, bitch? It's our fucking territorial boundary, and we're going to enforce this until you stop doing genocide in Gaza.
So let's review his claims. His first claim is that the boat is headed for Israel. It's not. It's going from Turkey to India. Next claim is that it's owned by an Israeli company. It's not. It's being chartered by a Japanese company, and the boat's owners are registered in the Isle of Man. I'd like to remind everybody that the crew that's kidnapped in this video has been missing for over a year now with zero updates on their health, whereabouts, or anything. That lines up with leftist values. Hasan's third claim is that this attack happened in their territorial waters, which is also a lie. It happened in international waters. Hasan is lying for the Houthis.
Yeah, it's so true, dude. So true. The U.S. never does this. This would be just wrong if the U.S. did this, huh?
Like he's being paid. And honestly, at this point, is he?
The U.S. never blockades naval shipments from or to any country in the world, right? No? Wait, hold on. I'm getting told about Cuba and Venezuela and North Korea.
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no.
For the record.
I'm not calling
I'm a
you that.
propagandist.
This is like a hostile. They're streaming this?
Yeah. They're flexing.
What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrence. Israeli society
by Qatar,
upset. They're going to be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries. What the fuck is going on? I hate this.
The crew was released last week, by the way. Yemen's Houthi rebels released crew of commercial vessel seized in November 2023. Not relevant, I guess. This video came out today, but this info is not relevant anymore. He just is going to go a week later and lie and say they don't know where any of them are. No updates. No updates. Wait, also, what's this? Wait, what's this? The Houthis say they hijacked the Galaxy Leader over its connection to Israel. The attack launched the rebels' campaign targeting ships in international waters. Wow. Hold on. Wait, it says, where's the link? This is the title, but where's the link? Third paragraph. The Bahamas flagged vessels affiliated with an Israeli billionaire, Abraham Rami Ungar, who's one of the richest men in Israel. Oh. So it was directly related to Israel. So everything he just said was a lie.
Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
I find it disturbing that Hasan thinks that a slowdown of imports is going to cause Jews to flee Israel. 80% of Israelis were born there and do not have citizenship anywhere else. So where do you want them to go, Hasan? Back to Poland or back to the Arab countries they were forced out of?
No, dude. How about they just like view their neighbors as like human beings? How about they just like treat the Palestinians as people and treat them with dignity and like support their, like, what? Yeah, why don't they just give them equal rights?
Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
By telling the Jews of Israel to go back where they came from, Hasan attempts to deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East. It characterizes them not as indigenous, but as white colonizers. This is despite the fact that 60% of Jews in Israel are actually native to the Middle East.
This is wild.
So these guys did all of this, right? They did all of this.
Is that their helicopter?
Yeah.
That looks like a legit helicopter.
It is a legit helicopter.
This is wild.
So they take it over, they take it over, they take it over, and they tell the people in the ship, usually like mostly Filipino people, Filipino.
Is this the part that had like one frame unblurred that he was freaking out about?
Crews. Oh. And they're like, all right, well, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us. We're taking over the ship.
What an incredible way to characterize having a gun in your face. Hasan is asking us not to believe our own eyes as we watch terrorists hostilely kidnap the crew.
We got no problems with you, but you're coming with us. We're taking over the ship.
And once again, the crew is still MIA for over a year.
Like, this is a lie. They've been released. You know this by now. When you're releasing this, you know that this is true.
Prisoners to a terrorist organization. But don't worry, guys. Hasan says they have no problem with them.
They're like, all right, well, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us.
Bro, the zoom in on Nick's face like that.
3-minute video of, what do you mean a music video? When you said music video, I'm expecting like, are you being serious? I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
Dude, you know he sent this to a bunch of people for quote unquote notes, and like nobody fucking watched it all. Like nobody got back to him with notes.
I bet Hasan's friend really appreciated being fed terrorist propaganda on camera. Let's see what he had to say.
Because hell, even a couple days ago, I was hanging out with my buddy Hasan, and this guy unironically put a terrorist propaganda music video on and then left the room.
Left the room.
Yeah, and I was just like, and the thing is, like, in hindsight, it's hilarious, But at the same time, I'm like, what is going on here? This is wild to me.
Yeah.
But like,
yeah, treating anything Nick says with sincerity in this is hilarious too.
I just and like he was like, yo, they're such great dancers. Look how good
my god!
I can't even tell the Nick is farming. Right, this is his entire shtick.
Okay. Wait, is that how it works? If you watch like a politics TikTok, you get recommended Hasan right after? Is that how it works? Bro, he's all over this page. That's crazy. Click it. Dude, Hasan be saying some wild stuff, man. So I don't know if we can.
Here's another incident of Hasan enjoying some Houthi propaganda.
So he's just not allowed to watch this. This is forbidden video. You can't watch this. It's against the rules. Not Twitch's rules, just Ethan's rules, okay? Nobody asked Ethan, and he's got to let you know. This is against the rules, baby. Don't watch this video.
How can they not agree with the Houthis when this is the kind of music video that they're coming out with? They got a beautiful voice too. Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this dropped, dude. The fucking mixtape.
Oh, Hasan, my sweet, naive friend. You say that Jews don't sing and dance like that? Then what the fuck do you call this?
Oh, God. Anonymous, thank you for the gift of sub.
That's right, bitch. What the fuck you stepping on our shit?
Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this dropped, dude. The fucking mixtape.
The American flag?
You got a beautiful voice too.
This is a Miami choir.
Israel been real quiet since this dropped, dude. Israel been real quiet since this dropped, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got it.
Oh my God, dude.
Houthis been real quiet.
How do you think Hasan will possibly recover from this? He won't, and I'll take over. It's all of his viewers are now my viewers. We will be rich and famous by the end of the year. W. I'm gonna say the exact same shit too. I'm gonna do the exact same things.
Since this dropped, dude.
Hasan's Jover. It's over for him, dude. Yeah, you won't catch me watching him. After this, bro, I'll never watch him again, bro. And you shouldn't either. You guys, every day at 6:30, you should come here instead of watching Hasan, you know? Yeah, that's what it means. Because how could you continue after this? You're gonna continue watching him after 6:30 p.m. on Pacific time. Okay? No, you're gonna come over here and watch me instead. I don't have any content nukes on me. No radiation over here. You guys might get proxy cancer from the radiation of this. You know, if you're watching Hasan. If you're, you know what I mean. That's why you gotta come over here at 6:30 p.m. Before 6:30, I don't give a fuck who you watch. I don't give a fuck.
Now we come to our sweet, beautiful, cute little TikTok twink. This hairless young man.
Yeah, but he's so hot.
Is the fantasy of every tween and twix and all the boys and girls on TikTok. He's cute. He's got a mustache. He's a freedom fighter. Beautiful eyes. They call him Timothée Chalamet because he's a Houthi.
Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean?
Not a Houthi.
Excuse me.
And even if he was, who cares? There's nothing wrong with having a conversation with somebody who you disagree with. True.
Of course I'm about to have a... I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism. It's so weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, why are you doing that?
Did you see that since Ethan posted this on his old channel that hasn't had a vid in years, a shit ton of people who forgot they subscribed instantly unsubscribed, so now it's crashing too.
Bro, you are going to get banned? I
gotta pee. I'll be back.
To do that.
Hasan
I'm gonna watch it on my phone though.
Opportunity to express his journalistic chops, to get his boots on the ground and show us just how good of a reporter he can be.
I'm doing journalism, chat. Does he know what One Piece is?
He's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. Yes. I love you too, man. Big time. Yeah.
I love you. I love you so much.
We're big fans of the Yemeni music videos. You can tell him that. I want to ask him about the knife. The knives are sick. What's up with the knives? You know, the curved knives.
If one of those knives comes out in front of you, it's not going back until it has blood on it.
Oh, okay. My bad. Well, I mean, I think it's cool though. That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
The crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny. I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism. It's so weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, "Why are you doing that?" What do you mean? I'm just chilling. We're just vibing. Yeah, we're just vibing. We're vibing big time.
Hasan uncritically interviewed this kid for about an hour. It was the most brazen display of disgusting terrorist propaganda that I have maybe ever seen in Western media.
What has happened to, does he know what has happened to any of the crews? Like, I heard they...
Hasan almost asked a good question, but it's actually leading to the most obscene part of this interview.
He's saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did qat with them, and he danced some music with them, and he was vibing. So he likes him, yeah.
So, what? I mean, what... That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
Ask yourself, why is he able to hang out with the captain and the crew of this pirated ship? Why would he even have access to that? Hasan knows why. Of course, he is a Houthi terrorist. Instead of challenging him and demanding more details about these kidnapped and missing people, he just runs defense for this guy, acting like he doesn't know why that would even happen.
He's saying that they win over the crews.
Okay, so this is actually not even that hard to answer. Like, if you're a random Yemeni kid who's going to this remote part of Yemen specifically to visit the ship, which is something that it did become a tourist attraction after a while. You know, like, this is probably not that big of an area. I don't really know where you visit the ship from, you know, but I would assume it's probably not that big of a town, and like, they're not kept under security because where the fuck are they going to go? It's basically like a customs stop, you know, like this happens in the US all the time too. You get stuck at the port. You have to wait for months to get into the port, you know, like for some reason that's above your pay grade. Like, this is all part of it.
On these ships.
Welcome to international shipping.
Like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny.
It is super funny, the idea of kidnapped crew members who are being forced, probably at gunpoint, to do some death to Americas and maybe some curse upon the Jews. And frankly, the callous disregard for the well-being of the literal hostages is shocking. Even
I mean, it's also just like nothing new yet. We have like nothing that is like of any real substance yet. I don't know. It's just like, what's the point of any of this?
That loves terrorists.
That's so funny. Is there a KFC there? They're everywhere. I don't think.
Oh yeah, this image here. They're chilling, dude.
KFC in Yemen, dog.
He says they have two.
Oh, they do have KFC in Yemen? That's crazy. Okay, that's sick.
Is there a KFC in Yemen? No way, dude! Holy fuck! There's a KFC in Yemen! He's just like us!
Dude, I love that he's editing this and he still keeps his body revolting. This man's body is in constant revolt against his soul. His soul is literally corrupting him from the inside. And he's over here like, he keeps it in the edit. Also, by the way, just so we all are familiar and clear, this guy is positive with COVID right now and just did an in-studio show where he didn't wear a mask. He just actively threatened the permanent health of all of his crew, was posting selfies at the was posting selfies on Instagram of him at the doctor's office. At the doctor's office without a fucking mask on. You're at a medical facility with COVID without a without a mask on. Like, dude.
Does he know what One Piece is?
What if he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. That's fire. That's so fire. Oh my god. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
You guys all remember Luffy's flag, right? Now I'm only halfway through that show, so maybe I just haven't come.
This guy is always sick, bro. He is immunocompromised at this point.
To it yet, but I do.
B-Homs, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you.
Luffy's flag looking like this. Predictably, there was some blowback after this interview, and Hasan went immediately into damage control to rewrite history.
He said that he was just simply a Yemeni person and not a Houthi. Yeah, I mean, we don't even know if he's a Houthi or not. He's a teenager in Yemen. The dude is neither a Houthi, nor a terrorist, nor a pirate, is not a Houthi rebel. They didn't fucking call him a Houthi either. You want to know why? Because he's not one. He's not a Houthi himself.
Wait, who's they? Who's they? Wait. In that clip just back then, who is they?
Neither a Houthi, nor a terrorist, nor a pirate, is not a Houthi rebel. They didn't fucking call.
Who's they? It's probably like the fucking New York Times, dude. It's probably like the fucking New York Times that reached out to Hasan to get his contact.
Call him.
And then wrote an article about it.
You want to know why? Because he's not one. He's not a Houthi himself. He's not a pirate, but, you know, I don't think he's not a pirate. He has
No, he's a terrorist because he's brown and has a photo of him with a gun. And for Ethan, that strikes him right in the core of his, bigoted fear. His bigoted fears are triggered by this guy's existence.
Reiterated the position that he is not a Houthi. Trust me, bro, I'm not Houthi. Be for real. You sucked him off the entire stream. Not even a Houthi militant or anything like that. When I interviewed the dude who they still to this day call a Houthi terrorist. Tim Houthi's not even a fucking Houthi. I thought he wasn't a Houthi because he's not. No, he was just some fucking Yemeni TikToker. Random fucking Yemeni teenager. Didn't you brand it as him being a Houthi interview though? Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes.
I mean, he did think he was going to be a Houthi.
All right, let's just take Hasan's word.
He did. Hasan thought he was a Houthi, and then he did the interview, and he learned the truth, and he changed his opinion on the thing. That's what you're supposed to do when you are presented with new info. You know what I mean? He thought one thing, and then he asked the guy, learned the truth, and then corrected himself. Crazy to think about, right?
Word for it, and assume, okay, this kid is not a Houthi rebel. He's just some ordinary Yemen teenager.
Yeah, there isn't a problem with interviewing a Houthi. I mean, Ethan wants him to to really hold him to account. He thinks the point of doing that interview is to really wag your finger super hard at him and say, "Hey, mister, that's not a nice thing to do to that ship and those people on the board of the ship. Hey, man, answer for your crimes." That's what he thought. That's what Ethan thinks should have happened in that interview. Which is again, why the fuck? Who cares? What is that content? What is that journalism? What does that do? What does that do? Is that guy accountable to Hasan? Is this Yemeni kid accountable to Hasan or Hasan's audience or Ethan for that matter? No, he's not. He's just a fucking Yemeni kid who survived a genocide and stands against Zionist terrorism. That's it.
Go ahead and take a look at his social media and see if that lines up.
All right, let's see here. Tel Aviv will burn in the coming hours. ready for sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football? Here he is singing a song with the words, "Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew?" The meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hasan likes to say it, a pike for a cut. Okay, why would he retweet this article called "Houthis Use Social Media to Boost Global Prominence and Support"? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed.
Like, again, I just want to remind you, like, nobody cares about this. This kid is not accountable to Ethan. We're talking about a random Yemeni kid right now. Hasan did not endorse any of these tweets. Interviewing him is not an endorsement. This is no significance at all to any of this. Like, I don't...
And sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay. But hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive. You know what makes you a Houthi? Being a Houthi. At least one of the two of them is being honest about it.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes.
Bro, you photoshopped this on here. What is this?
Yes, that's fine.
Also, like, wild. Wild. This is Asada Shakur, right? Yeah. A list. Oh god, man. I don't even know where to start with this shit, bro.
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. Yes. That's fire. And that's so fire. Oh my god. We think the Houthis is doing what Luffy would do.
Like, no. I'm on the side of the FBI. And look at this list of bad people that I will not question and know whatsoever. Like, putting him next to Asada Shakur, he just like opened. It's just clear as a window. It's clear as a window. Everything was just in that one image that you made, and you thought that was an okay thing to show. It's so clear.
Creating an image of a Jewish person on a pike. I don't understand why this problem can't be approached with nuance, because he is a teenager in Yemen, dude.
Talk about the bigotry of low expectations. He's a kid in Yemen, dude. What do you expect? Of course he's going to want to put a pike through a Jew's asshole and through his mouth. That's just what kids in Yemen are like, man.
And also, what do you mean? It's just a person on a pike. There's no Jewish person on a pike on that photo, unless I saw something different.
Hasan claims this isn't even a Jewish person on the pike. How exactly is a naked, piked person supposed to look like a Jew for you, Hasan? You know what? You're right. Let me make it a little clearer for you. First, he needs a bigger nose, right, Hasan? Of course, he needs a yarmulke, the curly thing.
So he's just going fully anti-Semite now. Ethan does this a lot, where he'll tactically be anti-Semitic, you know, and like go extreme on his own anti-Semitism.
Oh, look, Hasan, he dropped his dreidel. He must be Jewish for sure. Or, you know, you could just read what he wrote, you dumbass, liar, terrorist-loving, propagandist piece of shit.
This is why this entire conversation is fucking idiotic. It's not a Jewish person. He said, why am I held accountable for some random fucking 19-year-old in Yemen's tweet?
Like, for real, dude. Including this is wild. Including this?
What is happening? How many steps removed are we from this situation?
0. I mean, you platformed.
Literally.
Remember? Did the check not?
How many fucking steps removed are we from the genocide happening to Palestinians by the Israeli government?
Clear something?
Which you have only mentioned once to talk about in relationship to Jewish people, and to use and to say, I understand that something bad is happening to Palestinians, but nobody cares about the Jews. Nobody's ever thinking and caring about the Jewish people. Yeah, I know that more people have died in Palestine. That's the only time he's mentioned Palestinian suffering this entire time, by the way.
criticism for his coverage of the Houthi Luffy, he has a total meltdown.
I fucking despise all of you, dude. I do. I really do. I hate all of you. You successfully got me to talk about this, and my patience is running thin on this matter. The endless selfishness, the untapped well of American selfishness and American individualism is in full display. How is this the conversation that you want to have right now?
One of the most cynical methods Hasan deploys to sidestep any criticism is to deflect to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. I've seen him do this so many times. He frames it like you are selfish for trying to criticize him, no matter what the reason is, because there's a genocide happening, man. How can you criticize me at a time like this?
Claiming that I am, too pro-Houthi. When someone is like focusing on that while there's an active fucking ethnic cleansing campaign happening. He also apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni team.
Dude, like, we don't have to, we've said it 1,000 times, and then really it's like, this is what it always comes down to with Ethan. We can criticize the Yemenis, like the Houthis. We can criticize Hamas on their domestic policy. We can have criticisms and like encourage cultural change in the ways that they deserve to have cultural change, and also support them in their striving for liberation. And they're fighting against an apartheid, horrific rogue state in Israel. Both of these things can exist. You're actually allowed to do that. Similar to earlier when he was talking about China, where it's okay. You can say, I support China and their lifting up of their working class, their literacy rates, all of these things that China has done really great for the working class. I can acknowledge that. At the same time, I don't have to say like, what they're doing in Xinjiang is like a good thing. Prisons in general, I'm against them on principle. You know what I mean? I don't like any prison. It doesn't matter who holds the keys. Like we can have disagreements and still have a nuanced support, like, of certain actions that they do.
Teenager who's only known genocide his entire life. In the middle of fucking talking about fucking.
And it's also like, even if it was black and white, even in Ethan's mind, it always comes back to, okay, if you want to be principled against rape, if rape and murder are things that immediately devalue the culture that does the thing, and that requires no sympathy outside of that because they've done rape and murder, then you have to apply that to the Israeli government too. And then where are we at? If you recognize that people have been raped to death in Israeli prisons, okay, to death, then, okay, I'll give you every horror story you've ever heard about October 7th. But if you can say that that's wrong, then why can't we agree that Israel is doing worse? That Israel is the worst evil here. And I agree. I would like to see nobody killed. I would like to see none of that. I would like to see nobody raped. Big, hard, hot take here. Okay? Big hot take here. Rape is bad. Should never be used, period. Ever. Nobody should ever be raped, period. Like, okay, now what? Like, what are we doing? Now we've agreed on that and we can move on. Can we talk about the conditions in Gaza that actually led to October 7th? Can we talk about how those systemic issues that existed in Gaza that led to October 7th still exist, if not are worse today? So by recreating all of those material conditions and everything that led to that, you're in a way encouraging it to happen again? That the only way to actually prevent this, like, can we talk about preventing it? Hasan has done it quite a fucking lot, dude. Hasan has been having those conversations quite a fucking lot.
In Gaza, and this dumb fuck, blow your nose, brother. Love you, not trying to be mean. Just keep some tissue nearby and clear it out occasionally when needed. Much love. Fuck you, dude. My argument sucks? You think it justifies genocide? What are you, stupid? Everything that can be tangentially turned into like Jewish people are under attack is a decent way to just like drive discourse away from open genocide in Gaza. If your sole focus when Israel is doing a complete genocide in Gaza, if your sole focus revolves around that people are saying you're a Zionist, yeah, go fucking yell at streamers. for not covering sufficiently the ongoing active genocide in Gaza instead of coming in here and fucking chirping at me.
It's quite a charge to just say, I'm a stenographer of the Israeli government or I'm a propagandist. I don't think there's any evidence I'm either of those things. I'm curious who you think I am doing
While
the
we're
propaganda
having this
for.
conversation, 3,000, Piers, while we're having this back and forth, 3,840 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered in the last incursion into Gaza. I feel like this is an incredibly selfish, self-centered conversation to have.
This technique is so powerful because everyone is afraid of being labeled as a genocide denier. Piers Morgan, with decades of experience, immediately surrenders when the genocide card is pulled.
When you're just a fucking stenographer, you're not a truth teller.
He's like, I won't. Piers Morgan, this worked on Piers Morgan. They used the genocide card and it worked on Piers Morgan. It won't work on me. I'm going to defend the genocide. I'm going to fully defend this shit. Like, fuck you, dude. You're such a piece of shit. He's like, nah, that won't work on me, bro.
He has every right to.
Yeah. Centering any conversation around this, not on personal grievances, not on like, you know, like it's shitty. This entire video, basically, centering your conversation around this kind of shit instead of focusing on the people of Palestine and their experiences, that's actually pulling the genocide card, right? Earlier today when we started, before we played this video, when we played the new Hasan video from AJ Plus, we were just pulling the genocide card when I asked you to keep the Palestinian people in your thoughts as we talk about this drama and understand that this is all real people whose real homes have been destroyed, whose real family members have been killed.
Defend himself and grow a pair, Piers. Stand up for yourself, man. It's time to stop being intimidated by these online overnight activists who couldn't even point to Gaza on a map before October 7th. Like Hasan, for example.
Doesn't know where Yemen is. Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I think Nope. Got it.
Actually, crazy. I've never seen this clip before.
How can
he was obviously just clicking around and shit. Like he's just clicking to try to find it. But 6+ year old clip. I know, but that's the first clip that I haven't seen like shared by Destiny like weirdos 100,000 times. I've never seen that one.
You claim to actually care about this genocide when you're willing to so cynically
exploit it to sidestep any criticism.
What a bigot. Before we move on, Hasan has one final taste of idiocy for us all to enjoy.
Now this kid is like, I think he was like 19 at the time when I talked to him. Which means,
I mean, listen, we covered the Congo like last night for like 3.5 hours. I learned a lot about the interworkings and like the political dynamic of the Congo last night. I could probably find it on a map, but before yesterday, do you think I could find it on a map? Like my geography of especially like Africa is not great, you know?
For most of his life, he has withstood.
Yeah, it doesn't require geography understanding.
Sure.
Some of it does as an influence by it. But.
It's like it's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically. Okay, being able to talk to Anne Frank.
Just say Dave and Z. We all know what you're talking about. But if I allow it in the chat, like there are weirdo fans of his who scan it and like I don't want that attention. So.
In real time.
To quote Anne Frank, I keep my ideals because in spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart.
Dude, this shit is so revealing too. This shit, the holding up of Anne Frank and being like, oh, like, no, Anne Frank was the good victim of genocide. We stand with victims of genocide as long as they die peacefully. As long as you don't pick up arms and defend yourself. And if Anne Frank, this is the implication here. This is a really, really terrible implication of all these conversations around Anne Frank, is that if Anne Frank or her father or any of her family members were to pick up a gun and kill Nazis, Ethan would not support her. Ethan would be just as angry at Anne Frank as he is at the Yemeni kid. That's the implication of all of this. And it's disgusting. Yes, it is. It's super standard liberal shit. Acid Burns, thank you for the gifted sub to Violence Against the Rich. Appreciate you.
Anne Frank continues to inspire generations of people because in the face of
like, dude,
that eventually took her and her entire family's life, except for her dad, she refused to give in to hate, malice, and violence. And then,
like, he literally is like, we like Anne Frank because she died peacefully. Because she died peacefully. Like, where did that get her? She died, man. She was murdered by the fucking Nazi regime. If your takeaway from the Diary of Anne Frank is not, wow, I should do everything in my power to fight against this happening in my country. If that's not your takeaway, if instead your takeaway is, oh no, it's actually beautiful that she never resorted to violence to protect her and her family. That is such a bizarre, fucking weirdo way of thinking about this. It's so fucked.
then there's this guy who would have killed Anne Frank if he ever met her.
You might think this is a sweet, innocent girl. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys we are working on a new edition just for you, Hasan. You should hear about the time she went roaming the streets of Berlin at night with a knife, slitting the throats of families, including children, babies, and the elderly. She's killed children, you guys. She even rapes people. She's just like Luffy. There is no other.
Bro. That is so unbelievably tone deaf, bad. Like, oh my God. That just.
Other way to describe this than terrorist propaganda. Not only is
so disrespectful.
Is he platforming terrorist propaganda, right, uncritically? He's participating in it. He's enhancing it. He is not just a conduit. He is an active participant who's disseminating it to more and more people in a way more consumable form. This is extremely fucked up. But why should he care? Their flag doesn't say death to fucking Turks. It says curse upon the Jews. Hasan likes to obfuscate on this and says, nobody cares when Sean Penn interviewed El Chapo.
Sean Penn literally interviewed El Chapo. Exactly, dude.
Nobody is saying you can't have difficult conversations with controversial people.
No, exactly. He wants him to wag his finger. Hey, you 17-year-old kid from Yemen. How dare you? What are you doing? You better knock it off over there. Like, again, the Yemeni kid is not accountable to Hasan. He's not accountable to Ethan. He's not accountable to me. He's not accountable to anybody on Twitch or on the internet at all. Okay, he's accountable to his own community and to the like people that he is living with. And they are all united. Like, they are all united against the Zionist regime.
Have to ask them hard questions, guys. We know this. Now let's move on to everybody's favorite terrorist organization, our friends in the north. It's Hezbollah. Where do I even begin? Thousands of civilians have been killed globally from their terrorist acts, car bombs, and suicide attacks. They even assassinated the Lebanese prime minister. They've hijacked civilian airplanes. They've shot 15,000 rockets into civilian centers. And if you can imagine, that's not even the worst things they've done. They participated.
Again, like, it's the standards shifting, right? This makes Hezbollah a terrorist organization, unwilling and unreasonable. They have nothing good to say. Everything about them needs to be thrown in the toilet, right? According to Ethan. However, you know, does this standard apply to Israel? No. Of course. Like, there's always an explanation. And it's like so bizarre to watch somebody go out of their way to explain why they like think that apartheid is justified. You think segregation and apartheid is justified, and you think it's an okay thing to happen, and that's why you're a Zionist, Ethan.
in the slaughter of over 500,000 Syrian civilians to help a dictator, Bashar Assad, stay in power. They indiscriminately bombed over civilian centers, and they killed hundreds of thousands of civilians in what can only be described as a genocide. They are a designated terrorist group by the U.S.
Again, he loves saying genocide.
And, oh yeah.
Earlier, Yemen was genocidal. Now Lebanon is genocidal because of their support of al-Assad. I've criticized Hezbollah and said that their support of al-Assad is bullshit too. Al-Assad can eat my dick, dude. That guy fucking sucks. That guy was a terrible dictator who used chemical weapons on his own people.
The entire Arab League, which gave them that status after their
he's pulling the genocide card now.
And the Syrian genocide. In short, nobody likes them.
Also, isn't he supposed to be in character in this one? He's supposed to be like a Twitch. Isn't he supposed to be like a Twitch staffer or something? Like, he's in the Twitch offices. He's breaking character.
Well,
just fucking up my immersion, dude.
There's one person.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
It's also like
I like what you.
It's like the third time we've seen these clips too.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
This is Hezbollah's leader, Hasan Nasrallah. According to Hassan Piker, this man is a brilliant freedom fighter. But before we get into that, let's see how he feels about Jewish people. Here are some choice quotes from Hezbollah's leader, Hasan Nasrallah. According to Shaul Shai, Hasan Nasrallah said in a speech delivered in Beirut, "What do the Jews want? They want security and money. Throughout history, the Jews have been Allah's most cowardly and avaricious creatures. If you look all over the world, you will find no one more miserly or greedy than they are."
I don't have an issue with them.
If we search the entire world for a person more cowardly, despicable, weak, and feeble in psyche, mind, ideology, and religion, we would not find anyone like the
Like, again, Hassan is responsible for this?
Jew.
He pronounced miserly wrong? Yeah, I know.
I do not say Israeli.
I don't have an issue with them.
If Jews all gathered in Israel, it will save us the trouble of going after them worldwide. The history of Jews has proven that, regardless of the Zionist proposal, they are a people who are evil in their ideas. The state of the grandsons of apes and pigs, the Zionist Jew, the murderers of the prophet, the Jews invented the legend of the Nazi atrocities.
I don't have an issue with them.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen. You have to remember something, okay? A lot of these dudes, you see them in their fucking fits.
What is his argument here? That the Hezbollah leader is anti-Semitic? Well, they're invaded and bombed and still are? Yeah. No, yeah. That's it. And that by proxy, Hasan is an anti-Semite because he watched a 53-second video of him.
And you hear about, like,
has he ever come out and said he's a Zionist, or does he let people make the assumption based on his incredibly ass takes on the region? He says, everybody calls me a Zionist. It's basically a slur now. Just because I want there to be a Jewish state. Just because I don't think Israel should just dissolve. It's like, okay, so you want there to be a Jewish ethno-state on historic Palestine. Like, that is just the definition of Zionism. That is the basic definition of Zionism. But he considers himself a liberal Zionist, which essentially just means it would be really great if I didn't have to think about Palestinians. I want everything to be the same in Israel. I just don't want to. I wish the Palestinians just like would pee poof one day and stop existing there. You know, it's very inconvenient for me that there are Palestinians. You know, that's essentially what like liberal Zionism is, where they like kind of close their eyes and put their head in the ground about the realities of Palestinians and how that is necessitated by the ethno-nationalist endeavor of Zionism. They just don't pay attention to that, and then they can feign like they care about Palestinians, and they can say, "Oh, it's just so terrible. It's just so awful. I wish it was different." But they don't want to actually change any of the actual structures that require the subjugation of the Palestinian people.
Some of their attitudes about like gay people, for example, and you immediately fucking
Real human beings. Thank you for the sub.
Orientalist perspectives, not realizing that these motherfuckers are better read than you by a million. Okay.
Real human being 666.
Like it's not it's not a broken clock situation. No, dude. Half of these dudes literally
all he's saying in this is that like he's a very like well read and like learned person, and he's calling out the like inherent Islamophobia in the chat, in his own chat. That's like, oh wow, he's like talking about like international like relationships with like astute, you know, like making astute observations about international policy and like foreign relationships. Wow, that's so surprising. It's like, what do you mean? He's like the leader of a political organization. You know?
Educated in America and in the UK. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
The more you learn,
this is why it's Orientalist. To literally look at these dudes and go, oh no, they're fucking barbaric baboons, and like sometimes they get this shit right.
Yeah.
No, dude, he knows. It's crazy.
There's Western being saying, yep, it's racist. Yep.
He's read more books than you could ever imagine.
Knowledge.
And also, ultimately, he is regarded as a pretty brilliant a person in terms of like everything that he's done. You might not agree with his methods. You might not agree with his attitude overall in terms of like, his social, his opinions on civil liberties and shit like that. But ultimately, this motherfucker has read a shit ton of books.
Knowledge.
I feel I've shown you guys enough evidence that Hezbollah is an evil terrorist organization, but
evil
considered this.
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim. Okay? That's what you meant to say. What you meant to say is they're Muslim. So of course, as they're Muslim, it's different.
If you're wondering why Hasan's audience is so radicalized, it's because of stuff like this.
Israel, America's greatest ally, the most important country in the world, the most moral nation, the most moral democracy on the planet, is ruthlessly and mercilessly bombing southern Lebanon, including southern Beirut.
What did Lebanon do?
They just kind of were there. They happen to be Israel's neighbor.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Even as someone who's critical of Israel, this retelling is fucking insane.
They just kind of were there.
Hezbollah started launching rockets into Israel hours after the October 7th raid began. They launched 12,000 rockets, killed nearly 100 people, including 12 children, and displaced 250,000 Israelis from northern Israel. That's what caused...
So again, it's like Israel, we are allowed to do this. They are not. We are the legitimate use of missiles and violence in the region, and nobody else is allowed to do that. Nobody else is allowed to do it, just us. We're legitimate, they're not. We're a sovereign state acting in self-defense, they're terrorists. Do you see like this not only is this it just doesn't like add or like contribute to any kind of conversation that leads anywhere useful. Do you understand? Like, I think like doing the critique on it and talking about it, like, I think it's good. I think it's good to have these conversations and to like debunk these like talking points. But like, there's nothing about what Ethan is doing here that has anything to do with Palestine, has really anything to do with Israel. Like, it's just slop. It's meaningless. There's no point to it. Like there's nowhere it goes. There's no conclusion that he's drawing. It's just like, I hate Hasan. I don't like this guy. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing. There's nothing.
Caused them to respond.
What did Lebanon do?
Shit. Why did he ask that? What do I say? Do I tell him the real reason?
AI Hasan voice, bro.
No, my audience will kill me for being a Zionist. Okay, let's try this. They just kind of were there. Hell yeah, another slick saved by boots on the ground, Hasan Piker. Damn, I'm good.
Even as a pro-Palestine activist, how does lying about this serve your agenda? All it does is further radicalize people. It removes any nuance, and it avoids any criticism for his team. And this is what continues to drive this conflict on forever. Hasan is dedicated to pleasing.
His team? Who's his team? Hasan is a team? News to me.
His radical audience, even at the price of knowing
About Tree Fitty, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate you.
lying to them for TikTok and Twitter likes.
I'm a propagandist.
Or he's being paid, which, you know, we can't rule out. What a
About
pathetic
350 just
propagandist
subscribe.
piece of shit liar he is. And now, let's move to Hamas, the catalyst for this entire thing. They're the ones that committed this horrible act of terrorism, one of the worst the world has ever seen, on October 7th. They're without a doubt the
One of the worst acts of terrorism the world has ever seen. Like,
most extreme of all of these terrorist organizations. They are Islamic jihadists that want to convert all of Israel into an Islamic state under Sharia law. That's their stated goal. Hamas has been on the designated terrorist group pretty much as long as there's been a group. These guys have been suicide bombing civilians before.
wow, it's almost like, were there ever like organizations like in the last 75 years that existed that were like secular and leftist that fought for Palestinian liberation? Did those exist? What happened to them? I wonder. You know, what happened to those organizations? How come they're not winning? That info is locked away somewhere and cannot be found, I guess. Or else, surely, acting in good faith and wanting to understand the situation, Ethan would have found out about it by now, right? He would have understood this, right? Wait, you're telling me right now the PFLP was teaching their children Hebrew so that when they freed Palestine, they could live alongside the Jewish people inside of Israel, understanding that their government was not the people? Oh, wait, that's crazy. And all of those organizations were systematically targeted by Israel and killed, and then Hamas was funded and propped up by the Israeli government to exist as a counter to them? Wow. That's fucking insane, dude.
ISIS leaders were even born. They fired 50,000 rockets into civilian populations and performed over 100 suicide bombings, killing thousands of civilians. Women are restricted from participating in the workplace and public life. Homosexuality is outlawed, and in some cases, of course, punishable by death. They steal foreign aid from the people of Gaza and military use, or they just sell it back to them. For example, why are all the Hamas leaders billionaires? And let's be real, these guys clearly are not skipping any meals. While the people of Gaza...
Like, dude, if somebody did this with Israel, it would be fucking anti-Semitic. Can you imagine if you were like, why are all of the leaders of Israel billionaires? Why are all the most powerful people in Israel billionaires? Because guess what? Billionaires are the most powerful people everywhere in the world. Hate to tell you that, like, in any country, the most powerful people probably going to be billionaires. Yeah. Hate to tell you that, you know.
Gaza languish in poverty. These fine gentlemen are living in multi-million-dollar penthouses in Qatar. That lines up with leftist values. Or, well, they were billionaires. Because they're all dead. They're killed. They're all dead.
Are they actually billionaires? They're probably very wealthy.
A bunch of psychopathic terrorists of the worst order. And nobody would be crazy enough to defend them. No, is this Islam again? Hasan defended Hamas? Seriously? Okay. We had to make last-minute changes to this part to prevent it from being age-restricted on YouTube.
Yeah, we want the kids watching this, baby. If children can't watch this video, then don't publish it, baby. We gotta fix it so that kids can watch this video. This is child relevant content.
out the footage from Hamas, and I will attempt to narrate it for you as best I can. In this scene, an older woman is walking hand in hand with a girl who looks about 12. And as they're getting in the back of the van, one of the terrorists gives them a wave goodbye and says goodbye to them in English.
Goodbye.
And the two of them smiling wave back.
That's crazy, dog. Dude. Okay, that's crazy.
He's talking about hostages? He's talking about hostages being released? Is that what it is? It's just the hostages?
كتائب القسام عن تسليم كتائب القسام للمحتجزين الإسرائيليين للصليب الأحمر.
The doctor waiting also.
There's zero reason to censor this video unless you don't want to show the kindness of the Palestinian resistance.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a good point. Why would they have to do that?
Dog. Dude. Okay, that's crazy.
There's no way this flagged it.
That's crazy. That actually, okay, that's...
Wait, maybe because there's a child in it? Maybe because there's a child in the content, it might have flagged something for YouTube?
Too much. That's too much. That's more than I expect.
للمحتجزين الإسرائيليين للصليب الأحمر.
Bro, every time they're releasing hostages, the next wave they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
Goodbye.
The little girl who was thought to be dead is one of the released hostages.
The doctor waiting also there, so okay.
هذا الإعلامي.
That actually, okay, that's too much. That's too much. That's more than I expect. Bro,
Also, this isn't defending Hamas. This is just a genuine, this is just his reaction to that footage. This isn't even defending Hamas. There's nothing about this that's defending Hamas. It's watching footage and making the logical conclusion of the footage.
Every time they're releasing hostages, the next wave they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
These hostages are being released at gunpoint by the people who likely murdered their family.
At gunpoint. By the people... Wait, oh my God, dude. I just want to listen to this next part that he's about to say and think about Ela Klein going on an armed raid into Palestine and kidnapping a person from a home in the middle of the night and bringing him back and keeping him in prisons where we now know people are raped to death. Okay? Keep that in mind, that this is a factual thing that she admitted to voluntarily and published to the internet.
These hostages are being released at gunpoint by the people who likely murdered their family in front of them before kidnapping them. Hasan peddling this narrative that they're sad to leave their captors is beyond disgusting.
The next wave, they're going to be like, actually, I'm good.
It's plainly obvious these are traumatized victims who are scared for their life and doing what the terrorists are telling them to do in order to avoid any conflict on the way out. Oh, look at the sweet masked terrorist with his AK-47. He's so nice. Did you guys see how he waves goodbye?
Dude.
Like, bro, that's your wife. Your wife did an armed kidnapping, unironically took somebody, and what happened to that guy? Has anybody followed up? Does it keep you up at night? Does it keep Hila up at night? Has she followed up on what happened to that guy that she participated in the armed kidnapping of? Now, why would you have such a different value on human life, a different value, a different understanding of suffering between two populations like this? It's because you're an Islamophobe and you don't care about Arab people. You don't see Palestinians as real people. You don't see them as human beings. It's a different, it's just obvious.
Dude, okay, I'm gonna be honest. This is some crazy PR. They look traumatized as fuck. Wait, what? Bro, they look like they're chilling.
This girl who had her foot blasted off on October 7th and then operated on without anesthesia or painkillers is so sorry to say goodbye.
Why wasn't there anesthesia or painkillers there, Ethan? Who denied them anesthesia and painkillers, Ethan?
Oh my god.
Who did that?
Man, boo.
Chank Pecker, thank you so much for the tier 1.
Tomatoes.
Who denied them painkillers, man?
For 6 months.
Goodbye to her captors. She's gonna miss their hospitality, like being raped and being watched showering
Okay, is there any proof of that?
and changing.
The next week they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
Bro, and he thinks like this is an acceptable way to enforce his point. Amit Susana is the first former hostage to publicly say she was sexually abused in captivity. A UN report has said it found clear and convincing information that some hostages suffered conflict-related sexual violence.
Next week they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good.
I mean, maybe this did happen. This could have happened. I haven't read these reports. The reports that I have read are a lot of people being like, we would arm wrestle each other, and then our captors would arm wrestle with us, and they would put a towel in between our hands because they had such respect for women that they didn't want to touch my hand to arm wrestle.
It's so obvious.
Zay Squirrel debunked the Amit Susana hoax. She blocked me, so Zay Squirrel blocked me a long time ago because I liked Arun Now post one time.
The terrorists are telling them what to do. Ethan, how can you say that? They look so happy.
I didn't do nothing. I never even interacted with her.
Itai, go ahead. Okay.
And like, it's so sad too, because also it's like, there's beauty in this. And I'm like, I don't mean that, like, nobody should be taken hostage. It's like a horrific experience to go through, I'm sure. But the fact that there is the fact that they can see the humanity in each other, that both of them, that both of these people can see their humanity, they spend time together, and they have enough respect for each other to do this when they're leaving. That there's like some kind of like shared like experience that has brought them together, and like they feel a kinship. And like, this is actually shit that it does break people's fucking brains, because the truth is, if the borders were released, it would be more of this than it would be of October 7th. Okay, if the Palestinians were given equal rights, it would look a lot more like it would like this than it would like October 7th. And that's why they don't want you to fucking see this shit. And that's why Israeli hostages are not allowed typically to give it media interviews. Like this footage is very much like, you know, restricted inside of Israel.
Welcome.
Guys, good luck, goodbye. Take care, boss. Good luck.
No.
Gali.
Bye bye, shukran. Bye bye. You go home.
Wait, what? What are you saying? This is like the argument that Charlie Kirk makes when he says white people deserve credit for freeing the slaves. Are you even listening to me? Are you actually, you're like having your own, you're making your own conclusions. You're not even listening to what I'm saying. Like, you're not. You're having your own conversation.
Bye.
That wasn't the conclusion I was making at all. I was not giving it to Hamas for releasing them at all.
God, good luck.
I wish you well. I know, I remember. Goodbye.
Bye bye, Itai. Thankfully, huh?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think listen, the Hasbara response for this shit is that Hamas has, through a genocide, through 90% of all buildings being destroyed inside of Gaza, they've kept Klonopin injections, like a very specific kind of like Klonopin injection that they've been drugging the hostages as they release, and that they've protected this Klonopin injection through a genocide for 2 years to use for these specific instances.
Extraordinary moment as a freed Israeli hostage shakes hands with a Hamas terrorist.
This is the one I thought he was watching.
Hold her captive. It happened as 85-year-old Yocheved Lifshitz and 79-year-old Marit Cooper were handed over to the Red Cross. Just hours later, Mrs. Lifshitz.
Yeah, this woman went and did interviews too. I'm gonna get back to this because there's still a lot more to watch. But
Keep waving. These morons forgot to cut out this part.
Keep waving.
Yeah, right, Donnie?
Yes, that's a terrorist giving them an order to keep waving. And she does. See how fast she reacts?
Keep waving.
Totally not a fearful victim of terroristic kidnapping. Anyone peddling this nonsense should be embarrassed and ashamed. How pathetic can you get?
The next wave, they're going to be like, actually, I'm good. Bro, they look like they're chilling.
All right, the Houthis is one thing, but he's not going to turn on Hamas propaganda videos and watch it on stream. There's no way. Okay, it's getting hard to defend him. Freedom fighters, musical shit.
Here is a video that came out of how Hamas produces their own motherfucking sniper rifles.
He can hardly contain his admiration for them.
Produces their own motherfucking sniper rifles.
Let's see how.
Yeah, he can hardly contain it. That's why I had to edit all of this extra shit in here so that you guys see it like I see it.
Produces their own.
I had to edit this all in here so that you guys see it the way that I see it, right? Because the footage itself, you might not see it exactly the way that my brain sees it. So let me give you a glimpse inside.
Own motherfucking sniper rifle.
Weirdo.
How long he can go without offering any commentary or analysis on this Hamas hype video.
All right, here's the analysis. These people will never fucking quit, and they'll never fucking stop. And Zionism will never fucking kill the Palestinians' desire for freedom. And I'm sure this makes you really pissed off, Ethan. I'm sure this makes you very fucking angry that the Palestinians are not, gonna peacefully have a genocide happen to them like Anne Frank. And that instead they're gonna utilize these tools and they're gonna build fucking guns and they're gonna fight back and they're gonna fight for freedom. And I'm sure that pisses you the fuck off, but that's the reality of the situation. So you might want to start listening to their demands.
Is that COD?
One minute, 36 seconds. Nice. He's taken his time to analyze and think. I expect nothing less from a journalist such as Hasan.
Quiet, everybody. He's about to speak. He's gonna talk.
That's crazy.
He's done it. We love you.
That's crazy.
We will continue killing your soldiers by our local manufactured snipers. Wow, there's a little message for the Americans out there as well. They're saying like artisanal snipers. So, why am I showing you this?
Good question. Why are you showing us 2 minutes of uninterrupted Hamas propaganda? I'm sure he has a good answer.
The reason why
play it, motherfucker.
One thing that the Israeli maintenance of the apartheid has shown us is that there are no half measures on genocide. You either got to hit the full gen, okay? You can't do half genocide, a little bit of displacement, and then continue maintaining an apartheid state and maintain.
I mean, Hasan, Israel's done it many times, but the fact is that he's right. Like, this isn't gonna work. the place that Hamas and Gaza is at right now is not much different than it was before October 7th. If anything, the need to resist is even stronger. That's the point that Hasan is making right now.
In an occupation. Okay? Which is basically what America did back in the day when, you know, we were building America, Manifest Destiny, right?
Hold on. You showed this to us because of Manifest Destiny? The fuck are you talking
You didn't understand anything he just said, bro.
about? This is just word salad. I mean, he's really saying nothing here. So he has no good reason. Got it. Okay, fine.
He really said, I'm too stupid to understand anything you're saying. So therefore you must be saying nothing at all. I'm too stupid to get it. So therefore it must be nothing. Why did he cut Kaya's face off? This is the best joke he's made all stream, which is that he's role playing as a Twitch like employee, and he's in the Twitch office, and they have a cutout so that you can put your face and be Hasan's dog. Like the Twitch staff has this cutout. It's kind of funny. I'll give it to him. That one's actually funny.
Fine. He likes Hamas. He watches their propaganda. But he's not going to deny the violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
They actually have that? No. No, they don't actually have that. No.
One instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7th.
Dude, for real, if I had a P.O. box, I would want, you guys should send that to me. That'd be funny as fuck.
Not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who are simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today, Israel has a right to defend itself.
What rapes does Hezbollah do?
Does Palestine have a right to defend itself?
Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about? The Stop Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed horrific acts of sexual violence and took
women and girls, men and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't.
This is such a clip. This is such a clip, Chimp.
I can't believe how quickly.
Wait, why is Frogan on the wall? Streamer awards, not just a Twitch thing, but an event put on by a streamer? Or am I dumb? No, Ethan is dumb. No, Ethan is the dumb one, of course. He just wanted to include a photo of the hijabi woman that he constantly attacks. So that you remember, you know, if you start to have sympathy for Frogan in this video, remember she is Muslim. Don't you ever fucking forget it.
Leftists go from believe all women to pics or it didn't happen. The vast majority of people, if not all, who were raped were murdered on the spot.
Play the audio of this, man.
Obviously.
Dam Goldstein Almog was kidnapped from her home on October 7th.
Wait, this whole compilation is taken straight from Destiny?
My analysis, even if there was multiple rapes that took place on October 7, this does not change anything for me in this dynamic. What rapes did Hezbollah do? Bro, what rapes did fucking Hamas do? What are you talking about? Oh yeah, the Stop Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed horrific acts of sexual violence and took
women and girls.
No, it literally is. That's cool. Grabbing your clips from a sexual criminal himself. We hate rape so much. Ethan hates rape so much that he goes and he finds a sexual criminal to source his videos. That's really, really based.
by Hamas terrorists and was held captive for 51 days. Though only 17 years old, she witnessed the murder of her father and sister on that day and is now speaking out about what she witnessed in Gaza as well in a new documentary by Sheryl Sandberg, Screams Before Silence. In new footage, Agam reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Hasan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who were in hiding and heard or saw it happen. And each week there's more stories coming out. There's a UN report that concludes it happened.
Doesn't matter.
But Hasan...
Yeah, again, Hasan read this UN report word for word in full on his stream. Like, the evidence seems to support a few instances of rape, nothing on a wide scale. Also, if you really want to get into it, the October 7th was, I think, that was at first a military expedition by Hamas, and I think they were surprised by how easy they were able to get into Israel. And through that, a bunch of people who are not affiliated with Hamas from Gaza also came through. You know, and it quickly went completely out of control. This does not prove that like this was a directive by the organization itself. You know, unlike in Israel, where in the prisons that are run by the Israeli military, rape is not only used as a tactic of torture, people are raped to death. And officials in the Israeli government are actively defending their right to rape Palestinian prisoners to death. This is happening. How come Ethan doesn't speak on that? Great question. Great question. And again, it's like, is there any kind of principle at the center of any of these critiques that he's like holding on both sides? Is there? No, like there's no principle. This is not a principled critique. This is a personal attack. That he's using this to make his personal attack. There is no overarching goal that he's achieving by doing this. There is no like solution that he's like, you know, positing to counter Hasan's takes on this. It's just a personal attack. It's just drama farming. He's farming the haters. He knows that Hasan has a fuckload of haters on the internet and that he can farm them. Like, that's what, simple as. It's just that.
Needs a rape kit from a mutilated body. It's so vile to deny the suffering and trauma of the victims just because you need your heroes at Hamas to be perfect. This conflict will never end until people realize that Palestinian liberation and Israel...
Yeah, Mad Waja, exactly. And even if there were... And there likely was. There's a few documented like cases that are very hard to deny, and you shouldn't try to. It probably happened. Like, if I'm being honest, there probably were rapes on October 7th. It probably did happen, you know? That doesn't change anything. And that's what Hasan is saying too. That's what Hasan is saying too. Is that it doesn't change the circumstances that led to the rebellion on October 7th. It doesn't change like none of the context that caused this to happen has been shifted at all. If anything, it's been shifted to reinforce the reasons that it happened. Wait, it all started that, yeah, he lived there for 5 years and yeah, people shouldn't kill people. He's on both sides and believes in a two-party system. What? Hasan apparently wants a one-party system, all Palestine. That would technically be chaos. Okay, you're barely typing, dude. You're barely typing. Hasan has never said he wants a one-party system, all Palestine. Also, you understand that, like, I don't even know how to even start with that. You think that it's just like how, like Palestine is one party? You don't think there's like different political organizations inside of Palestine, that there's like dynamics of politics inside of, like, they disagree with each other? You know? I've been watching you drool on your keyboard all night. He's been typing a lot. He is drooling on this human Pepalona 3. Oh, it's BioShock Infinites. What? It's crazy how USA killed Palestinians to make Jerusalem for the first time in 2,500 years. To make Jerusalem? Bro.
Israeli security are not.
I'm famous. You're getting stun locked? Yeah. You've been chirping all night too, bro.
Not mutually exclusive. You need both.
I'll pull you up too. You better watch it. Hasan wants the South Africa solution, basically. Yes, and let's talk about what that actually means. I'm not attacking you in this. I agree with you. I'm on your side. I'm on your side. I'm famous. Yeah, I'm on your side too, and I want this as well. A Truth and Reconciliation Commission where there are mass like trials, basically, where some people are given amnesty, where if people are willing to like condemn the Zionist ethno-nationalism, where people are like, you know, ready to move past ethno-nationalism and exist in a multicultural society alongside each other, they get amnesty and we're there for them, you know? But the horrors of what has happened over the last, you know, 70, 80 years need to be laid out in full. There needs to be truth established inside of Israel. People need to understand exactly what happened, and that needs to be laid bare. So you have to be able to come forward and explain exactly what you did and the truth of it all. We need snipers to come forward and tell the truth about what their shooting orders were when they were shooting people inside of the windows of hospitals, when they were shooting kids in the head. This needs to be like taken all the way to the top and down. You need a massive Truth and Reconciliation Commission. But it requires the Israeli government to give up apartheid, and they don't want to. Fascism is hard to overturn. Yeah, they won't. They aren't going to want to. You know? But the truth is the Palestinians have done everything possible that, like, before violence. Before violence, they did everything possible to be taken seriously on the international scale. They've gone to the UN. They've gone to the ICC. They've done the peaceful protests inside of Gaza as soon as recently as like 2018. They've done everything. And so if left with nothing and the conditions are the same, if you're still living in the open air prison in apartheid, that is the life of Palestinians as they exist right now, and as they have existed, you know, where are you left with? What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? And I don't stand here and say every single thing that happened on October 7th or even October 7th on its own was an effective way to end the apartheid. I think a longer conversation to be had about that. But if you think I'm going to sit here from America and blanket condemn the Palestinians' right to resist an apartheid and a genocide that's been happening to them for over 80 years, you're not going to find that here. You're not. They have a right to resist. I think they do. And with violence, if need be. I think they should keep it to military targets and do the best that they can to protect their civilians and the civilians in Israel. But it's war, you know?
But not while people like Hasan lie, propagandize, and incite hate. It's people like him, ironically, that prolong the conflict indefinitely. There's no space for conversation. There's no space for rational thought. There's no space for nuance. My position on Palestine is like 5 degrees off from where Hasan is. And to him and his community, I'm the devil.
No, dude, it's not.
I'm a Nazi. It's delusional thinking, and it's destructive to their own cause.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner.
Dude, he's revelation posting, chat. He's revelation posting, bro. He's posting revelation in the chat right now. What is this?
And now, let's move on to our next terrorist organization, Twitch TV.
Let's go. He means us, chat.
Nasrallah.
That's us.
Dan Clancy.
I'm done, bro. What do you literally were posting shit from Revelation as if it justifies the apartheid that exists in Israel today. You literally were.
Of course, I'm being a little silly when I call Twitch a terrorist organization. It's only a megaphone for terrorist propaganda. Dan Clancy has been the CEO for a few years, and under his leadership, there's been a few notable instances, one being reducing the premium subscription split from 70-30 to 50-50, which he reversed after backlash. He also...
Okay, they made this is such a bad faith critique. Listen, I'll sit here and critique Twitch all the time on this shit. On, like, they should treat us better as streamers. I would love to see 80-20, 90-10. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Their capitulation to the targeting of the Arabs crew, horseshit. Horseshit. You might know that I, was very upset to see Chevron as a main sponsor of TwitchCon. And instantly, the moment I got back from TwitchCon, you know what I did? I interviewed the people from San Diego BDS who protested outside of TwitchCon. The Monday after TwitchCon, I had those people, the organizers of that protest, on my stream. And we talked about it. And we called Twitch out. Okay? And you know what I did after that? I interviewed Chevron themselves. I brought Chevron on the stream. I'm here for critiquing. I'm here for critiquing Twitch. I'm here for it. However, their adjustment to the 70-30 split dynamic was objectively a good thing. The fact that somebody like me can get 70-30 and that, you as streamers, you can work for it. Is it perfect? No. Is it perfect? No. Would I like to see it expanded? Yes. Should it be clearer? What was the 70-30 split versus 50-50 split? Is it 70 for the creator and 30 for Twitch? Yes, but they changed it. I don't even remember what the previous qualifications were, but essentially they changed it to be from 70-30 to 50-50 for certain creators. And then they changed it again and made it so that you can earn, basically, if you get 100 sub points for 3 months in a row, if 100 people subscribe to you for 3 months in a row, you get 60-40. For a year. And then it's 70-30, it's 300. So we just got 70-30 like last month. This was like my first month getting a 70-30 split on my income. So when you guys subscribe for $5.99 or for free with the Twitch Prime, or if you get gifted a sub, I get 70% of that. So that's huge. I don't think I would be eligible for that before the switch. And I should look into it. I don't really remember what the qualifications were because it was before I was a streamer. I've only been streaming for like a year, year and a few months now.
So attempted to ban the size of sponsored logos on stream to 3% of the size of the screen was also reversed after.
Yeah, that's
a backlash. So he's essentially achieved.
So they are responsive to their community. And he's presenting this as a bad thing while this motherfucker is on YouTube. So as he's about to talk about the fucking anti-Semitism problem on this platform, one of the most easy to moderate, well-regulated spaces on the internet. Truly, come on, we fucking love Twitch. This is one of the last bastions of community and good faith conversation happening on the internet. Like for real, dude. And it's because Nazis are not fucking welcome here. He's not talking about Kick, where Nazis are like the top platformers, the top people on the platform. He's not talking about Kick. He's not talking about YouTube, where Fresh and Fit is, or all of these other fucking like, right-wing psychos post to constantly. He's not talking about X, where goddamn the fucking owner of the platform is doing a fucking Sig Heil during the inauguration for the Fourth Reich. Ugh. And he claims that he cares about anti-Semitism, and he's doing this all in the name of anti-Semitism. It's honestly kind of a relief. Like, he actually hasn't been talking about anti-Semitism that much up until now. I think it's good that he like gave up that, because like
nothing. Oh well, there is one thing. He actually laid off 900.
It was not a good critique for Hasan, because like me, chat, like I will never allow anti-Semitism. I will fight until my last fucking breath, so that everywhere in the world is a safe space for all people, including Jewish people, especially Jewish people. If you're a Nazi, if you have anti-Semitic tendencies, I will call you out real fucking quick. I do it often. I do it all the time. Yes, we do not fuck with that. We do not fuck with discrimination of any kind here, period. And it's the same in Hasan's chat. It's the same in Hasan's chat. It's anti-Semitic for Ethan to confuse Jews with Zionism. The people who have taught me how to fucking fight against Zionism the most were my Jewish comrades. It's been that way since 2012, when I was like one of the 4 people that would show up to the Students for Justice in Palestine JVP meetings. The Jews showed the fuck up, and they taught me how to fight against this. They taught me everything I know about this, bro. Like I will always stand in solidarity with my Jewish people, with my Jewish brothers and sisters. Always.
100 employees. That one he.
No wonder you look familiar.
But here's where the trouble begins. He likes Hasan. He really likes Hasan. Let me read you an excerpt from a recent interview Dan did.
Okay, wait, that clip is fucking amazing. We gotta roll that one back. I gotta say, dude, Dan makes himself way too open. I think as a CEO, like this shit, dude, cut this shit out. I understand wanting to be responsive to the community, wanting to be a member of the community. I don't think those are bad things. This shit with you gotta not talk to women for a year. And you definitely should not be at the Fansly after party at TwitchCon on stage putting your hands on fucking Fansly posters, bro. This is not. What are you thinking, dude? Just got here. Who is this guy? Oh, no, he's nobody. Just the CEO of the platform we're talking on. I did not know that's where he was. Yes, that is where he was. It might not be Fansly, but it is like a private party for. I think it's Fansly though. I'm pretty sure it's Fansly.
Do an excerpt from a recent interview Dan did. Not a gamer himself, Clancy mostly watches musicians or talk shows on Twitch. He particularly enjoys leftist political commentator Hasan Piker. I like the frankness and the bluntness. He's comfortable saying whatever he believes.
Chad, I was here. I was filming this. I worked as a camera operator on this event.
Don't you think that might be part of the problem there, Danny boy?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, Lefty PNW is right too. Palestinians have also been integral in all of my, Palestinians have taught me how to fight this as well. And they also have taught me to stand for Jewish people. And that's what they, in their teaching me to fight for this, they taught me to stand against anti-Semitism. I worked with a group of Palestinians for 5 years, and they opened my eyes to what their people suffer through. And never once did they try to blame all Jewish people or something. They understand that it's the United States and Israel's relationship. Yes, exactly.
Matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
By speaking what he believes, he should be on Rumble with the other fringe radical political streamers. But no, not under Dan Clancy's watch. Dan, radical
he really did
streamers.
He really did this. He really did this. Like beyond horseshoe theory. He didn't even do horseshoe theory. He just said, no. Hasan is just as bad as these people. Like outright fascist. Outright Nazis.
But no, not under Dan Clancy's watch. Dan has elevated him to the status of Twitch Golden Boy. And if you still have doubts, let this settle the matter. Just for clarity, Dan Clancy is the one filming and singing.
I'm also in this. I also recorded a birthday video for Hasan, which was very weird and awkward, but they asked me to do it, so I'm in this thing.
This video.
Happy birthday.
Not the Twitch one. I'm like in the video of people saying happy birthday. Yeah, Sean's video was the best one.
Happy birthday to you.
Bro, we're never.
They asked me to. I was like, I don't know. I'm not his friend. I guess if you want me to, like, you know.
Runs Twitch allegations after this. This is crazy. Oh my God.
Happy birthday, dear Hasan.
This is crazy.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm cooked. I'm cooked.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hasan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
I've been looking around and I genuinely have never seen another video like this anywhere, where Dan Clancy or any top executive forced all these poor sons of bitches during their lunch break to gather around in the crew room and sing happy birthday for Hasan Pike.
I mean, they're like, hey, you should sing happy birthday to the guy who's paying for your salary. Like, you realize he's in the top 3 every year for like most hours watched and shit, right? Like, he's responsible for a huge portion of their income. Yeah, like, it's not even like, obviously, like Kai, very, very, like all these people, but Kai doesn't stream every single day for 8 hours a day. Like it's the standard of like the regularity and like the amount of the output on Hasan's stream that makes it a really big difference. No, I'm joking. It's obviously not like that. I think genuinely, I'm not being serious about that part. But it did kind of spiral into like actually factual shit about Hasan's role in Twitch. I was joking about that part. But also though, I do think that a lot of Twitch staffers are probably political on their own, and they probably do watch Hasan more than they watch other streamers. Yeah. I don't think that's unreasonable at all.
Like, or how humiliating.
Also, like, if we're being honest, Hasan's content to people who are not already gamers, like if you're not already invested in the Twitch ecosystem, Hasan is like the most like I guess like normie. It's like the most like approachable for the entire platform in a way of anything of that scale, you know? Yeah, accessible, right? And I mean that is part of why like Asmongold ripped his entire style and is just doing it like on, you know, he's just doing it like for fascism and shit, you know. But yeah, there's a reason, right? It's because it's like the content format is very, very good with Twitch. You know, yeah, a lot of people don't watch gaming, and like a ton of people will never get over that hurdle of watching another person play video games. A lot of people will never get over that ever, but they can get into something like this, you know, something like this content where we're watching a video and having a conversation about the video. Like that's approachable for norm in a way.
Is that there's also a small issue of Dan being a total creep.
Want to explore clips?
That's very nice.
And now you have a clips feed. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Suppose you want to check out the stories to see what you missed yesterday. You click there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too, Steven, right?
And now you're in your stories feed. Okay?
Okay.
I mean, this is really funny because like my feed doesn't look like this. Like, he is a gooner. You can't deny this. I don't follow any of these people. I've never sought out this kind of content. Dan likes titties. What's the big deal? Yeah, well, I mean, it's just if you're somebody who is constantly on the floor of conventions, you know, I don't know, man. Somebody should talk to him probably. Like, listen, it's like this. You can either be somebody who's really hands-on with the community and like a part of the community, or you can be a gooner. You can't do both. I don't think you should be both. I'm fine with either of those. Separately, both, it's a problem. You know? You just shouldn't be that, like, you shouldn't be this open. If you're gonna be a gooner, you shouldn't be this open book. We don't want to know about this shit, dude. You're an old man. You're an old man. Nobody wants to. Oh, I know old people have sex in my heart, but I don't want to. I don't want to acknowledge this on a regular basis. You know.
Very nice. Yeah. That's also.
Goon and shame. Not what I'm saying either.
Okay.
Although maybe for Dan Clancy, that is exactly what I'm saying. For old people in general, goon at your leisure. If you're a CEO, goon and shame. That's the distinction I'm making, okay? CEOs should goon and shame for sure. Especially over their own employees. Yes, that's shameful. It's shameful, yes. Yes.
Stories to see what you missed yesterday. You click there. And now you're in your stories. Okay.
Where the hell did Dan Clancy come from, by the way? Wasn't he like a executive at like a... He was at a different tech company, I think, before this.
That's very nice. That's
Okay.
okay.
You know, Dan, I would have let this creep narrative go. If it didn't happen twice, roll it.
You want to see clips? Swipe this way and now you're seeing clips. The clips are, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
That's the algorithm.
First of all, it's gross enough you're a creep, but what an incompetent idiot you are. You're the CEO of Twitch and you
He's kind of cooking him here.
Get caught with the fucking... You get caught...
I mean, listen, it's also... It's not... Listen, also, I want to say, again, if you're not a CEO, there's nothing creepy about just like following, you know, these women. I'm not here to shame these women or their followers. They're grinding, they're doing their shit, you know. However, you're the CEO of the company. You pay their bills, brother. Come on. You can't be doing that. It's weird. It's weird.
Toss with the girlies on your homepage twice? Bro, come on, dude. You got wife, man. Got daughters. We don't need to know about this. Don't want that in my head, bro. It's also a little bit disturbing considering, you know, he's these people's bosses.
Okay.
He's right.
So he's incompetent.
I told you, I'll give him to him. If he's right, I'll give it to him. He's right. He is right here.
A creep. He's protecting terrorist propagandists. So what's up? So what's the big deal?
You can't say that and then get your sources from Destiny, though. There's moral inconsistencies. That's also a good point. That's true. That's true.
Clancy. Well, what happened next is what really made me realize how corrupted and rotten Twitch is to the very core of the organization. First, let me introduce you to Frogan.
Like, to the core of the organization of Twitch. And then we go to Frogan? What? How is Frogan the core of the organization? What? This doesn't make any goddamn sense, dude.
Why didn't you go take a trip to Home Depot and buy some rope?
She's one of Hasan's main moderators.
True. Good advice. Good advice. Rope is useful in many situations.
She's leading great discourse like Ethan's Islamophobic for saying don't.
Never again unless it's those dirty Arabs. I would respect Ethan so much more if he just said he hated Arabs and went along with his day. The Arabs are so scary. He is actually racist. She's just cooking you, bro. She's just cooking you. She's just cooking you, bro.
Kill civilians. She has zero talent. She has 100 concurrent viewers, but somehow she's always on the homepage.
Because you follow.
She has 100 concurrent viewers, but
that's not the homepage. That's your followers.
She's always on the.
Oh wait, no, that's actually he is like
homepage.
Wait, why is that?
She has zero talent.
Because you engage with her, right? Yeah, I guess I don't. I'm never on Twitch logged in.
She has 100 concurrent viewers, but somehow she's always on the homepage. She's winning awards. Nobody's watching her. Nobody cares. Why is she relevant? We don't know. It's important for me to show you guys what an actual horrible person Frogan is, so that you can see who Twitch is elevating. So let's start with this clip. Ludwig, a large streamer on Twitch, donated $10,000 to the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. That's a wonderful thing to do, right? No, not good enough for Frogan.
I find ultimately, like, if I were to...
Like, what is the point of any of this? He's just being, yeah, this is a video about Hasan. What does this have to do with anything? He's just literally being a piece of shit Islamophobe. Going after Frogan, who has nothing to do with this. Have you, like, genuinely, chat, can you guys all do me a favor? Can you go follow Frogan? I think if you don't follow Frogan already, I really, please go follow Frogan. Like, just go hang out in her chat just for a little bit. She doesn't even talk about politics, like, really. She just, like, hangs out and is fun and is, like, having a good time. Like, her streams are so chill. It's, like, ridiculous. There's the only reason for all of this hate towards Frogan is because she is a visibly Muslim woman, because she wears the hijab. And people fucking hate that, dude. People fucking hate that. Ethan fucking hates that.
To do a charity thing where the charity thing relies on your donations, it should be something where like 95% of people feel good and are down for it.
Anonymous, thank you for the tier 1 gifted.
And like, ultimately, regardless of what you think,
An anonymous
that is not the situation here.
One subscription to Leslie.
Yeah, she's so sweet.
Donated 10K. Because I think.
Also, look at his chat. You are being weird about this.
It is worthwhile. And if you guys got some extra bread, I would recommend you donate.
Wait, W. Don't say that, man. Come on.
But I won't throw it on you. You know what I mean? No thanks. And some people are going to say that. You know what I mean? That's why it's the difference.
This is a cracker take.
Difference between like, hey, I can put my money where my mouth is.
What up, Arun?
But I don't need to put your money there. I don't need to enter a fucking debate about whether that's worthwhile.
Take. I know Arabs are dying, but you know, I'm not going to tell you to donate.
Is she wrong? Once again, she's cooking. Once again, she's fucking cooking here. I haven't seen a single thing from Frogan that's been cited that is not 100% correct. It's fucking cowardly. You're sitting in your whiteness over here, Ludwig, and refusing to condemn a genocide that's happening actively. And of course, I'm sure Ludwig did forgive her for this, because you know what? When people give good criticism and call you out on shit that you deserve to be called out on, if it's valid, you say thank you. You say this is a person that is a good friend. I don't think Ludwig cared. Yeah, well, he made his choice, and he probably did feel guilty about it. He said, I'd rather be brand friendly. I don't know how Red Bull would think if I came out and said free Palestine. And he made that choice. And you know what? It comes from his whiteness.
Do whatever you want. Me, I donated $10,000, but I'm not going to promote it. Just don't say you donated $10,000 then. Look, if you're not actively believing, if you don't believe in the cause, and if you're not against genocide
I'll be
at
right
this
back.
point, like, keep your fucking money. Keep your $10,000. Keep your little chump change. Like, what do you want? Do you want me to say, like, congratulations?
Imagine being Frogan, a leftist living in LA in comfort, begging for her rent money on stream, and telling displaced and famished Palestinian children, no kids, you need to give that $10,000 back. Ludwig didn't pass my purity test.
Keep your fucking money.
But wait, there's more.
I have no pity at all for any fucking soldiers. Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Boo fucking who? I hope you get PTSD. Oh my god, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you. I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America.
This clip obviously made the rounds on social media and rightfully outraged a lot of people. Here's how she responded the next day.
I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America. And they posted it in my head. I'm like, base? Base? Like, am I supposed to be like, I'm not walking back on it. I still fucking agree with it. Base?
Yo, Maple takes raid. Thank you so much. Is there a Maple raid? Is that what I saw? What up, Maple? Welcome in, guys. Chat, you should also be following Maple Takes. Maple Takes is a dope Canadian political streamer, new on the scene, doing incredible fucking work. Go follow over there, show some love too.
The smug defiance
Maple Takes is the man, true.
Only because she knows that Twitch will do nothing to moderate her, despite veterans being classified as a protected group in Twitch's own community guidelines. But wait, there's more.
Okay, 6250, 9/11 baking stream with Raph and Capri. If we get to this goal by 9/11, Capri, Raph, and I will make the Twin Towers out of a stacked cake, and we'll make an airplane, and we'll recreate 9/11.
Twitch won't do shit. Wow. Can somebody please explain why they would do shit about this? Like, do you really think, like, Ethan's out here being like, I'm actually more of a victim of 9/11, you know? There are victims. This shouldn't be taken that way. And it's like, bro, yeah, there were victims of 9/11, but like, everybody that would be doing this, everybody on the Arabs crew, they're one of them. Like, they had to grow up in a post 9/11 world as like Arab people. They have the right to joke about this. I'm sorry, like, they have the right to make these kind of jokes and to process it in whatever way they want. You know, like, you don't have any space to talk about this, Ethan. You're the person that makes their lives worse.
This tweet was the final straw for me. You'll notice the date is October 7th, 2023, the morning of the massacre, at 5:30 a.m. Pacific time. At this moment, Hamas militants had infiltrated a music festival and several kibbutzim, where they began their wanton slaying of civilians. Here's what she tweeted. Leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution.
This was at 5:28 a.m. Like, Ethan is out here saying that at 5:28 a.m. on October 7th, Frogan must have understood the entire context, understood exactly what happened, every single place of that Hamas entered into Israel. Like everything all context that we have now, Frogan had at 5:28 a.m. on October 7th.
Happening in America. But as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. It's not what she said. It's when she said it. While she's on Twitter.
Was it even reported at the time? Bro, what was reported at that time were like photos of bulldozers with Palestinian flags taking down fences. Like unironically, this was it. That was like all we had. It was still happening. Yeah. Like we didn't know anything.
Celebrating, I was listening to the local news in Israel. Families were calling into news stations begging for help. Let me show you what I mean.
איפה אתם? יואו, ממי, צריכים מיקום. תתחברו, תמצאו מקום, תתחברו.
He misrepresented this. This is like somebody playing a voicemail. This is not a call to a news outlet.
אני יוצא לכיוון שלכם עכשיו, צריכים מיקום, צריכים מיקום, צריכים מיקום. צריכים מיקום. אני בא, ממי, צריכים מיקום, אלוהים.
The morning of October 7th, Israelis were listening to calls like this all morning long.
Yeah, right? Play Hinder Jobs call.
Reading this tweet after listening to this. This woman should have...
After listening to this, like, it's 5:28 a.m. on the 7th of October, dude.
Dozens of them. Imagine reading this tweet after listening to this. This woman should have moved on years ago to another profession. But for some reason, Twitch is obsessed with keeping her on life support. And instead of moderating...
In what way?
...her, they actually gave her an award, Together for Legendary Woman, in which she would get front page placement all year long. This is actually my favorite detail about Frogan. She won a Rising Star Award at the Streamer Awards, an award show put on by her friends. And then the next...
Sean found this screenshot from the D subreddit. Wait, what? Wait, what? Isn't this what it looked like for everybody? No, it's fake. Look at the date. That's not the date. No. This isn't the date. It's the 12 of 27 nominations. And this is from this year. Wait, but this is from this year. $2024. I know Frogan wasn't nominated in 2024. Oh, wait. Mr. Arthur and Young Dabo and... Oh. Wait, why did they didn't even need to do this. They could have just shown the actual screenshot from when this was... She was on this page. That's why I'm like, what? That's why I'm confused.
Year, guys, she gets nominated for Rising Star again. Are they fucking with her?
She was nominated twice.
You can't be Rising Star twice. It's up or it's down, man. In fact, you were never up. That was the problem. They tried to pretend like you were up, but you were always down. Rising Star twice. What's this?
She did get nominated twice, and she won the second time, yes. And it's a fan-voted award, yes. And fan-nominated. It's fan-nominated and fan-voted for who wins it.
fucking Mario Kart? You hit a boost up there or some shit?
Yeah, like it turns dude, this is so stupid. Like it turns out you don't just grow from, so there's like the 100 under 100 viewer average award, and then there's the under 1000 viewer average award. So that's a huge, like people spend their entire, like bro, going from 100 viewers to 1,000 viewers is a massive mountain to climb if you're a Twitch streamer. Like that is not insignificant at all. Being under 1,000 viewers, being within 100 to 1,000 viewers for 2 years, and being fan nominated 2 years in a row is nothing but a fucking incredible accomplishment for Frogan. I don't understand even the point of what he's trying to say here. Yeah.
Because Frogan is the 2-time Rising Star champ, and because of her massive viewership of 100 concurrent viewers, it only makes sense that Twitch would give her...
No, he said it was put on, that Streamer Awards were put on by her friends, which, not to air any drama out, but that's not the case, actually.
One of the main stages at TwitchCon to do a 45-minute long segment. Her idea that was Twitch approved, an Arab to Jew racial tier list. So the premise is who can say Habibi, an Arabic word of affection like baby or sweetheart. And this tier list determines who can say it. Top and most desirable tier is Arab.
Okay. You kind of put that most desirable part in there. You know? It's a tier list. You're right. That's who can say Habibi, which is a joke stand-in that basically means it communicates your proximity to being Arab, or your proximity to Arab culture. What up, VO? We love VO. VO was on stage here dressed as an egg, didn't say a word, still got banned. Fucking a horrendous injustice. But listen, we're talking proximity to Arab culture. Arab, you are Arab is at the top. Okay. The next one is Arab coded. The next one, and it goes down. Are you how familiar? What's your proximity to Arab culture? That's the fucking thing.
The worst one is...
See? Do you think it's a slur? You don't understand Arabness at all? You have very little relevancy to Arabness? I also love this because he's going to go ahead and try to say that this bottom tier is
quote
of Love Sabra. He's going to try to say that this just means Jew. And if you just, ate Ethan's horse shit, hook, line, and sinker, you might believe that. Until you ask yourself, well, after this is, fully put together, how many of the people that were given the Love Sabra tier are Jewish? And there were 7 people in this tier. Guess how many were Jewish? 1. Guess who it was? Ethan Klein. The worst thing he said is that I'm white, and I'm honestly offended. He talks shit about you in this? This motherfucker.
Sabra. Now, why does Love Sabra equate to Jews? Sabra is a well-known Israeli company that makes hummus. They've been on the divestment list for many, many years, so the activists are well aware of their status. Oh yeah, and Sabra literally means a Jew that was born in Israel.
It also plays up an anti-Semitic trope that denies Jewish identity in the Middle East. There's this idea that Israelis are all white colonizers who are stealing the culture and identity of Arabs to make it seem like they belong there. Watch Frogan and her co-hosts accuse Israelis.
No, I don't think we'd say that about all Israelis, but we would certainly say that about you. That's definitely true for you, Ethan. That's very true for you. I wouldn't say that about all Israelis. I know there are a lot of people with ties to the region and areas that it's not safe for them to go back to. That's why I don't advocate for the Israeli population to be removed at all, you know? I don't. I think they should live together with equal rights and harmony.
Of culturally appropriating Arab culture.
The one thing that's like funny is that there's two types of like genocide, right? There's like genocide of real people, and then there's like cultural genocide, right? Like this is fucking funny. But like those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create sabra and make that like the staple hummus of America, insane.
It's super offensive to us, and like that's actual like cultural appropriation. Like people get mad when someone has like dreadlocks and they call that culture. I'm like, come on,
just because she said they, he read that as like an anti-Semitic dog whistle. He's just fucking, I don't know, man.
It's just like a hair.
He's hallucinating for real.
It's okay. People like white people are allowed to have dreadlocks if they want dreadlocks, but like actually trying to claim or
Can you imagine? Can you imagine being Ethan Klein's lawyer and having to sit through this and be like, yeah, I guess it's not defamation or something? Like, you're a lawyer and you have to spend an hour and 45 minutes, probably longer, watching this stupid shit.
Just one question for you guys.
Who the fuck do you think is making the hummus in Israel? Martha Stewart? No, it's the same fucking Arabic-speaking Jews that you kicked out in the 1950s. Yes, they also like hummus, and they like all the same shit you do. Because
that you kicked out in the 1950s? What? What?
they are you. They're from your country. You kicked them all out, and now you're accusing them.
You kicked them all out? Who?
Of stealing your culture. You want to talk about cultural genocide? Well, here it is. You racist piece of shit.
Those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Hey, scumbag, here's a hummus place we used to eat at. The chef is from Yemen. Here's another dude from Syria. Does this dude look like a white colonizer to you? Would you like to tell him he's stealing your...
Okay, tap the sign. We'll tap the sign here because everybody loves to say, oh, there are Arab people inside of Israel. There can't be apartheid. You don't have to go very far. You don't have to look very hard to find that there is massive fucking redlining and housing discrimination against Arab residents. Arabs in Israel find it next to impossible to acquire a home. That's not due to the same housing crisis that impacts nearly all Israeli citizens. It's a different one. Discrimination. They love to act like there is this multicultural, perfect society inside of Israel, and that there's no Jewish supremacy, and that it's not embedded deep inside of their laws, and it's not the truth. It's not. Even Arabs inside of Israel who have Israeli citizenship are treated as second-class citizens because it is an ethno-state. It exists for the Jewish people explicitly in their laws. It's an ethno-nationalist state.
Your culture. Well, this is what most Israelis look like.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity,
bro,
to create Sabra.
This is casual bigotry being passed around.
Oh my God. Jaina, welcome in. Chat, please go follow Jaina. We love Jaina Splinters here. Jaina's awesome. For all your Star Wars miniature good vibes, watch somebody make something beautiful on your second monitor, and also maybe talk about trans people owning guns streams. I highly recommend you check out Jaina. Can we ban Jaina? Fuck no. Over my dead body.
Like a leftist talking point. It's exactly why people are saying that anti-Semitism is coming mostly from the left. And yes, I know this dipshit is also Jewish. Incredible. He picked up so many tokens, he actually became one. And by the way...
Oh my God. Fuck you, dude. What a piece of shit, dude. What an absolute piece of shit. Bro, that's so fucking great.
Way, everybody on this panel is looking pretty fucking white themselves. So bear...
Whoa!
Bearing all of this in mind, it's really not a stretch to say that the Love Sabra bracket is a dog whistle for Israelis or Jews.
That's why 6 of the 7 people in them are neither Israeli nor Jewish. Wait, we raised over $1,000 tonight? Let's fucking go, Jaina. That's fucking amazing. Hell yeah.
Next,
like literally 6 of the 7 were not Jewish. One of them is Mike. Yeah.
Is one of my favorite people, Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one. That's good. All right. Turn that up. Turn giraffes.
We all know where this is going.
You guys are missing a category for Zionist. That was a joke. That was just a joke.
Also, again, like she says, you're missing the category. So if this category is supposed to mean Zionist, why would she say that? Why would Denham say that? It don't make no sense.
Stand up. Well, obviously it's Love Sabra, right?
Yeah, it has to be.
That's easy. That's
Yeah, you're right, Panda. Ethan is just acknowledging the colorist privilege that he and all of the panel. Shut the fuck up.
She apparently consulted
outta
with
here.
the head of the KKK, and he told her more subtle. So if it wasn't obvious enough, they pull me, one of the best-known Jewish creators, and
True. Yeah, dude, true. In all of entertainment, like, yeah, you're one of the best known for sure. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and you did mainstream Hasan. Yeah. These delusions of grandeur, I'm sure they're very, very, very based in reality. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, sure.
immediately put me in.
Steven Spielberg, who? Yeah, like, come on. Like, that's great, dude. Yeah.
And Sabra. Hasan, by the way, who's Turkish, not Arab, is Arab. That's the good one. That's the good one. The Arab ethnicity is S tier. Then Denham's jokes that we don't have a category low enough for Zionists. Once again calling out my Jewish identity.
Dude, where's the you guys are missing a category for Zionist.
And if it isn't about being Jewish,
why would they put Ben Shapiro in the thumbnail?
Okay, they put Ben Shapiro on the thumbnail. If it is about being Jewish, again, why are the 6 other people in that category?
One of the other most prominent Jews on YouTube, and the category next to me, when he's not even featured in the game. Who's next down there?
Yeah, it is, Vio. Who's talking about that?
Seth Rogen, Schindler.
Yeah, keep making stuff up, dude. Just keep making it all up, bro. Keep telling us your delusions and thinking that it makes it real. This is great. Keep doing that, yeah.
Well, he wasn't Jewish, but...
Also, remember, we covered this earlier, but he thinks Anne Frank is great because she died peacefully. He thinks it's really super special that Anne Frank didn't pick up arms and fight back Nazis. He thinks that's really fucking cool. That's like the reason. He explicitly told us that was the reason he found Anne Frank so inspiring.
Frank, Einstein, Seth Rogen, Schindler. Well, he wasn't Jewish, but they would put him down there, let's be real. It also doesn't help their case that both my wife and Ben Shapiro's wife were born in Israel, which would make them Sabras. So love Sabra, literally in this case, means Jew lover. That sounds pretty racist. And what about the...
Yeah, well, it does when you completely make something up. Like, this is so bad faith and stupid. And people see through this shit. I'm sorry, but people do not exist in these delusions. Like, they don't. Everybody watches this and they recognize that this is psychotic. These are delusions.
The title, How Arab Are These Twitch Streamers? Hold on a minute. I thought this was about hummus. You know, I'm tired.
No, dude. It was never about hummus. It's a small one-off joke, dude. Nobody ever said this was about hummus. Nobody has ever said it was never about hummus, ever.
Tired of these people gaslighting me. Haven't the Jews been gassed enough? So you're telling me you...
I can't.
understand
Dude, this
what
is
a
so deranged. This is so fucking deranged. Oh my god. Oh my god.
but you can't understand why a Jewish man might be uncomfortable with this. I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti-Semitism, and this was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their main stage. How is that even possible? Right in front of their sponsors too. Chevron, Capcom, and
Yeah, Chevron. Who would tarnish the good name of Chevron? Who in their right mind would tarnish Chevron? This is what really pisses me off. Is that they went up there in front of the Chevron logo, and that in this country that means something, okay?
I don't care about talk.
Okay? In this country, the Chevron logo, that means something, all right? We treat that with respect, okay? My grandma died of lung cancer growing up. I'm just kidding. This is not true, but it's a funny joke. My grandma died of lung cancer from a Chevron plant in Long Beach, okay?
Tier 1 subscription to Capri Sun Pappy.
Don't you dare talk bad about Chevron. My grandma gave her life for Chevron.
possible. Right in front of their
Who the fuck is talking bad about Chevron? Talking bad in front of the Chevron logo? Also, Capri, what up, man? Chat, go follow Capri. Maybe one day he'll bless us with another comeback stream like the previous one, which was a fucking riot. Also, Acid Burns, thank you for the gifties. Garvey, thank you for the tier 1.
sponsors too. Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This racial tier list was brought to you by our sponsors, Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This is an example of Twitch management elevating a racist nobody like Frogan at the detriment of their own company's well-being. Why? After the predictable controversy this caused, Dan Clancy, the CEO...
Chat, dude, come on. Ethan doing the Sig Heil is the biggest bait ever. We have so many things we can critique him for. Please don't just take obvious bait, bro.
went live for the first time after 2 weeks and did an FAQ.
Isn't Raph Jewish? Yeah, but he already dismissed all of that by saying he's a token, which is super not racist at all.
It's exciting.
Doesn't strip Raph of any agency in that situation at all. He just exists to be Jewish in that space. He's not his own person making his own decisions, having his own opinions about the state of Israel. No.
To be here. Mary, thanks for having me. It's always a joy to do this with you. And we have a lot to talk about. And, looking forward to questions.
Let's take a look at some of the questions they got. This person asked, do you plan on addressing the anti-Semitism problem? Dan's response? Permanent
I need to smoke, bro.
ban. Why do you not ban streamers that show terrorist propaganda on your website? Good question. Permanent ban. Do you care to comment about the ADL and anti-Semitism on Twitch? Ban. Why the fuck is the CEO...
Honestly, W mods. These people should be banned.
Banning people for asking reasonable questions about a relevant controversy they've been in. What the fuck is this? These are not even written like in a mean way. You are banned, just like the entire country of Israel. It had just been discovered around the same time as this Arab tier list.
I can't wait for this to be misrepresented also.
That Twitch had secretly, without announcing it anywhere, banned.
I criticized Israel, or I criticized Twitch instantly when this news came out. My VOD is out there somewhere. I criticized Twitch immediately when this information came out. I said this seems like a really stupid fucking policy. I don't know why they did it. Their explanation was even worse. It only added to the questions around why they did it. However, it's also being misrepresented in a lot of places too. The truth is that they disabled signing up for new accounts via email. You had to use a real phone number. And if you already had an account before October 7th, you obviously could still use the platform. It's not like it was like you couldn't Yeah, it also affected Palestinians. Although some people have said that Palestinians have like Jordanian IPs or different things. I'm not really sure how that networking worked out or whatever. But it seems like it was an overreaction that they maybe forgot about. You know, they maybe forgot that they said it or something. I don't know.
And the entire country of Israel from creating new accounts. This was enacted right after October 7th, and it continued on for a year. And if you're wondering how you didn't hear about it before, it's not because the Israelis weren't talking. Here's the top Israeli streamer's video about it, which is entitled, Twitch does not want Jews on their platform. He explains that they slowly started to realize no accounts could be made, and him and his fellow Israeli streamers were causing a lot of noise to get noticed. But Twitch completely ignored them for 5 months. When he created a support ticket with Twitch, it was straight up deleted with zero explanation. Around the
Yo, Hybrid, thank you for the get this up. Or thank you for the sub.
year when people started talking about anti-Semitism on Twitch, Dan Saltman discovered the Israel ban when he was sent the code proving the block happened, presumably from someone who works at Twitch, and it could no longer be ignored. Israeli and American media started to pick up the story, which
19.3k subs is the top Israeli streamers. That's a fuckload. What do you mean, dude? Dan Saltman mentioned, yeah.
finally forced Twitch to
He kept him in. I mean, he doesn't care.
respond. He also
I don't think this is pretty well documented. Twitch admitted this. Yeah, but you guys, the source is Twitch. They admitted that they did this. And that they forgot to their explanation was that they basically forgot to turn it off. They said they turned it on post October 7th to prevent people from going live and documenting war crimes on the platform. And then they turned it off. But they forgot to turn it off? I don't know. It was stupid of them. I condemned them immediately. I was like, this is really dumb. It's too stupid. I believe them. I know. I kind of agree. Yeah. But I mean, that shit does kind of happen, you know? One person does one thing to improve security that's probably made with a small group of people, and then maybe the turnover or teams get switched around. People forget that setting is on until it's pointed out like that, you know?
Explains the block started on October 13th, which happens to be Global Jihad Day, when Islamic terrorists call on others globally to act, which he thinks is an...
Yeah, I also experienced this too, Donnie. And I got a little bit of Dan attention too, because I tweeted about this and also posted evidence of it from my Twitch back end. But and I've talked to Grimlow about this. He's experienced it too. I haven't talked to any other streamers, but I would not be surprised if this was a more common thing. But around January of last year, January 2024, I would get 1,000 follower bot followers in one moment, and it would all be the names would be Free Israel, and then a series of numbers after them, and shit like that. We would get bot attacks like that, which I was kind of understand. If Twitch was seeing a fuckload of new accounts that were very clearly bot accounts being made around that time, you know, they might have just shut off email because again, email is easier for a bot to replicate, to make a new email and sign up for an account than it is for them to sign up for a cell service or a Google phone number for that matter, and get all, you know, to get the one-time password via phone. So they again, you could sign up via phone. It was just email that they restricted.
Odd coincidence. They were never notified in any way, and it greatly affected their business. He says he doesn't feel safe with Dan Clancy in power, as he feels he can no longer trust him. When Israelis try to sign up, it gives you a generic error message. It doesn't say anything that suggests that you're ineligible because you're in Israel. So when one of these guys wrote to Twitch customer service, this is what they said. I am really sorry that you are having issues creating an account. We have reviewed your case thoroughly and can confirm that unfortunately you are not eligible to create a Twitch account. As a result, we will be closing your case at this time.
Again, a tech company having shit customer service. not the newest thing in the world. Was this a really bad decision and looks terrible? Yeah.
After the new increased scrutiny, Dan Clancy panicked.
This didn't help anybody.
Terrible explanations on Twitter that were immediately.
I also think this moment was like, this was when Twitch as a company was on the back foot on this. And this is what led to them taking action against everybody else.
Community noted.
How can Twitch say on one hand that they've reviewed the case thoroughly, and then on the other hand say it was an accident and they didn't know? This is all very fishy. A big media company like Twitch doesn't realize that their new account signups from Israel has completely flatlined? You're telling me that you guys didn't notice that? That's impossible. Then, at the same time, it was announced that Sneeko, Fresh and Fit, and the little Houthi twink terror.
Yeah, like these were also really bad decisions. I don't know why they did this. I condemn this also. They should ban these fucking anti-Semitic fucks. You know, Sneeko and Fresh and Fit should have no place on this platform.
Terrorists were all unbanned and they could stream again on Twitch. This is like the holy trinity of anti-Semitism.
So guys, yeah, we're back on Twitch. Welcome. I know we had gotten...
Dude, with the Blue Lives Matter flag and the police, 2 police things, and the crime scene. This guy's just proudly a Fed and people watch him. This guy's just like proudly a Fed, dude.
And
I also I replied, one of my replies to fucking Richie Torres whenever he was calling out Twitch for this was, I was like, dude, he was banned. This guy worked for the federal government. He's more your responsibility than Twitch's. Like, you're a congressperson. This guy worked for the federal government. What do you, he's your employee. Like, what do you mean, man? You can't be doing that.
Banned or whatever, or we got suspended, but I went ahead and appealed it, and we're back in the house, man. So for all the haters out there that were like, you know, oh yeah, they got banned on Twitch. Hey, be mad. Be mad, guys, because we are back in the house. They can't stop us.
They did stop them an hour later.
All 3 of the accounts were eventually...
Wait, so he was banned? So what is the point you're making?
rebanned. But the decision to unban those 3 creators at that exact time, and being 3 of the best known anti-Semites on the internet, seems to clearly be trying to send a message. And then it was discovered that Twitch's head of...
Now this part is just fucking racist. I was wondering if he was going to bring her up. This part is fucking awful, man. I gotta watch it first.
Community.
Oh, this one pisses me off so bad, bro.
Guidelines was previously fired from her job publicly by the British government. Why?
Why?
She does not like the Jews.
Show the tweets that show the Instagram posts. Show it, motherfucker. Show it, dude.
That's right. Their head of trust and safety was previously suspended from her job at...
I swear to fucking God, bro.
Ofcom.
What were the posts that she got? What were the fucking posts, bro?
Too anti-Zionist. And guess where her very next job was at?
I can't, dude. I'm gonna lose it. Do you have the actual posts? Is this the actual posts? No. I need her actual post. Because we've done this before. And once again, you know what they made sure to include? Is a photo of her. We can't show the actual thing that she was fired for, but we can definitely show you, again, just like Frogan. Like, we gotta make sure you understand why we're really saying this. Like, these are dog whistles, bro. She described Israel as an apartheid state. That's what she doesn't like about the Jews. She posted a Palestine flag emoji. No. No way, dude. Wait, that article didn't even show it. Okay, Metzingira appeared to liked a post from Black Lives Matter UK, which was critical of the British government deploying Royal Navy ships to support Israel in the Gaza conflict. She liked a post from Black Lives Matter UK. As if it wasn't bad enough already, the UK is already set to participate in the ethnic cleansing and genocide of Palestinians, the post said. Shame on this vile colonial alliance. Hashtag Free Palestine. She was fired for this. Guido Fox also published a screenshot purporting to be a message Metzingira posted to her Instagram stories. She commented on the targeting of Palestinians and appeared to liken Israel's actions to genocide. Like, where is the problem? Somebody was fired for this, and they're still going after they're still orchestrating a witch hunt against her. This is so fucking despicable, bro. Full name, like, this is a staffer. This is a person who just works for the platform that they've just made shit up about. It is believed she's been suspended for making this private post on her Instagram story. My account has been chaotic. Yeah, we've read this before too. My account has been chaotic for the last week, bouncing between the continued targeting of Palestinians and dumb shit. Mostly because I could not process that we continue to act with surprise at what happens in an apartheid state, and because I just feel like I'm donating and reposting and still going to life every day. I used to ask my constitutional law teacher how genocides could have gone on for so long, and maybe this is how. To see Jewish activists protest loudly that they or their loved ones survived Auschwitz, so they must stand with Palestine. It just seems so clear to me. She's literally even shouting out Jewish people and their plight and their understanding of genocide, and this is what motivates her to stand with Palestine. I am rambling. I'm just going to say my account right now is an accurate reflection of my brain right now. It is panic, hopelessness, music, and memes, and getting by life things. This feels really silly, but I needed to say it out loud, and maybe others feel the same. As a Zimbabwean, a black feminist, a student of decolonization, and deep believer of liberty for all, I have, do, and will only have one hope: Palestine flag. She was fucking fired for this. Why is he so mad? Because he just told this lie that she hates Jewish people. And that this is proof that Twitch is anti-Semitic because they hired her after she was wrongfully fired from this, for this. This is fucking disgusting. No, she posted that. And then the articles, all the smear articles that came out after, also included that she liked a post. Also, it all comes from this fucking right-wing, like, psychobabble website, Media Guido. Like, it's just, this story stinks to high heaven, and if he had any fucking integrity, this shit would have stayed on the cutting room floor.
Which is head of policy and community guidelines, was previously fired from her job.
Like, she's a fucking Rhodes Scholar from Zimbabwe. Twitch is lucky to fucking have her. Eat a fucking dick, Ethan. She is smarter and more accomplished than you will ever be, you piece of shit. And it doesn't matter. Nothing ever will ever change that. Holy fuck, you piece of shit.
And community
Revolutions of You, thank you for the gifted.
Guidelines, was previously fired from her job publicly by the British government. Why? She does not like the Jews.
That's right.
Like, this is so fucked. That's so disgusting.
Right. Their head of trust and safety was previously suspended from her job at Ofcom for being too anti-Zionist. And guess where her very next job was at? That's right. Twitch TV.
Apparently, she was posting pro-Hamas tweets only.
Like, I'm sorry, but like doxing members of trust and safety, this is way too far, bro. Fucking disgusting.
Mere days after October 7th
Disgusting.
happened. That's so interesting. It sounds just like someone else we know. It's almost like supporting terrorists is institutional.
Stop typing it. I deleted it once. I'm going to time you out.
Take a look at this tweet from Twitch's senior
Take an hour
manager
off.
of inclusive marketing.
I timed you out silently one time, and then you just typed it again, bro? Come on.
Chirmating on October 12th. People are posting screenshots of them donating to Israel relief funds. Shake my head, y'all are truly rooting for the oppressor. Read a damn book. This tweet was made only 5 days after the October 7th massacre. The donations she's criticizing would go to families like this, if they were still alive. This entire family was murdered in cold blood by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. Bridget, who did these little girls oppress? How can you act so high and mighty for your cause and be so callous and inhuman for the innocents on the other side?
The second release. What do you, there's a second release? What?
Senior manager for inclusive marketing. Is that some kind of joke? Is this what inclusion looks like at Twitch?
Is it really crazy at this point after all this?
Inclusion. You notice he hit that DEI line. Wow, that's really interesting. That's very interesting. Why would he mention inclusion there?
Inclusion looks like at Twitch?
Is it really crazy at this point after all this to say that Twitch has an anti-Semitism problem? I think it would be harder at this point to argue the opposite.
Oh, Bridget, one more thing. Sorry, I forgot. Can you tell me the
All you have to do is look at the fucking platform, man. All you have to do is look at the fucking platform. Is there more anti-Semitism on this platform, or on Kick, or on Twitter, or on YouTube? This is every single person who has a brain and two eyes knows the answer to this question. Every person with a brain knows. Like, it's very obvious.
Answer to this riddle?
In fact, I think Twitch should do more. You know what? Here, I'll stand on your side, Hasan or Ethan. Twitch should do more. Twitch should ban fucking people like XQC and Asmin as they cheer on the genocide of undocumented people happening before our eyes in America right now. The forced displacement of 20 million people is not something you fuck around with. And allowing Nazis to operate on this platform is going to make it less safe for Jewish people, for trans people, for everybody. And we should fucking nip that in the butt right now. Right now. I'm here for it. Let's deal with anti-Semitism on this platform. Anybody who defended the fucking Sig Heil that just happened on the Fourth Reich inauguration stage should be banned. Get them the fuck off this platform. I'm here with you. Do it.
The difference.
Going after two people on the trust and safety team who are staffers who just have a fucking job on this platform and do not deserve this kind of attention is so fucking disgusting. It's so gross. These people did not ask for this. They have a job. They are doing a fucking job.
It's between a Boy Scout
disgusting
and a Jewish kid. I'm standing by. Let us know. And yes, it's true. I should point out this tweet is from 2011. This one, however, is from 22. Sarah Silverman tweeted out, Kanye threatened the Jews yesterday on Twitter and it's not even trending. Why do mostly only Jews speak up against Jewish hate? The silence is so loud. Bridget said, this was the energy I was around when I worked with two Jewish women in social impact who are both senior to me. She's trying to make Sarah Silverman seem like some kind of Jewish Karen for caring about anti-Semitism. I wouldn't really care about any of this.
If she wasn't the head of fucking diversity at Twitch, what the fuck is happening here?
This is insane.
So with people like her deciding what is and isn't okay on Twitch, there's no surprise that you end up with these extraordinarily uneven enforcement.
Oh my God, Vio, don't remind me of that.
Of the rule.
Oh my God.
Take, for example, this clip of the streamer.
Oh, wow. Here we go. Wow. All right.
Destiny. He was permanently banned for what he said here.
That community is never worth engaging with. There's just no point in doing it. Like it's too the risk of me like ending up getting like permabanned and my life destroyed because of these like inbred fucking disgusting losers is like it's just not worth it. It's just totally not worth it.
And okay, you know, fair enough. If you're going to be consistent with the enforcement, then you know, let's have a.
I don't even know why he was banned, but his actions since have justified a permaban. Get the fuck out. We don't want your cancer, dude. We don't want you in this. Like nobody wants you on any platform.
Friendly place, a safe environment. It's calling a minority group inbred, which results in a permanent ban. Okay. Okay, has anyone else done that?
The Jewish KKK brigades out there.
He was banned for saying BLM protesters should get run over. Isn't that basically like Asmongold's take on the people in protests too? Why isn't he permabanned?
Just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag.
I don't like that he says stuff like this. I'm not gonna lie. I've said this. Beck and I've had this conversation many times before. I just like personally, I wouldn't say inbred. I'm not critiquing Hasan here. I still obviously stand him with this, but
these inbred fucking dudes.
I don't think it's useful.
Background, dude.
I don't think it's useful.
Entirely comprised of messianic.
There are clips of Ethan saying the same thing. You're right too.
Inbred, ultra orthodox psychopaths that these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to see clips?
Inbred, 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 inbred.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hasan.
The clips are, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
This is so fucking off the rails, man. He's actually just defending Destiny like full-throated now. He's just like, Destiny shouldn't have been banned. That's where we are in this video. An hour and 38 minutes in. Like at this point, he should be like wrapping shit up and telling us about, you know, how he sees the progression, like what he's advocating for. Maybe like a call to action or something, you know. Instead, he's like, unban Destiny. That's the call to action. That's why he's making this. Cool.
Hasan, a non-Jewish person, is referring to Jews as inbred consistently throughout his career.
Inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths.
Zero punishment. Hasan interviewing a Houthi pirate.
The Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Zero punishment. Hasan watching terrorist propaganda with zero critical commentary.
They do do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Wait,
Zero
what?
punishment. Hasan threatening a sitting congressperson. This one actually.
I don't know what you mean by this.
When I saw he tweeted that, I said, he's done after this for sure. For sure he is. For those that may not recognize this weapon, I'll explain. Shinzo Abe is a former Japanese.
Wait, you're not even going to show? Okay, let's see. What is he saying? Tom Cotton, I encourage people who get stuck behind the pro-Hamas mobs blocking traffic. Take matters into your own hands to get them out of the way. Tom Cotton is encouraging some death to Black Lives Matter protesters. Or in this case, actually, pro-Palestine protesters.
For those that may not recognize this weapon, I'll explain. Shinzo Abe is a former Japanese prime minister. He served from 2012 to 2020. He was assassinated in July of 22, in a stunning fashion that left the Japanese public horrified. He was killed with...
Did it, though? Did it though? Were they horrified though? Were they?
The makeshift weapon that the shooter had built himself at home. So when Hasan saw this tweet that he didn't like, he posted the schematics in what can only be presumed as an invitation to someone in his fan base to build this weapon and then assassinate this sitting congressperson who wrote.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy, especially because like Tom Cotton got assassinated, right? I know they could never like prove it, but wow, this really. Wait, he didn't get nothing happened from this? It's just made up? It's just a tweet. Oh, it's just a tweet? Oh, okay.
Wrote a tweet he did not like. I genuinely do not know how he didn't land himself in prison for making terroristic threats. Zero punishment.
Let the streets soak in their fucking.
He's like, dude, the government should have arrested Hasan and put him in a gulag. He's gone from saying, you know, Hasan wants re-education camps to, I can't believe Hasan is still a free person and not persecuted for his political opinions. That's where we've gone from this to there in this video.
Red capitalist bloods.
And this isn't just a Hasan.
And also, like, to be clear, this is where this shit kind of low-key stops being like cute, fun drama. Like the moment that Richie Torres got involved, this shit stopped being like it actually got very serious, very, very fast. You know what I mean? And like Hasan, I think has to like exist in this world where he doesn't like recognize the threat. You know, like because if he did, it would like affect his like output or something. I'm speculating. This is parasocial thinking. This is not like any, you know, there's no insight here. But like I do think there's like a little bit of truth to that, and I've heard him like talk about it. And when people are like, "Bro, like, are you scared or what's your backup plan?" He kind of brushes it off and acts like it's not a serious question. But when Richie Torres got involved, when a U.S. congressperson got involved on the Democratic side, you know, and we are literally facing fascism taking over, you have a president who ran on the enemy is within, and we're going to use the full force of the U.S. military against the Marxists within our midst. Like, then it's actually not really that. It's not like some cute little YouTube drama anymore. You are dealing with the federal government. I think he'll be fine. I hope he is. I don't want to speak anything to an existence, but we should really recognize the severity of that kind of attention and the fact that they explicitly sought that. They were calling the cops on him and in the biggest way possible. Like, you know?
Problem. It underscores a disturbing trend among leftists on Twitch. The problem is, if you can believe it, these people are frequently making death threats and facing zero consequence. I know it sounds far-fetched, but I assure you it's very real.
Listen, I'll up the number, okay?
Denims.
30K.
W Denims.
To anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear.
Bro, that Destiny guy needs to get
Who's this?
Not gonna fucking lie.
It would just be so easy.
John!
It would solve all of our problems. Like, we would have socialism now at this point, right? We would have socialism at this point if someone just went out of their way and it would be so easy.
Thing that happens.
Wait, bro, what?
And
how are you putting these captions up here? You don't know what he said? You don't know what he said? The fuck is this shit? You don't know what he said?
It would be so easy.
Thing that
you don't know what he said? There's no audio coming out of that.
Happens. I mean, like, holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
Actually, Mike from PA, the dude that's stuck in the before image of a transformation story, did receive a
what?
3-day ban.
Wild of him to say, dude. Bro, you've been fat recently too, okay? Come on. Taking the worst picture, a photoshopped picture. That's so fucked.
This man put a bounty on a fellow streamer's head. This man should not be getting a 3-day suspension. He should be getting a knock on his door from the FBI.
I made this video for 2 reasons. First, to stop Hasan.
Again, threatening federal law enforcement involvement. Like, do you see that this guy will point the Nazis to your door? This guy is not somebody who's ever going to like combat what's coming to us. He's going to be the one pointing them to you. He's going to be the one sending you to the fucking camp. Like, look at him. This is the second time in the last 30 seconds where he's been like, I can't believe that the federal government is not locking these people into fucking prison. This is insane. This is insane. And like, remember also the beginning of the video when he showed his greatest hits of him saying that somebody should bomb the fucking NRA convention. Like, genuine calls to threats. He said somebody should do that. He said that. That's Ethan. Okay? What are we doing?
I made this video for 2 reasons. First, to stop Hasan infiltrating mainstream media.
Infiltration of mainstream media.
Hasan has been welcomed by many mainstream outlets. They view him as a friendly social democrat, as someone who's
like as if Hasan is like constantly hitting CNN up. Hasan's constantly emailing CNN every week, being like, "Hey, will you guys do a story on me? Hey, will you guys do a story on me?" Like, no, bro. They're asking for his audience. It's not the other way around. They're trying to get his relevance and tell his story.
who's just trying to spread progressive politics online to an important
B. Holtzman, thank you for the tier 1.
demographic. But we know that's not true. He is not their friend or their ally. If you ever see Hasan rubbing shoulders with anyone from mainstream media, let them know politely with all the civility in the world.
Oh, you are such a piece of shit, dude.
What kind of person he is.
Yeah, out yourself to mainstream media as a total psycho.
When he thinks mainstream media isn't watching.
Like, again, this is supposed to be the nuke. This is supposed to be the thing that, like, genuinely takes us on down. We haven't gotten any new info. Everything in this video he's posted to his Instagram stories and, like, ranted about on stream for the last, like, you know, year and a half. Everything in this is old.
Help them understand that
it's all been beaten deep into the ground and was way, like, talked about and chewed over and spit out by the time Hasan was doing any of these interviews. Everyone involved knows about all of the shit that is in here, man. CNN knows about it all. They don't care. They don't care. I hate to tell you, dude. They just don't care.
Should be associated with people like Nick Fuentes.
And neither do we. Don't care. Don't care.
And Alex Jones, other fringe radical political commentators. Number 2, Twitch must be held accountable. Twitch has proven that it will not change by.
They're accountable to Ethan. Twitch, the least anti-Semitic platform. Objectively, the least anti-Semitic platform on the internet of its scale. Like, YouTube is objectively hosts way more anti-Semitism. X, obviously, don't even need to talk about it. Like, what other platform is even close? Kick? Fucking, what, are you kidding me? What, are you kidding me? Like, you're just so weird.
By choice. And so it is our moral imperative to enact that change through any reasonable means.
Pinterest? I bet there's some Nazi corners of Pinterest.
So, Chevron and Capcom. Twitch has given them a lasting association with a racial tier list with Arabs at the top.
This is going to take Chevron down, dude. Listen, Chevron really cares about their public image. Chevron is a company of values, all right? And they will not stand for this. Chevron fucking. God damn it, he's so pissed on behalf of Chevron.
And Jews at the bottom. These brands have every right to know. And they should.
It's funny. I would die if Chevron released a press release distancing itself from Hasan. I mean, I had them on the stream after this happened. I had their legal counsel and their PR team literally interviewed them on the stream.
We all recall
I did.
Adpocalypse. It happened when ads
It's
were
on my
running
YouTube
over
channel.
ISIS recruitment videos, and it caused a brand exodus. The same thing is happening now on Twitch, but instead of ISIS, it's the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah. Dan Clancy's refusal to moderate extremists is the only reason for any of this. He is the sole person.
Ethan will probably we'll make a comeback with you saying we don't care and say, well, if you didn't care, why did you watch what I put out? What do you mean? I got 660 viewers in here right now, and it's fun. And we're talking about good shit. I'm singing the truth of Palestinian resistance. What do you mean? I'm fucking farming this shit, of course. We're laughing at you, brother. We're laughing at you.
Person to blame. He had so many opportunities to stop this. Ultimately, after dedicating months of my life to creating this video, I am left with one overwhelming conclusion. Fuck this dude.
Palestine is more.
That was so stupid. Man, people can really go off the deep end, dude. People can really, John's reaction to that moment.
So easy. It was solve all of our problems. Like we would have socialism now at this point, right? We would have socialism at this point if someone just went out of their way and. It was so easy. Whoa! What was that? What are these? What are these?
That's what I said.
I said no such thing. Who is that guy? Mods, take him out back and Old Yeller him. Actually, Mods, 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 get him out of here. Mods, make it. And he's inbred.
Oh my god. Bro. So come on, man. Will this backfire? Maybe short term, but long term, Sean stays winning. Spoiler alert, long term, Sean stays winning and is the GOAT.
Than what we've been seeing just on the news. It is a beautiful culture.
That's a very funny clip. It's a very funny clip, but I probably wouldn't have said that, but whatever. It's a hilarious clip. I meant the Ethan Duke will backfire. No. But what do you mean? People are already laughing at him. It's just silly.
With an incredibly diverse cuisine. So today I have teamed up with us.
All right, we're whatever. Fuck that shit. No, I got a palate cleanser ready for you. All right, we're watching a Palestinian food video because these are the people. This is the people that will never be erased by dumbasses like Ethan. And even though he doesn't give a fuck about them, we do. Okay, so we're gonna decompress. A little food video. Talking about Palestinian food, all right?
Asma, Kutaiba, and Asma to teach us more about what this cuisine is made of. The cultural erasure that's happening in Palestine right now can be fought off in a lot of ways, but one of them is through talking about the culture and, of course, talking about the food.
Hi Baron, my name is Asma. I come from Palestine, from Gaza, and I'm currently living in Sharjah in the United Arab Emirates.
Hello everyone,
My name is Qutayba Harb. I am Palestinian.
Hi, Beryl. My name is Asma. I'm Palestinian and I currently live in Ramallah in the West Bank. Today, one of the best things you can do for Palestine really is to talk about Palestinian culture and to send lots of love to the people of Palestine. One of the best ways to talk about Palestinian culture is really to just bring lots of food into the picture.
I believe.
Yeah, it is. This is true. You can see history on your plate. I love talking about food because food is like a gateway into history, into culture, and Palestinian food is no different, of course. Palestinians are very deeply, deeply connected to their land, and they cultivate the land, and they cherish the trees and the olives and all of the food that is result of that land. And this is, you see it in their food, you know. This is their culture. This is the history. This is why Palestine will never die. Ever.
Food is a powerful way to maintain and celebrate our culture.
Sharing Palestinian recipes and raising awareness about the Palestinian culture is very important, mainly during these challenging times. It's a way of maintaining our sense of continuity and it's a form of resistance. I think you should definitely start your meal with za'atar rosette. Za'atar rosette is the essence of any Palestinian meal. It's basically served dip style, and you have to roll up your bread like a cigarette and dip it in lots and lots of olive oil and then dip it in za'atar and just enjoy the magic.
Buy za'atar. You should. It's really yummy. And you can put it on meats, you can put it on breads. It's great. It's a great seasoning.
So we're starting with za'atar and olive oil. Palestine is known for its amazing olive oil. Asma said that I need to roll up my bread. So I'm breaking it up a little bit here. Rolling it up. I'm gonna dip it in the olive oil and then dip it in the za'atar. So I have my little za'atar popsicle. Za'atar is amazing. Za'atar is definitely not something that is only limited to Palestine. You will find it all across the Levant. However, the Palestinian olive oil, I think, is what makes this dish really special. If you've never had za'atar before, it is salty and savory. There are tons of dried herbs in there. It is a flavor all of its own and something that lightens and brightens anything that it touches.
You must have salata tahina. If you see that on a table, you know you're in a Palestinian family.
Envy Shield, I don't know. I agree and I disagree. I think some things we don't need to acknowledge, some things we do. You know, like I said earlier, whenever the U.S. Congress started getting involved, it became a very different story for me. You know?
This is just the most basic salad that we...
It's also like if he's going after like people like Frogan is a friend, you know? If I have a platform and I have the ability to counter these lies about my friends, I'm going to do that. You know?
Have even for breakfast or with our lunch or with our dinner. And it's usually made out of the harvest of our garden with like this delicious tahina sauce. I personally like to tear up some Arabic bread and throw it in there as well. It's super, super delicious. This salad is really one of the trademarks of a Palestinian table, so I would love if you can try it.
We have our salad with the tahini dressing, which smells really good. Asma told me to break off some pieces of bread and put it in there, so I will do as she says.
Oh, hell yeah.
Bread in the salad. It's full of cucumbers and tomatoes and fresh herbs.
What's the what's the sauce?
That is fresh. I love the flavor of tahini. I feel
tahini,
like it reminds me a little bit of like peanut butter for some reason. It's got that sesame seed flavor, which to me is slightly reminiscent of a peanut flavor, I guess. The cucumbers and tomatoes are super crunchy and the sauce is really thin, so it's definitely a salad, but that dressing on top of it has tons of flavor on its own. The bread soaks it up, so Asma, that was a really good call. I love it with the bread. So far between these two dishes, everything feels vibrant and full of flavor. No bland dishes around here.
Yeah, also very easy to make. Both of these dishes, very, very simple to make at home.
From the appetizers, I chose for you to try wara dawali. Wara dawali is grape leaves filled with spiced rice. Some people also add minced meat. And then after each leaf is rolled, it all gets cooked in one pot, resulting in a very delicious, hearty, juicy, lemony dish. The way to eat dawali can be with your hands, mainly when it's cold, or if it's made as a main dish and it's warm, you can just have it with a fork. Making this food is very time consuming, so a lot of people make it a sort of like social activity where they gather in order to make this dish together, since it's just easier.
I have made grape leaves on the channel before, and Asma is right. It is time
I'm not crazy about grape leaf.
consuming, but at the end of the day, it is worth it because they are delicious. However, to be honest, like buying grape leaves pre-made, they're also still pretty good. I was sent this sauce, and I'm not sure what it is, but I'm wondering if it wouldn't be
Extra thing for me? Yeah, a little bit me too.
It's garlic.
I don't know. I'm not crazy. I've just never been crazy about them in anything they're in.
First. This one's a vegetarian one. It's stuffed with rice. The leaves are super tender. I'm going for a little bit of a... It's good with the garlic yogurt. These are cold, so I can definitely eat them with my hands. Hot ones are, honestly, sometimes I think, a little bit superior. The heat is so good, but with a cold one, I feel like you can just knock them back.
Bad time for headphones,
Mild
why?
flavor, but the taste of a grape leaf is a little bit sour, and so
Yeah, I bet that yogurt sauce is fire on anything you put it on.
it's 10 out of 10.
The fourth dish I recommend is مسخن,
which translates to heated, and that refers to heating the bread, which is flat bread.
It's quintessential Palestinian dish. It mixes taboon bread, which is a type of thick bread, with sauteed onions, sumak, or sumaq in Arabic. Sumaq is a very tangy, acidic spice.
Yum.
Specific to Levantine cuisine.
God damn, that looks so good.
You have all of this topped with like the roasted chicken with more sumac and pine nuts. You can eat مسخن with your hands, and you need to make sure that in every bite you have all of the ingredients. So you have part of the bread, you have the onions, and you have chicken. That is just how it's bestly enjoyed. This dish is a celebration of the Palestinian cuisine because it was usually made during the harvest season. This dish is very comforting. It reflects the values of Palestinians, their dedication, their love for the land, and enjoying the final products of their hard work.
Oh my God, this plate is so heavy. I have an entire half a chicken on this plate. I have actually made this dish on the channel before. I'll show you a little clip of mine, and we'll show you a little clip of theirs. I think I did a pretty good job, to be honest. I'm gonna be eating this bad boy with my hands. Ooh, the chicken is very soft. That came right off the bone. They sent
Yeah, I think we've watched that Hollywood.
some yogurt with this, and I feel like some yogurt would be good. I guess I'll try it without it first.
She said you have to make the perfect bite every time.
Not the smoothest bite. There's sumac on that chicken, and sumac is so good. So I'm guessing the vibe here is to tear off the bread, get some pine nuts, get some onions.
I agree. It kind of does look a little dry. Like it's like it's not fresh. All of these like were made previous, and she had to they sat and waited while she got the camera ready and everything.
Oh my God. Those onions are so soft. It's like they're caramelized, but they're actually not caramelized. They are shockingly full of flavor. There's that sweetness to them, but then there's the sumac, which makes them like sumac-y. Ooh, that's a terrible description for you all. Sumac does have its own distinct flavor, which I am not skilled enough to describe. I always struggle in describing herbs and spices. I'm gonna try it with a little bit of this yogurt because I feel like they sent it to me for a reason. And yogurt would be good with this. God, why can't I open this yogurt? This yogurt has, it looks like mint and cucumbers. It has mint and cucumbers in it. I'm just gonna like put a little bit right there. Tear off a little, oh, there's tomatoes over here. And I'm gonna tear some chicken. Okay, I'm making a complete bite.
There we go. Now you're eating it.
Thought process.
Now you're eating it.
The yogurt was good. If I didn't edit the videos like this, it would just be mostly me chewing for a really long time. You should be thankful for the editor. Thanks, Natalie. The chicken has this really crispy exterior, but then it's super soft and moist on the inside. Also, the pine nuts on this are huge. I'm used to seeing pine nuts as really small. These are pine nuts. They're definitely not pine nuts. For a second, I was like, maybe they're almonds. Maybe this restaurant.
Okay, lady.
But no, they're just big pine.
And of course, you cannot have a Palestinian meal without having a maqluba. Maqluba is like this handcrafted piece of art.
Maqluba translates to upside down.
Oh shit.
Because of how the food is flipped at the end.
Maqluba is the must-have dish of Palestinian cuisine.
It is basically a layered dish with lots of different types of vegetables.
Which is usually potatoes, aubergine, and cauliflower. And then layering it in a big pot with chicken.
Dude, same pot, chicken, rice, dishes from the Middle East like this? Bro. You know this shit goes insane.
Rice. And then in the end, it all gets flipped over. And hence the name, maqluba.
Love a maqluba. A very important part of the Palestinian culture. And very important part of our celebrations.
If you ask many people in Palestine, they would almost always say the favorite dish is maqluba.
I have tried to make a dish like this before from Iran, where you make everything.
Can you learn how to make this next? I've actually made really good one pan chicken rice dishes many times before. I used to make it more often. They always turn out really good. I have made this. Yeah, it's really good.
Upside down.
It is hard to do though, because you're dealing with like a lot of like the chicken is leaking liquid. You know, you want to make sure it's all cooking evenly. You don't want to touch it. It's pretty hard.
Flip it. Nope. I failed. The dish tasted good, but I did not flip it well. This one obviously came pre-flipped and mixed together. So I don't know how they did, but I'm assuming they flipped it well. I'm gonna use my yogurt spoon.
Her problem was her dish was.
Some of this, I'm assuming pre-flip failed, and then you have tried.
And
wait, where's
Palestine
the?
is more
God dang it!
Looks. This is mixed together. It's good.
You can't use a pot like this unless you're making that much where it goes up to the top. But you should use like a shallower dish here. Something that's like this big. Like when I did it, I used my cast iron. I did it in a cast iron skillet. And it was like just enough. Probably not the traditional, but it worked. It worked really well, actually.
There is so much flavor in this rice.
Yeah, deep pan, exactly.
This is maybe some of the best tasting rice I've ever had. And it's loose. For the life of me, I cannot make loose rice. Every time I eat it, I'm so jealous that the chef knows how to do it. There is also roasted cauliflower in this. It's so soft. It is spiced so well. None of this food is spicy by any sense of the word, but it is all spiced. Really, really beautiful.
Typically in Iranian cooking, we don't put the chicken in. So I think what I did with the chicken, it was bone-in thighs and legs, I think. And I seared them. I seasoned them, seared them on the same skillet. Like cook them maybe like 60-70% of the way through, take them off, then deglaze with like chicken broth, and then you put the rice in the chicken broth, have it like measured out so it's the right things, and then you put the chicken back in, add your vegetables, add like your seasonings, all of that, and then you cover it and don't touch it. Just let it cook. The rice will cook, the chicken will all cook, all the flavors will mix together. It goes fucking insane.
Like, bland is not in the vocabulary of Palestinian cuisine. Good chicken. Chicken and rice is a classic combo. We just did a whole chicken and rice episode. If you're interested, I will link it in the description.
Cooking stream when? We did a hummus cooking stream. After the Arabs crew got banned, we did like a how to make your own hummus so you don't have to buy sabra. And it was good. A few people in chat said they made my They made my recipe and they liked it. So.
I actually like this chicken a little bit more. It's skinless, and even though crunchy skin is really good, skinless chicken, especially when it's chicken thighs, I just think like it's so juicy and like so easy to eat. I'll just like down a thigh. Anyway. Oh, there's eggplant. Eggplant. I love all the different.
You're gonna edit it? I think somebody did edit it, but they didn't give it to me. They just like uploaded it to their own channel. Yeah. Got 130 views. See, this guy edited it. Look. Here's the video. Socialist Hub.
This is obviously
I feel bad that I forget the Twitch name of who did this, but
not going to be your definitive hummus. This is not going to be a Middle Eastern. Well, I mean, I'm using all the ingredients. I think I'm doing it somewhat.
Yeah.
I would love to see this dish being turned upside down. I think that would just be such an amazing experience, but you know, when you order delivery, you're not getting that kind of experience. But maybe if you go to a restaurant, you can ask to go into the kitchen and see them do it.
And for dessert, I chose knafa for you. I was impressed by the menu from this restaurant as they feature imported akao.
Yeah, Brad guy.
Akao cheese is.
It also kills. Capsaicin also, like spicy food, also kills microorganisms in your gut that are harmful too.
Type of cheese made usually in Naples in the West.
Good for your gut health.
Sweets are made from this cheese. This usually features like a semolina type dough, which is fine, which is put first into the plate, then it gets topped with the cheese. So only the dough sees the heat from the pan. Then it's drenched in syrup. It's a quintessential Palestinian sweet.
Kanafi holds a special place in my heart. This is a dish that you can also definitely find around the Levant. I had this in Syria. This one looks like the most beautiful bird's nest. The pistachios are so vibrant and beautiful. The vermicelli, I love that it's soaked in syrup. I love a lot of things about it. When you get it fresh, the cheese is stretchy. This one obviously is not probably gonna have stretchy cheese because it was delivered, but you never know. No, cheese is not stretchy, but like, look at this. This is just like a slice of cheese with some vermicelli on top.
And it's sweet.
It's like heaven.
Oh no, you're allergic to pistachios? Frick.
If heaven was a piece of cheese with vermicelli on top. The syrup that's soaked on top of it is definitely not too sweet, and the pistachios add a really nice crunch because the cheese is soft. The vermicelli noodles, I think they're fried because they're very crunchy. And I just love all the different textures that go on with this. The cheese is actually really delicate. It's not a cheesy cheese, it's more like a squeaky cheese, which has that more balanced and soft flavor. So it goes really well with a sweet syrup. When I think about cheese desserts, I'm very limited in what I think about, like cheesecake, cannolis. There's gotta be others out there, let me know in the comments. But this cheese dessert is high up there. I think it's one of the better ones, better than a cannoli, and I love a cannoli, but I love this one more. I'm just gonna have one more cheeky little bite of this, even though I've had my fair share.
Cheeky little bite? What are you, British? Heck. Cop watch. Audit the audit.
Welcome to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who,
and what, and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode covers disorderly conduct, apartment buildings, and public intoxication, and is brought to us by a private submission. On June 8th, 2024, Officer Ronald Lalumandier and several other officers with the Newport Police Department responded to an assault in a parking lot outside of the Newport, Kentucky apartment complex where Brandon Reddig resided. As the officers were investigating the assault, Mr. Reddig directed remarks towards the officers from the balcony of his girlfriend's apartment.
He went out to the balcony and was like, "Fuck you, pig,"
which was located in the same building. The encounter was captured on officer body camera.
Rag, come on. Obviously, I'm trying to get in. I don't have a rag. You have a rag, sir? I don't even have a car here. You guys don't even have like a paper towel? I'm on foot. Hey, I didn't know that. I was just sitting on my bike, and she came up, and the other girl just started swinging on her.
When's the guy join?
Figure it out.
Take care, Major.
So I had a guy come up yesterday screaming at us because jerseys were so loud, and we had just talked to the manager. He was going back. He comes up doing the same type of figure it out. He's like, "You useless." I'm like, "Oh, do what?" So I went after it. So he was gone. Regardless, he was gone, and I was just, dude. And I'm like, "Just come up and talk to me, and I'll tell you."
Is there an emote for you in the Discord? Wait, what? Where? Those are kind of funny. Like this. You guys use that?
Like if you just would have come ask me about it, you know what I mean? Hey! Time for you to quit! Hey!
If you yell again, I'm going to arrest you.
Hey, stop right now. You're
For what?
I don't care. You're egging it on. Stop.
Then what would be the reason for jail?
Disorderly conduct.
But I didn't.
Yes, you did. If you want to test the waters, you'll go in cuffs.
I didn't do anything.
Okay.
All right. We're almost out of here.
You're talking back to me. Quit talking back to me and questioning my authority. You're questioning my authority? That's against the law.
Hey! Enough!
Unit number 320.
Copy.
Keep it up. I'll take you to jail. Yeah, absolutely.
Come get me, buddy.
To arrest the assault victim and Mr. Reddig for disorderly conduct. Section 525.060 of the Kentucky Revised Statutes states that, quote, "A person is guilty of disorderly conduct in the second degree when, in a public place, and with intent to cause public inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm, or wantonly creating a risk thereof, he engages in fighting or in violent, tumultuous, or threatening behavior, makes unreasonable noise, refuses to obey an official order to..."
How can you even define what is unreasonable noise?
Disperse issued to maintain public safety.
No, he's in his own house. No.
Proximity to a fire, hazard, or other emergency, or creates a hazardous or physically offensive condition by any act that serves no legitimate purpose.
No, he wasn't doing anything physically to those people.
Section 525.010 defines the term public place as, quote, "a place to which the public or a substantial group of persons has access and includes..."
Should not be his home.
"To highways, transportation facilities, schools, places of amusements, parks, places of business, playgrounds, and hallways, lobbies, and other portions of apartment houses and hotels, not constituting rooms or apartments designed for actual residence." The statute also states that, quote, "an act is deemed to occur in a public place if it provides its offensive or prescribed consequences in a public place." Therefore, while the assault victim was clearly in a public place, a court could also find that the balcony of the apartment was a public place for the purposes of the disorderly conduct statute, as Mr. Reddig's shouts could be heard in public. In the 2022 case of Martinez versus Commonwealth, the Court of Appeals of Kentucky concluded that a private apartment patio could be a public place for purposes of the disorderly conduct statute when officers could hear an individual yelling from it from several blocks away. Accordingly, it is possible that Mr. Reddig...
Several blocks away? Ain't no fucking way. They heard it from several blocks away.
conduct if a court determined that he was making quote-unquote unreasonable noise from the balcony. As the Supreme Court of Kentucky explained in the 1994 case of Commonwealth versus Jones, what is...
I mean, listen, I'm no fucking big city lawyer here, but it seems to me that freedom of speech... I'm gonna have to go to my First Amendment here. There's nothing in the First Amendment that regulates how loud I can be with my speech.
Considered quote-unquote quote, reasonable noise, now quoting, depends upon the time, place, nature, and purpose of the noise. So-called unreasonable.
So like if you're on your balcony yelling down to somebody at the ground level, that would be like a reasonable reason to be loud?
Reasonable was preferred over so-called loud because loud noises may be appropriate in some places and on some occasions. Content, volume, and surrounding circumstances may be considered together when making a determination of reasonableness.
Don't they have to get a warrant if they want to arrest him? Well, we'll see. They might just break his fucking door down. They're cops after all, dude.
Applying this standard, the court determined that it is typically the jury's responsibility to decide whether noise is quote-unquote reasonable based on the specific circumstances in which it occurred. And in the specific case it was considering, the court found sufficient evidence for the jury to conclude that the defendant made unreasonable noise by speaking louder than a normal conversational volume. Therefore, it is possible that a jury could convict both Mr. Rettig and the assault victim for disorderly conduct if it found the volume of their speech to be quote-unquote unreasonable.
It works for me.
I am curious how he thinks this is going to go. So he's going to come up to a locked door at the bottom of the apartment building. Is I guess going to just like hit every buzzer to try to get them to let him in. And then somebody probably will. But then he goes to his door. And then what? Like, the cop can't just break down the door. That is actually not how this works. But he might still do it. I got keys to your apartment? Wait, what? How are they going to know where to go immediately?
Officer Lalumandier, who is a...
Oh no, dude. This guy draws his hair on with a Sharpie in the morning, bro. What?
Former tenant of Mr. Rettig's apartment complex, uses an old key card to gain access to the locked apartment building and secure elevator, and he and two other officers knock on Mr. Rettig's girlfriend's apartment door. According to a lawsuit filed by Mr. Rettig regarding this encounter...
Cops aren't real? I really wish they weren't.
With access strictly limited...
I really wish they weren't.
...to current residents...
Dude, looks like a Jimmy Neutron NPC.
Their invitees, as well as authorized personnel. It is not open to the public, and people from off the street may not enter the property at any time. The building is instead a secure apartment complex. Now, while several federal circuits have concluded that tenants do not have a reasonable expectation of privacy in apartment building hallways or other common areas, the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals, which has jurisdiction over Kentucky, held in the 1976 case of United States versus Carragher that, quote, a tenant in an apartment building has a reasonable expectation of privacy in the common areas of the building not open to the general public, and that an officer's entry into a locked apartment building without permission and without a warrant of any kind was an illegal entry that violated a tenant's Fourth Amendment rights. The Sixth Circuit later affirmed in the 2006 case of U.S. versus Dillard that the Carragher case remained binding legal precedent in the circuit, at least when the door to the common area of the apartment building was locked. Here, Officer Lalumandier did not have a warrant and did not appear to have permission to enter the locked common area from any of the residents of the apartment complex, although it is strange that his key card would still be in his possession and working after he moved out. As such,
wait,
the court could...
The cop used to live there? That's how he got the key card? Wait, I thought he like... Oh my God, I missed that. I thought he like got it in a search of one of the people outside or something. Oh my God, that's even worse. It was his old key card. Oh, that's so much worse.
That the entry was a Fourth Amendment violation, but more investigation into the facts would be necessary to reach a definitive conclusion.
Yeah, slide the warrant under the door.
I don't know. We're out here trying to deal with some all-day house parking lot. And some guys up on their balcony yelling and trying to insinuate or incite everybody else to fight and cause problems. So we're up here
trying to incite everybody else to fight.
Arrest them and refuse to open the door.
Yeah. Slide. You can slide the warrant under the door.
Okay.
I'm not cooperating otherwise.
They were all talking on the balcony until somebody came up and knocked on the door, didn't they? Big man hiding. No.
Big man hiding as they stand there with their bulletproof vests on, gun on their hip, 3 deep, at minimum 3 deep.
Came in to work a detail.
Like this is how big men deal with their issues.
And they just had an incident happen over at Holiday House parking lot, and we're out trying to deal with it, and this idiot right here comes out on the balcony and starts screaming at everybody, and he's been told and warned multiple times to come back inside and cut it out, and he wanted to sit there and just keep jawjacking. So if we can get inside this apartment, he's going to jail.
Everybody here was outside too, dude. Like, who are you talking to? He's just yapping, bro. Everybody here was there. we know. We were there. Yeah.
If anyone else is in there, this
is he on the phone? That's not how that works.
If anyone else is inside the apartment, it is considered hindering to not open the door. Under Section 520.130 of the Kentucky Revised Statutes, quote, a person is guilty of hindering prosecution or apprehension in the second degree when, with the intent to hinder the apprehension, prosecution, conviction, or punishment of another who is being sought in connection with the commission of a criminal offense, he renders assistance to such person.
No, they were bullies.
520.110 of the
They were bullies, and they've been rewarded for it their whole life.
Another when he harbors or conceals such person or warns such person of impending discovery or apprehension. While refusing to open the door for the police to make an arrest could conceivably constitute harboring or concealing a suspect under some circumstances, it is crucial to understand that a court would almost certainly find that the Newport officers had no legal authority to demand entry to the apartment here. Unless there are exigent circumstances or consent is given, law enforcement officers need an arrest warrant to enter a suspect's own home to arrest them. And to enter a third party's home to arrest someone, officers must also obtain a search warrant to protect the third party's privacy rights under the Fourth Amendment, even if they have an arrest warrant for the suspect. Therefore, if someone were inside and refusing to answer the door, it is unlikely that a court would find they could be lawfully arrested for hindering. Now, if you're not sure what you would do if the police came knocking on your door, well, then you may want to pick up a copy of the Civilian Rights Hand Guide. Review friends. Various rights hand. Thank you so much.
Wake you in the middle of this.
I don't try. I've watched enough of these guy's videos to watch, and I've seen him give like innocent people who are victims of police violence a fucking grade at the end of it. That I don't trust anything this guy's trying to sell you.
He's pushed the bar too far tonight.
Fuck off. Fuck off. That'll do it. That'll do it. Now that I've covered the eye hole, he'll answer the door now. Like that'll do it.
So this is Sierra Steps' apartment? Okay. Well, her apartment has caused 9 kinds of chaos here tonight. Just FYI, I don't know what you want to do on your end about it, but 328's a problem. Yeah. Sierra, I need you to come to the door. This is Officer Lomder, Newport Police.
Is he on the phone with his...
All right. If I get anything out here, I'll holler at you.
Is he on the phone with his landlord?
All right. Bye. Sierra Step, come out to the door and talk to me.
Hey, Doug. I'm serious, boy. You're out. She's in the office right now.
So who's in her apartment right now?
Nobody's in there.
There is somebody in there.
I'll unlock the door right now for you guys. You guys are welcome to look.
Don't do that.
Where did your buddy go in the red shirt?
Yeah, where's he at? I know Melissa, and we're getting ready to look at the cameras.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I don't know what happened, but.
So where's he at? Because you got options to work with us or be hindered.
I'll work with you guys as much as you want.
So where'd he go? Because you're coming from that way. So where did he go?
I live down the hall.
Okay. Well,
I live down the hall. Here you guys go. You guys.
Don't open it, you dickhole.
Fuck that. I'm not letting you guys go in there.
we're not going to go in there, but if he's in there, he'll be.
Nobody's in there.
Oh, that's fine.
But
we're just going to get a warrant. We'll go in anyway.
Pretty sure he just changed.
Then get the warrant.
Absolutely.
Get the warrant, bitch.
It's him. He just changed.
Come back later, bitch.
You're slick. It's funny.
Yeah, that was a stupid move. Got to turn around.
Turn. What do you mean?
It's obviously you.
They're gonna arrest him.
So
guys,
we gave him all.
I live down the hall. I am Sierra's boyfriend.
What apartment do you live in?
357.
What's your name?
Brandon Reddick. You can ask Melissa. I live right down the hall.
So how come
you can call her?
I am calling her.
Yeah, do it.
So
I can unlock my apartment right now for you guys.
No, we believe you, but it was obvious that we were dealing with.
Again, like he's like, I'll unlock my apartment for you. Don't do this, chat. There's nothing you can say in this situation that will make anything better for you. They are there to be dicks, like immediately. You know?
Is Brandon ready?
Like they're there. You don't help them, nothing won't. Yeah, they don't. It doesn't matter. They will never give you anything. Like they're lying anytime you gain nothing. Exactly.
350 what? 357.
Never.
Okay, I'm pretty sure it was him out there on the balcony yelling at us. So I think we figured it out here. Anyways, I'll holler back at you after we clear.
My brother's a lieutenant in Florence. I respect the.
All right, that'll work then. Thank you.
So
I really do. No, trust me. That's not me.
You gonna make me go pull these video cameras?
You can
Melissa's getting up.
Do it.
I mean, dude, here's the thing.
No.
Do it, bitch.
Here's the thing. We know it was you.
You want me to really do my job? You want me to really do my job? You're not just gonna do it for me? Bitch. Go do your job. If you think a crime's been committed, go look for evidence, go prove it to a fucking judge, and come back with a fucking warrant. You won't.
All right.
You won't.
You won't make
Because ain't no judge. There's no judge that will approve this. You know you're fucking acting out of your ego right now. Get out. Get out.
Yeah, I can find out real quick.
There's no cameras in here.
Yeah, you want? I used to live here. I know there is.
I live here.
So did I. I lived here for 2 years. I know there's cameras here.
Yeah, there's cameras here, but not between my apartment and her. So you're not gonna.
How much you had to drink tonight?
I live here.
Turn around here under arrest.
You're under arrest.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
For what?
We told you out there. You didn't listen.
Dude,
this is the
I live here.
You shouldn't be.
Guys, come on, really?
We worked with you. We
You guys
gave you
are-
multiple times.
I'm trying to work with you. I am trying to work with you guys.
Never.
You guys are really gonna just arrest me for this?
He learned his lesson, and you should too. Learn your lesson. Do not fucking talk to cops.
Officer Lalumandier placed Mr. Reddick under arrest and later issued him a citation for public intoxication.
Public intoxication? He's not in public.
22.202 of the Kentucky Revised Statutes, quote, "A person is guilty of alcohol intoxication when he appears in a public place manifestly under the influence of alcohol to the degree that he may endanger himself or other persons or property, or unreasonably annoy persons in his vicinity." Section 222.201 of the Revised Statute states that for the purposes of the Public Intoxication Statute, the term public place shall have the same...
He didn't even seem drunk.
525.010 of the Revised Statutes. which is the same definition used for the disorderly conduct statute we discussed earlier in this episode. Now, although the statute does list hallways of apartment houses as an example of a so-called public place, it also requires the place to be one, now quoting, to which the public or a substantial group of persons has access. Accordingly, Mr. Rettig would have a strong argument that the secure hallway of the locked apartment building was not a public place, as it was only open to residents and their invitees. Further, as the Supreme Court of Kentucky explained in the 2016 case of Maloney versus Commonwealth, a violation of the public intoxication statute, quote, requires much more than simply, quote unquote, being drunk. It requires some behavior that, quote unquote, manifests, meaning exhibits or demonstrates alcohol intoxication to the degree that he may
endanger himself or other people. When was that demonstrated?
For other persons or property, or unreasonably annoy persons in his vicinity. Well, given this requirement, it seems improbable that a court would conclude that Mr. Rettig could be arrested for public intoxication, at least based on his conduct in the apartment building hallway.
Seriously, I live here.
You time me out for an hour, bro? Yeah, dude, you posted like violent wishes for another person who is obviously looking for this kind of shit once, and I deleted the message and didn't time you out, and then you just posted it again. So yeah, I timed you out for an hour.
What are you reacting?
You're lucky it wasn't longer.
This is funny.
It's gonna be near the Five Guys. Caller is now running.
Yeah.
This is crazy. Guys, come on, like seriously, this is crazy. That's my old idea, that's my new one. They're both real.
It was rhetorical. It doesn't matter, dude. If you want to keep arguing about it, I'll make it a week.
Alright, come on.
Don't be a dick. Yeah. Respect our boundaries in the chat. This dude's calm as fuck. He's always been.
Go to the left. Gotcha.
Do you care if I put him in the back of your car, run get my car, and I'll come back over here and get him? That way I don't have to walk all the way over in front of the levee.
I'm gonna tell you right now, you guys.
Okay.
No, autistic. We'll probably end it after this.
See?
Gotcha.
Mr. Rettig was charged with public intoxication, with the citation indicating that the apartment complex hallway was a, quote, common area open to the public, despite the fact that the officers...
Like, they're just making shit up. And if there's any justice in the world, judges would, like... There would be repercussions for that. Like, you're doing a kidnapping of a person because they slightly... That person actually was, like, trying to be helpful to you. That person was trying to aid you, and you were just like, somebody's got to go to jail because my ego's been hurt, so somebody has to go to jail. So it just was any person you could just grab and ruin their night. Like,
needed to use a key card.
Is this normal? Like,
the charge was dismissed with prejudice in October, and on December 10th, 2024, Mr. Rettig filed a federal lawsuit against Officer Lalumandier and the Newport Police Department. The lawsuits alleged violations of the First and Fourth Amendment, with claims including...
Was that the same person yelling on the balcony? They don't know? There's no proof of that? He didn't come out of the apartment that they thought was the balcony that they were at? Like, yeah, they have no evidence. There's nothing pointing to that.
Amendment retaliation, malicious arrest, malicious prosecution, excessive force, unlawful seizure of person, and battery. As of the date of writing this episode, the suit is still pending. Overall, Officer Lalumandier and the Newport officers get an F for unnecessarily arresting Mr. Reddick for his minorly disruptive behavior, knowingly misrepresenting the private nature of the apartment hallway in an attempt to support a public intoxication charge, and potentially violating...
They get an A cab. They are bastards, just like everybody who chooses this class traitor position in society.
The Fourth Amendment by entering a locked apartment building with an old key card. Now, while it is possible that a court could find that probable cause existed for a disorderly conduct arrest, the officers clearly seemed motivated by the content of Mr. Reddick's speech rather than its volume, and were apparently so offended that they were willing to abandon a crime scene, enter a locked apartment building, and make an arrest just to prove a point. I would also be remiss if I failed to mention the appalling manner in which the officers treated the assault victim before the encounter with Mr. Reddick even began. Although it is possible that some investigation occurred off camera, from the interactions captured on the body camera footage, the officers did not appear remotely interested in capturing the individual who assaulted the victim, and instead threatened the victim with arrest multiple times when she...
Classic, dude. Fucking classic. Every time.
She appeared to be...
Every time. Harm happens in the world, they show up, they make it worse, and then they create more. This is so standard.
Confused and traumatized. Then, 3 officers left the investigation to arrest Mr. Reddick, seemingly for offending them with his speech. This encounter demonstrates the importance of officer discretion and underscores the need for law enforcement to exercise empathy and ensure that violent crime investigation and victim support is prioritized over more trivial offenses. Mr. Reddick gets a B+, because although he...
Like, I hate that you do this. Stop doing this.
He potentially engaged in disorderly conduct by shouting from the balcony. He did an excellent job in physically submitting to the arrest while expressing verbal dissent, fighting the criminal charge against him, and pursuing appropriate civil legal action after his arrest. I commend Mr. Reddick for obtaining legal counsel and challenging the officer's actions in the courtroom rather than resisting during the arrest. However...
No, we don't even know that it was him.
It is important to note that
I know the grading part sucks. Stop grading people, like, and sometimes it's like really violent shit. And he'll be like, I give them a C because they pulled away when they were punched in the face. And that could be, and it's like, bro, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Disorderly conduct statutes are broadly written and often allow for punishment based on the volume of speech rather than its content. While the First Amendment protects an individual's right to free expression, with certain limited exceptions, courts have generally held that this protection does not extend to speech at an excessively loud volume that disrupts public peace, and that restrictions on the time, place, and manner of speech are permissible as long as they are content neutral, serve a significant...
Content neutral.
And leave open alternative channels for communication. For this reason, I would advise Mr. Reddick to avoid shouting from balconies in the future, as the broad scope of the disorderly conduct statute grants officers significant discretion in determining what constitutes so-called unreasonable noise, at least for the purposes of probable cause. Let us know if there is an interaction or legal topic that you would like us to discuss in the comments
Audit is
below.
definitely a bootlicker.
And don't forget
We've actually done a lot of, we've done a lot of hard work. We've watched a lot of cop videos to know what is good cop watching channels. Lackluster is the best one. We're not gonna watch this tonight. We'll save it for another night. I'm gonna raid out. I'm gonna head out. But appreciate you guys hanging out tonight. Fun. It was a good night. I haven't found any good ones. Lackluster is great, actually. They do a good job. They're very ACAB-y. They always give it to the cops when they deserve to get it. You know what I mean? We're gonna raid. Wait. Oh. Oh, by the way, raid emote coming soon this weekend, I think. Cult of Eyes is working on it. Tonight we're gonna raid Mexica Luna, an old loyal chatter in here, making her own path on Twitch as a streamer and doing a very good job at it. I highly recommend you guys go over there and show a bunch of love. Subscribe. Let's blow it the fuck up. What if we just did that? What if we all just went into Mexico Luna's chat and we just like fucking drowned it in alerts from subs and follows and just ruined it for like 30 minutes. Just fucking blow it up right now, okay? Movie night win, we'll do it this weekend. Wait, it's Thursday today? No, today was Friday, and now it's Saturday. Shit, maybe we'll do movie night tomorrow. Yeah, movie night tomorrow. We'll do that, I think. Maybe check the Discord. ! Discord in the chat. You'll see updates there.